We are now on the record. Today is November 23rd, 2022, and the time on the video screen is 8:08 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the video recorded deposition of Dr. Anthony Fauci, taken in the matter of the state of Missouri et al. v. Joseph R. Biden Jr. et al. Case number 3:22-CV-01213. This is pending before the United States District Court for the Western District of Louisiana, Monroe Division. This deposition is being conducted at the NIAID at 31 Center Drive in Bethesda, Maryland. The reporter today is Stephanie Barnes, and my name is Daniel Homestock. I am the legal videographer. Counsel, would you please introduce yourselves and state whom you represent?
John Sauer of the Missouri Attorney General's Office on behalf of all the plaintiffs.
Adam Kirshner from the U.S. Department of Justice on behalf of all the defendants.
Will the court reporter please administer the oath?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Anthony S. Fauci.
And Dr. Fauci, what's your current position?
I'm the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health and the chief medical advisor to President Biden.
When did you become the chief medical advisor to the president?
Very shortly after his inauguration. He asked me to be the advisor between the election and the inauguration, and I officially became his advisor following his inauguration.
And then how long have you been the director of NIAID, if I can call it that?
I've been the director of NIAID for 38 years a couple of weeks ago.
Congratulations. Have you ever given a deposition before?
I have.
How many times?
Once.
How long ago was that?
You know, I don't know exactly the time, but it was probably anywhere between 15 and 20 plus years ago.
Can I go over some ground rules with you?
Sure.
First of all, when I ask a question, can you and I be careful not to interrupt each other when we're talking for the clarity of the record?
Certainly.
And if I ask a question, if you don't understand the question, could you ask me to clarify to make sure you're answering the question that I'm asking, and as opposed to some other question that you think I might be asking? Can you do that today?
Certainly.
Can you give verbal answers like you're doing now instead of merely nodding or saying Can you say yes or no as the questions go forward?
Yes.
And maybe both of us can make an effort to speak slowly. You're probably going to be better at that than I will, but let's make an effort to speak slowly so that everything's getting transcribed. Is that okay?
I will certainly do that.
I'd like to start off by handing you a document that I'd asked the court reporter to mark as Exhibit 1. I just want to could you take a glance at this and see if you recognize it?
Counsel, this is a standing objection for all of the documents you show. I would ask that you preface your questions to the extent Dr. Fauci recognizes it outside of the capacity of preparation for the deposition. Otherwise, I would object on work product grounds, but if you're asking if he recognizes the document outside of anything that was shown in the context of deposition preparation, I will not prevent him from answering.
It raises a good point. Dr. Fauci, did you review any documents in preparation for your deposition today?
We did a few documents, yeah.
What documents were those?
I object on work product grounds, and I instruct the witness not to answer.
Yeah.
Can you look at the document in front of you, Exhibit 1?
Yep. So let me be careful I read it and recognize it. Hold on.
Well, let me ask you this. In 2011, did you co-author an op-ed with Francis Collins in the Washington Post called "A Flu Virus Risk Worth Taking"?
Well, I have it in front of me here, and it has my name on it, so yes, it looks like I did co-author editorial in the Washington Post on December 30th of 2011.
Do you remember doing it, or do you only remember it because you're seeing it in front of you?
No, I vaguely remember. This was 11 years ago. I've written 1,300 articles over my last several years.
You look at the final paragraph on the first page in the first so the first sentence of the final paragraph of the first page, your op-ed states, given these uncertainties, important information and insights can come from generating a potentially dangerous virus in the laboratory. Do you remember writing that?
Counsel, I would ask for Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with the document prior to answering questions about it.
Yeah, let me just read it and see.
Let me ask you a question unrelated to that document. Just in general, do you believe if you sit here today that important information and insights can come from generating a potentially dangerous virus in a laboratory?
Well, yeah, if you take it into the correct context, because when you say generating a potentially dangerous virus in the laboratory, that is usually in the context of, for example, taking this H5N1 and studying it in different ways that could potentially make it more dangerous, but only under very strict conditions laid out for the guardrails of conducting experiments that could potentially create such a dangerous virus. And if you look at the context of this particular paper, the point that Dr. Collins, Dr. Nabel, and I were making, that there is a risk, as we were talking about with pandemic influenza, to understand as best as possible. And in fact, if you go to the next paragraph, we say understanding the biology of virus transmission has implications for outbreak prediction, prevention, and treatment. And the point we were making in this article is that there is a risk-benefit to research like this. And the point we were making is, says, a risk worth taking if the benefit is the protection of the American and global public.
You refer to conditions under which such research should be done where you're generating potentially dangerous viruses. First of all, is that kind of research generally referred to as gain-of-function research?
Gain of function is a very potentially misleading terminology, and that was one of the reasons why several years ago outside groups, not the NIH, made the determination that they would much more strictly define the guardrails of experiments that would require additional oversight, and did away with the terminology gain of function because it can often be very confusing and misleading.
When was that terminology gain of function done away with?
At the time, I believe, and I'm not 100% sure, but there was a period of time between, I think, 2011 and 2014, or 12 and 14, I'm not sure, when there was a pause that was put on research that was related to the manipulation of the influenza virus in order to get more concrete and more definitive guidelines about what the guardrails of this research should be.
Do those guardrails include things like the level of biosafety level at which such research should be done?
That, I believe, was part of it. I'm not sure if it was explicitly said, but it certainly could be. There were two elements to it. There was the pause, in which any research that could potentially have any collaterally dangerous aspects to it were put on pause. And then a number of organizations outside of the NIH, including the Office of Science and Technology Policy, OSTP, the Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, and a number of working groups on the outside, developed more clarity to the kinds of oversight that would be needed. That is referred to as P3CO, or Pandemic Potential Pathogens Care and Oversight. And
Go ahead.
the reason for that was the lack of clarity in the terminology, gain of function, which is often confusing. So it was felt by these outside groups to be very clear on the kinds of experiments that needed additional oversight.
Could I give you a second document, which I guess will be Exhibit 2?
The court will just letting Dr. Fauci know that the court reporter will provide him the document that that he's to look at. These are copies for counsel. Do you want to mark this one also? Thank you.
And this Exhibit 2 is a document printed off of the NIH website called Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence. Are you familiar with the project that's referred to in this document titled Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence?
I'm vaguely familiar with the fact that EcoHealth Alliance has been doing research on trying to understand the bat coronavirus emergence.
And was this project initiated in 2014, on your understanding?
I do not know. That is not something that I would have followed very carefully.
Would you have approved this in your capacity as head of NIAID?
I do.
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record.
You may answer.
I do not individually approve grants. They go through multiple levels of peer review. So I would not have, by standard way things work, have seen this, read it, or individually approved it. That's not the way things work in the Institute.
Do you have any recollection of this at the time?
I have no
NIAID being involved in
recollection.
it?
I have no recollection of the initiation of this grant.
If you flip to the second page, under details, it mentions EcoHealth Alliance. You referred to that a second ago as the recipient of the grant project. Is that right?
Right.
And that's your understanding that they did receive funding under this project. Is that right?
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record.
You may answer.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question? I'm not understanding what the question is.
Is it your understanding that EcoHealth Alliance received funding from NIAID under this project?
Well, looking at this, I can't make that connection. I do know with all of the activity that's been going on with EcoHealth Alliance and the NIAID funding, that indeed NIAID has funded EcoHealth Alliance. I don't know if I can specifically link it to this particular grant because this is the first time that I have seen this piece of paper.
Gotcha. Above that, it lists a man called Peter Daszak. How do you say his name? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I think it's Daszak.
Daszak?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you know Mr. Daszak?
I have met him once or twice. I would not exactly characterize him as an acquaintance.
In what connection have you met? Sorry, go ahead.
Can you please let the witness answer the questions?
Go ahead.
I mean, so what's the question again?
In what connection have you met him?
You know, I don't even remember meeting him, but I do know that someone showed me a picture at a meeting when somebody said, here, take a picture with him. So I clearly must have met him because there's a photograph, I believe, of he and I. But that is not unusual when you go to a scientific meeting. You run into hundreds of people. Mm-hmm. And I believe that this Dr. Daszak is one of the people that I did run into him because I believe I've seen a photograph of he and I together at a meeting. But He's not somebody that I would have had a major amount. I think someone in one of the thousands of emails of mine that have been FOIA'd, someone showed me, I think, or pointed out that there was an email from Peter Daszak to me, and I don't remember the content, but I think it was some casual type of response to something. But it's not someone that I deal with on a regular basis. That is rather clear.
On that same page below Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance, there's a reference to NIAID funding this grant from 1st June 2014 to 31st May 2019. Do you see that?
Says budget start, 1st of June, budget end. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, over there on the right.
Yeah.
Did you later become aware that at any time that NIAID was funding this project?
Objection. Vague. Assuming evidence not on the record.
You may answer.
So I'm sorry, what is the question?
Did you at any time later become aware that NIAID was funding this project, understanding the risk of bad coronavirus emergence?
I became aware of this after all of the attention was put on it following, early part of January, February, March of 2020. But I certainly was not aware. Well, I wouldn't say certainly, because who knows what came across my desk. Thousands of pieces of paper come across my desk. But I do not recall at all being aware of the existence of this grant at the time that it was initially funded, of the dates shown on page 2.
If you go to the first page in the abstract text, see that big paragraph that covers most of the first page?
Yeah.
Very bottom, last couple sentences. Do you see where it begins, number 3, and it says test predictions of COV interspecies transmission?
Hold on. What line up from the bottom are you talking
Fourth
about?
line up from the bottom.
Fourth line up from the bottom. Test
predictions of COV.
Interspecies transmission. Predictive models of host range will be tested experimentally using reverse genetics. Yeah.
What does reverse genetics refer to in that sentence? Do you know?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
If you know.
I'm not really quite sure what they're referring to. Reverse genetics can mean many things. It's manipulation of a virus, recombination, or things like that. I'm not exactly sure what they were referring to here.
Can it refer to what we were talking about a minute ago that you talked about in your 2011 op-ed about generating a more dangerous virus in a laboratory? Can reverse genetics refer to that?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Yeah, reverse genetics is a very, very broad term that could have multiple applications. The influenza virus vaccine that I hope you were vaccinated with this year was likely produced by reverse genetics. So reverse genetics is a very broad categorization.
Can it refer to genetic manipulation of a virus in a way that renders it either more transmissible or more virulent?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
It's a yes or no question. Can it refer to that on your understanding?
Like I said, reverse genetics is a very broad terminology, and it means manipulation of a virus. We do that when we create an attenuated influenza virus, and I believe it can be done also to amplify the function of a virus.
I'm going to hand you a document that we've marked Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Objection to the extent the question is asking for what Dr. Fauci was shown during preparation. I would instruct the witness not to answer on work product grounds. This is a standing objection for all documents, not saying whether we did or did not show him such documents. But to the extent you're asking if he recognizes this document outside of the preparation, he may answer.
I don't recognize it as a document that I've seen before, but I'm put before me I would say tens of thousands of documents in my capacity. I am aware of the concept of the gain of function pause involving influenza, MERS, and SARS viruses.
Let me ask you this. Can you flip to the second page of the document? At the top it says U.S. government gain of function, deliberative process, and research funding pause. You referred earlier in your testimony, I believe, to a period starting in 2014 where there was a pause on gain of function research. Do you recall that?
Objection mischaracterizes testimony.
Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused at your questions.
Let me ask you this. Can you go down to the footnote in the bottom of page 1?
Footnote.
Or sorry, page 2.
Okay.
I would ask counsel to allow Dr. Fauci to familiarize himself with the document prior to asking questions.
The footnote says 1. I have to find out what 1 is referring to. So if you just give me a second.
If you see there, it's the bottom line of the second paragraph.
Okay.
If I could just ask counsel to slow down a bit.
Okay. What's the question?
The question is, are you familiar with the U.S. government policy adopted in 2014 pausing gain of function research on certain viruses?
Yes, I am.
And was there an exception in that policy? Yes or no?
It says right here an exception, so obviously there was.
Were you aware of that exception at the time it was adopted?
Either at the time it was adopted or sometime thereafter. And to my recollection, and again, this was 2014, so we're talking 8 years ago. But my recollection is that the pause was for all research such as this until a new U.S. government research policy could be developed.
And was there an exception to that pause that's set forth in the footnote on your understanding?
Yeah. The deliberations at the time, based on the need to continue certain critical research, that an exception clause was put in saying that under special circumstances, and I'll read it so that you get an understanding, an exception from the pause may be obtained if the head of a U.S. government funding agency determines that the research is urgently needed to protect the public health or national security. So at the time that the pause on all of this research was implemented, it was felt strongly by just about everybody in the research community and the public health community that if you paused everything, there might be a situation where you would want to do an experiment that would be urgently necessary to protect the public health or national security, and therefore that would allow an exception to be considered.
Did you ever invoke that exception when you're the head of a U.S. government funding agency, aren't you?
Yeah.
Did you ever invoke that exception during the years when the pause was in place?
As I recall, exceptions were given to a couple of experiments. To my recollection, that does not usually rise up to the office of the director, but is handled at the level of staff and deputy. So I don't recall. It is possible, though I doubt it, but it is possible that a piece of paper that was an ultimate sign-off on an exception came to my desk, but I doubt it, because I do not recall specifically ever being someone that put a piece of paper in front of me and said, we're going to have an exception, would you sign off on it? So it is likely, though again, I'm not certain, it was 8 years ago, it was likely that it was done at the staff level or at the level of my deputy or someone like that.
Is it your understanding that anyone at NIAID authorized any research under this pause during the years that the moratorium was in effect?
Again,
Objection calls for speculation.
If you know.
my memory is vague about this because it was 8 years ago, but I understand in subsequent discussions that there may have been a couple of exceptions to that in the context of research that was considered necessary for the protection of the public health or national security.
Did any of those projects relate to research on viruses conducted by EcoHealth Alliance?
Objection assumes evidence not on the record.
I'm not certain. I don't really recall. I know, I believe that after the fact, it was brought to my attention that there were exceptions. I am not quite sure what the exceptions were for, but there were a couple of exceptions.
Who in your agency would have authorized those, if not you?
Well, it could have been any of a number of people. It could have been people at the program level. It could have been my deputy. It could have been program managers and division directors.
Who's your deputy?
Dr. Hugh Auchincloss.
How do you say his last name? Auchincloss?
Auchincloss, Auchincloss.
What's his title?
Principal Deputy Director.
I'm giving you a document we've marked as Exhibit 4. And do you see this Nature Medicine article entitled "A SARS-like cluster of circulating bat coronaviruses shows potential for human emergence"?
Yes.
Were you familiar with this article when it was published in 2015?
I was not familiar with it when it was published in 2015.
When did you first become aware of it?
I believe, again, I read a lot of articles. I believe it was brought to my attention in the context of questions that were raised by members of Congress about experiments that were funded by the NIAID.
So would that have been in around 2021 timeframe, do you know, when you first became aware of it?
It certainly was after the beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak.
How long after the beginning would you estimate?
I don't recall.
Would it have been right at the beginning of the outbreak, or months into it, or years into it?
You know, years is where we are right now, so it wouldn't have been years. So it likely would have been several months, though I'm not 100% certain.
And so, who are the last two authors listed on the top there?
Well, one is Ralph Barrick, who I believe is a scientist at North Carolina, who is a long-term grantee of NIAID.
Do you know Ralph Barrick?
Not really. I know who he is. I doubt if I've ever met him. I may have met him at one of the meetings where there are thousands of scientists saying hi to each other, but I know who he is. He's a scientist at University of North Carolina.
And he's funded by NIAID?
He is.
But you don't remember ever meeting him in person?
Again, I don't recall. I could have met him. Again, I run into several thousands of scientists that we refer to, but I don't recall certainly having a relationship with him.
How about the person that listed immediately before him? Listed here is Zhongli Shi. Do you know who that is?
I believe, if I'm correct, that this is a scientist who is at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I believe. I'm not 100% certain. I get sometimes confused with Asian names, but I believe this is the person who is a scientist at the Wuhan Institute.
And are you aware generally that there's someone called Shi Zhongli who's been described in the media as the Bat Woman who does research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute?
Is that her? I don't know if that's the same person. Like I said, when you're dealing with Asian names, sometimes the first name is last and the last name is first. So I believe this is a person from Wuhan.
Have you ever met that person before?
To my knowledge, I haven't. I'm fairly certain I have not. I could possibly, again, have run into her at one of the many scientific meetings that occur, but I don't specifically recall ever personally running into her.
Can I direct your attention to the beginning of the pandemic, or at least the beginning of the outbreak? Do you remember when you first became aware that there was an outbreak of a new coronavirus in China?
It was either December 31st or the first couple of days of the new year of 2020. So it was either December the 31st of 2019 or the first couple of days of 2020.
Do you recall at some point anybody raising concerns to you in January of 2020 at the beginning of the outbreak, or near the beginning of the outbreak, that the virus might have been genetically engineered or originated in a laboratory?
There was a phone call in late January of 2020, I believe from Jeremy Farrar. There was one other person on the phone, I believe it was Christian Anderson, who piped me in on a three-way call saying that they looked at the virus and there was some concern about the molecular configuration or makeup of the virus that made them think there was a possibility that there could have been a manipulation of the virus.
Before that, had anyone raised a concern like that to you?
To my recollection, no.
How about Robert Redfield? Who's he?
Robert Redfield, at the time, was the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Did he call you in mid-January 2020 and raise that kind of concern about whether or not the virus originated from nature or in a laboratory?
To my recollection, no. I know that Bob today talks about that. I don't recall back in January of 2020 whether Bob was involved or not in any discussion about the manipulation of the virus.
Are you aware of if there's any relationship between Peter Daszak and Shi Zhongli, the two co-authors of that study I showed you in Exhibit 4? Do they work together, or what's your understanding of that?
Objection, calls for speculation, vague, ambiguous.
Could you repeat the question?
Do you know whether there's a working relationship between Shi Zhongli and Peter Daszak?
Well, I do know now, I didn't know it at the time, but I do know now that EcoHealth has a sub-award from their original grant that goes to Shi Zhongli at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
So they work together on research that's funded directly by NIAID.
Yeah, the funding goes to EcoHealth, which awards a sub-award. To my knowledge and recollection, it is a 5-year grant of somewhere between $500,000 and $600,000. I believe it averages about $120,000 to $130,000 a year for a 5-year period.
Do you know whether Peter Daszak has access to, for example, the genomes of viruses that Shi Zhongli has generated at the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
Objection, mischaracterizes evidence. I mean,
I just asked him if he knows.
well,
do you know?
You're assuming the evidence not on the record.
I'm just asking him do you know that?
Again, repeat the question. I want to make sure I give you an accurate answer.
Do you know whether Peter Daszak has access or is in possession of data generated by Shi Zhongli pursuant to their research together, including the genomes of coronaviruses?
I don't know absolutely for sure, but I would imagine that if Peter Daszak is collaborating scientifically with Shi Zhongli, that it is likely, given the norms of scientific collaboration, that he would have access to data if they were indeed collaborating, which it looks like, from what I have learned subsequently, that they are collaborators, since he has a subaward to the Wuhan Institute that I believe goes to Dr. Shi.
Would it be ordinary practice for someone in his position to have access to her data when he's funding her essentially through subawards?
That would not be unusual and probably likely.
Can I give you Exhibit 5? We're pre-marking them. If you look at the top there, there's someone sending an email to you and Jennifer Routh called Greg Folkers. Who's Greg Folkers?
Greg Folkers is a member of my inner office. He's my immediate chief of staff in my office group.
And then who's Jennifer Routh?
She's a member of our communications staff.
And then directly below her on the CC line, who's Courtney Billett?
She is the director of the Office of Communication, Legislative Affairs, and Government Outreach.
And if you look at all these people on that in the CC line, are they all within your kind of, I think you described it as your inner office?
Yes, they are in the immediate office of the director.
And it looks like the attachment was indicated was talking points for NIAID Director Dr. Fauci.
Right.
Would that be a common thing for your chief of staff to do, to prepare talking points for you when you're going to a press appearance or something like that?
That would be a not unusual thing if I was going to whatever, a meeting or a congressional briefing or what have you, and a subject was brought up that I was not particularly familiar with, that my staff would put together talking points to at least update or inform me about what the meeting was about and things that I should know about it.
If you look in the body of the email, that kind of second paragraph that begins also hyphen, 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 do you see that?
Wait a minute. Where are we now? I'm sorry.
Kind of very close to the top. Second kind of text cluster begins also when talking about COV, not necessarily in this venue. Do you see that?
No, I'm really sorry. Hold on. It's, as a placeholder, looks good. That's the first paragraph. Also, okay, when talking. I got it. Okay.
And Greg's, Mr. Folkers says to you, we have on our team, and then in parentheses, Vincent and folks we fund, Peter Daszak, Ralph Barrick, Ian Lipkin, etc., probably the world's experts on non-human coronaviruses. You see that?
Right.
Do you know what he meant when he said that those people are on your team? Did he mean that you fund them, or what is he talking about?
I think he means I'm speculating. I don't recall this email of January 27th, 2020, but my speculation is that what Mr. Folkers was referring to were people that were either in our group or that we know and are colleagues of ours, because, I mean, Peter Daszak, we've already mentioned, is a grantee. Ralph Barrick is a grantee. Ian Lipkin is a scientist at the Columbia School of Public Health. I believe Vincent, though I don't know, could possibly be Vincent Munster, who is a scientist who's employed by NIAID, and I believe that's what Mr. Folkers was referring to when he was saying, when talking about COVID, these are people who are well-versed in that area. Do you know Ian Lipkin? I do.
Is he a grantee of...
I believe he is. I mean, he is a well-established scientist in New York City at the Columbia School. I believe it's the Mailman School of Public Health.
Two paragraphs down, it says NIAID has funded Peter's group, referring to Mr. Dasick, for coronavirus in China for the past 5 years through understanding the risk of bat coronavirus emergence, correct?
Yeah.
With a grant number.
Yes, I see that.
And that, I take it, would be the grant that we referred to earlier in Exhibit 2 with the same title, Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm looking at exhibit number 2, and the title is Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence. And that is the quote that is here, and the grant number is 1R01.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember? I don't need to hear the grant number. Can I just ask you?
Well, I'm trying to make sure that I'm referring to give you a correct answer, which is the question you asked me. Is this referring to this? And it looks like the grant numbers match and the titles match. So my answer to your question is yes.
Do you recall?
I believe they're referring to it. Yeah.
Do you recall?
Counsel, I just would ask to let the witness fully respond before cutting them off.
Do you recall that grant being placed on your radar screen on January 27th of 2020?
Based on this email, it looks like Mr. Folkers at least mentioned it, but that I wouldn't characterize that as being, quote, put on my radar screen to the point of garnering my precise attention to it. Now, let me finish reading the email. It says, that's now been renewed with a focus to identify cohorts of people exposed to bats in China and work out if they're getting sick from COVID. Eric Stemme is the program officer, and the collaborators include the Wuhan Institute and Ralph. The results of the work. Yeah, I mean, I think this likely was a situation where when the idea of an outbreak in China was brought up with the coronavirus, that my staff thought it would be important for me to understand just the kind of things we were doing. And I think the important sentence in here, which is relevant, is that the grant wanted to identify cohorts of people exposed to bats in China. And the reason for that is wanting to see if there was the possibility of spillover of bat viruses to humans that might or might not be related to SARS-CoV-2. I believe that was the intent of this briefing talking points, if I'm not mistaken.
You're being given an exhibit that's labeled Exhibit 6.
Counsel, I would ask for Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document prior to asking questions related to it.
Okay, February 1st.
I think you testified earlier that you recalled the first time the concern about the origin of the virus being pushed on your radar screen was from a call from Christian Anderson and Jeremy Farrar. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe, at my recollection from a few years ago, that that's the first I became aware of this concept of the possibility of there being a manipulation of the virus.
Do you remember what was said in that call?
To my recollection on that call, Jeremy and Christian said they had looked at, or at least Christian did, possibly Jeremy, and maybe one other scientist, and said that it is possible that there may have been a manipulation because it was an unusual virus. And on that call, I and others said, well, that being the case, we should bring together a group of highly qualified international evolutionary virologists to discuss the issue and to see what the way forward would be to try and clarify that. And that was the phone call that we arranged, I believe, for the following day on February 1st, if I'm not mistaken. I think those are the dates. I'm fairly sure, but
You say I and others on the call suggested arranging a group of scientists to discuss this. Who are the others?
again, I believe, I don't remember, I'm fairly certain, though I'm not 100%, that was a few years ago, that it was Jeremy Farrar was one, and Christian Anderson was another. Eddie Holmes could possibly have been in that. I know he got involved in this later on.
Who's Eddie Holmes?
Eddie Holmes is a very well-recognized evolutionary virologist who works in Australia.
Does he receive funding from your agency?
I don't know. I'm not certain whether he does or not.
Do you know Eddie Holmes?
I don't know him personally, but I know of him. He's a very highly, what's the right word for it? Highly respected evolutionary virologist.
Do you know Christian Anderson?
I know Christian, not well. I've spoken to him a few times. I believe the first, and again, when you say, do you know, remember, we all go to international meetings where there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people that you interact with over the years. To my recollection, I've heard of Christian Anderson for a while. Christian is a internationally renowned scientist. I believe maybe the first time that I've actually spoken to Christian was on that phone call, but it is possible that without recalling, I ran into him and spoke to him on other occasions.
Do you know why he brought that concern to you in particular?
Objection calls for speculation.
I would imagine, since I am, with all due modesty, recognized as one of the top infectious disease people in the country and the director of the major research institution for infectious diseases in the world, that Christian and Jeremy, I know, I've known Jeremy for a long time, that they thought it would be a good idea to give me a call, since I'm looked upon, rightly or not, as the top government infectious diseases person. And they felt, I believe, you'll have to ask them, but I felt they believed, since I'm generally considered the top government infectious disease person, that it would be appropriate to let me know. At the same time, as we brought in, I don't have the list in front of me of the scientists we brought together on the phone call the following day, which was a Saturday. Let me finish, because I think it's important. Because the people we brought in, we tried to get a large international group of people together so we could have well representation. As to my recollection, there were people like Sir Patrick Vallance, who was the chief scientist in England, on the phone, among other people.
Can I pause for a second?
Sure.
This is a deposition. I'm going to ask you questions, and I'm going to ask you to listen to the question
Right.
and answer the question that I'm asking,
Okay.
and not go off on lengthy tangents.
Fine.
Can you agree to do that, please?
I'd be happy to do that.
Counsel, I would also ask you to let the witness provide the proper context where he feels is necessary in response to your questions.
Yeah, let me direct your attention to the first page of Exhibit 6 in front of you. At the bottom of that page, you see it indicates that on Friday, January 31st, 2020, at 1847, you wrote an email to Jeremy and Christian saying, "This came out today. You may have seen it. If not, it is of interest to the current discussion," correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not Your Honor. Sorry.
Well, you're very honorable, but go ahead.
I just would like the witness to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with the document.
I'm just directing his attention to that spot on the page. You see the spot I referred to?
Well, I would like to make sure that the witness is familiar with the document
here.
prior
Yeah.
to answering
So-
questions about the document.
I've just asked if you see that spot on the page.
Where it says this just came out today?
Yeah.
Yes.
And is that a reference to the article by John Cohen in Science Magazine?
I don't recall.
You don't recall sending that message?
No, let
Go
me
ahead.
finish. You're asking me a question. When you say this just came out today, And on the next page of Exhibit 6, there's an article by John Cohen on mining coronavirus genomes for clues in the outbreak. Since they are juxtaposed together, I imagine that that's what I sent, but I don't recall specifically that article.
Do you know why you would have said that article is of interest to the current discussion?
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record mischaracterizes testimony.
Looking at the title of the article, which is Mining Genomes for Clues in the Outbreak, I'm not sure exactly why I would have sent it. Imagine is that if they're referring to the genomic makeup of the virus, and we were talking about the genomic makeup of SARS-CoV-2 that raised some suspicion on the part of Christian and Jeremy, that an article in Science by John Cohen that talks about genomes of virus would be, as it said, might be of interest to the current discussion. I imagine that's what I was referring to.
If you look, staying on page 1, if you look immediately above your email, do you see the kind of response email from Dr. Anderson?
Let me read it. Yeah.
Okay, and you see in the second paragraph of that email where he mentions, I should mention that after discussions earlier today, says Dr. Anderson, Eddie, Bob, Mike, and myself all find the genome inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory.
Right.
Do you know who Eddie is?
Eddie Holmes, probably.
Do you know who Bob is?
Could be Bob Gary, I'm not sure.
And then do you know who Mike is?
I don't, but it could be Mike Warraby. I'm not sure.
Okay. And then immediately above that, Dr. Anderson said the unusual features of the virus make up a really small part of the genome, so one has to look really closely at all the sequences to see that some of the features potentially look engineered,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
Is that the sort of concern that he had raised in the call you'd had earlier that day on Friday, January 31st?
The answer is yes, he was referring to some unusual features, but if I might just take an extra 5 seconds, it says the unusual features of the virus make up a really small part of the genome, and one has to look really closely. And that was the tone of the discussion. And just quickly referring to the last sentence in the second paragraph, when he was talking about inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory, the next sentence says, but we have to look at this much more closely, and there are still further analyses to be done, so those opinions could still change.
Did you think this was an alarming concern that he was raising?
I think it was an interesting and important concern, and that was the reason why we all agreed it would be a very good idea to get a larger group of qualified evolutionary virologists to look closely, more than just a quick look, but a look over a period of a couple of days at the virus to see if, in fact, this concern and suspicion was justified, or there could be another explanation for it.
Can you stay in that same document, Exhibit 6, and flip ahead to the 8th page of the document? It's got a base number 2432 at the bottom.
Counsel, I again ask you to allow Dr. Fauci sufficient time to... Actually, Counsel, this seems to be several documents together. I'm a little confused what's going on with this exhibit.
Can you turn to the 8th page of the exhibits, please?
Well, I would like Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this exhibit prior to answering questions.
I just want him to look at the 8th page. Do you see the 8th page?
Is that 2421?
2432.
Oh, excuse me, 2432. I'm sorry, the numbers are kind of, oh, it's going the opposite direction, sorry. I got 2430, and then it's followed by 2431, and then it's 2421.
I have the same.
I'm sorry.
Can you go to
I'm
start,
confused.
start in the first page, count 8 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Look at the 8th page.
Well, counsel, this seems to be out of order with the date stamping, and so I would object to this as being misleading. 2432 is inserted in this document between 2402 and 2426.
Off the record, please. Can we go off the record?
Time is 9:04 a.m. and we are going off the record.
Do you see? Oh, sorry.
The time is 9:05 a.m. and we're back on the record.
Dr. Fauci, do you see the 8th page of this document?
Yeah, if it's the one that says Hugh, it is essential that we speak, yeah.
Correct, yeah. And at the top of this page, you sent this email to Hugh Auchincloss. Is that how you say his name?
That's correct.
Yeah, you sent this email to Hugh Auchincloss, your principal deputy.
Yes.
Did you send it at 12:29 a.m. on Saturday, February 1st?
Yeah.
In the to email, there's a CC there that's redacted out. Do you know who you CC'd on this email?
No, I don't recall.
Would you have CC'd one of your personal email addresses on this?
No, I very rarely do that.
Have you ever done that? Have you ever CC'd your personal email on a work-related matter?
You know, I don't recall. I doubt that. Do
you see there's an attachment listed on this email? Attachments, you see where it says Barak, Shi et al., Nature Medicine,
Yeah.
SARS gain of function.
Right.
Do you know what that attachment was? It's not included on the email.
You know, it says SARS, Barak, Shi et al., Nature Medicine. It could possibly have been, again, I don't know for sure, but it is certainly consistent with it being exhibit number 4.
And that is the 2015 article co-authored in part by Ralph Barrick and Shi Zhongli that we talked about earlier.
Right.
Do you recall attaching that particular exhibit to this email to Hugh?
I can't say that I recall that particular, but it is certainly consistent with that because the attachment title is Barak, Shi, Nature Medicine, so it certainly is consistent with and maybe likely that that's what I was referring to. All those things look consistent.
In other words, that Exhibit 4 is a Nature Medicine article, correct?
Exhibit 4 is Nature Medicine article.
And two of the co-authors are Barrick and Shi that we talked about earlier.
Yes.
And then did you describe it as a SARS gain of function article?
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
Did you describe it like that?
It looks like it was described as that, yeah.
You know if you were the one who wrote that title describing that article?
I don't recall. I'm not sure exactly why that word got in there. It may be something that was mentioned by Barrick. I don't really recall. That was some time ago.
Do you think that article, it refers to gain of function? Or do you not recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know why you attached that article to this email to Hugh, your principal deputy, at 12:30 in the morning on Saturday, February 1st?
I don't recall, but I believe, and again, I would say I don't precisely recall, but there was some recollection or someone told you that, you know, we do fund research in China, particularly surveillance research. I think you referred to it when you gave me one of the exhibits about the surveillance of what might be out in the community among bats. And at my recollection, I brought to Hugh's attention saying, we have to speak in the morning because I want to find out what the scope of what it is that we are funding, so I'll know what we're talking about. And that's what I was referring to when I said you will have tasks today to give me some information, because this was the first that I had heard about specifics of what EcoHealth and what other people were doing, and I wanted my staff to say, get me up to date. So that's what I meant by you have work to do.
And you said it is essential that we speak this morning, this AM, correct?
Right.
And so you wanted him, and you said keep your cell phone on, correct?
Yeah, the reason is that I know we were going to have a phone call with the larger group of evolutionary virologists, and this is the first that I had heard about what we may or may not have been funding through EcoHealth and others, and I wanted to get a better scope of just what the terrain of what we were doing in collaboration with different scientists, and that's why I asked him that question.
Did you call Hugh's cell phone that day?
I don't recall if I did.
Do you remember talking to him at all that day?
I might have, but I don't recall.
Later in the email you say, read this paper as well as the email that I will forward to you now. You will have tasks today that must be done, correct?
Right.
What were the tasks that must be done today?
I wanted to be briefed on the scope of what our collaborations were and the kind of work that we were funding in China. I wanted to know what the nature of that work was.
Were you concerned at that time that the work that you had funded in China might have led to the creation of the coronavirus?
I wasn't concerned that it might have, but I didn't like the fact that I was completely in the dark about the totality of the work that was being done, and I was going into a phone call with a larger group of well-established scientists, and I wanted to have at my fingertips just what we were and were not doing.
In the call earlier that evening, had Christian Andersen or Jeremy Farrar raised this 2015 Nature Medicine paper in any way?
I don't recall.
How did you think of it? Why were you at midnight, a little after midnight on Saturday, thinking of this particular 2015 article?
I don't recall.
Do you remember how this article kind of got on your radar screen at all?
I don't recall.
And I think I showed you earlier the email, I think is Exhibit 5, where it refers to the grant pursuant to bat coronavirus from about 3 days earlier. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, you're going pretty quickly. So.
Sorry.
Also, Counselor, I need you to slow down.
Let's move on, actually. Your testimony is you do not remember how you became aware at this time of the Barrick Nature Medicine paper, correct?
Say that again at this time. I'm sorry, I'm not getting your question clearly.
Do you recall how you became aware of this attachment that you've called Barrick Shi et al. Nature Medicine SARS gain of function?
I don't recall. I mean, I became aware of it, but right now I really don't recall what day, what specific day I became aware of it.
In your email, you tell Hugh, read this paper as well as the email that I will forward to you now. Can you turn to the next page?
Yeah.
And here it's a email just a couple minutes later, or actually literally the same minute that you sent to Hugh at 12:29 a.m. on Saturday, February 1st, 2020, correct?
Right.
And here you're forwarding him that same John Cohen article that you had sent to Christian Andersen and Farrar, correct?
Did I send it to Christian and Farrar? Yeah.
I remember sending it to him and saying it is of interest to the current discussion, this same John Cohen email or article.
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused with your question. So what is the question?
Well, let me ask you this. On looking at this second email to Hugh Auchincloss,
Right.
Why did you forward him this particular article?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I actually don't recall why I forwarded it to him.
Did you forwarded him two articles, right? The Barrick Shi Nature Medicine article at 12:29 a.m. and then the John Cohen science article as well.
Yeah.
Do you know why you did that?
I don't recall why I did that. I think I wanted him to be aware because the question that I was really getting at with him is that I want to find out what the scope of what we were doing in China, because they obviously called me up and said they had a concern about a virus. I wanted to make sure I knew everything that we were doing there. That was the purpose of my email.
Do you remember talking to him about that?
Objection asked and answered.
If you know. Do you remember talking to Hugh about that concern?
I don't remember, but I think somewhere it says, I think I said I was going to call you somewhere. I don't recall speaking to him. I recognized the emails because, as I said, and I'll repeat, I was going to be on a phone call with a large group of people who are very versed in the field, and I didn't want to go into the phone call not knowing the scope of what our relationship was regarding funding of grants in China. I was not familiar with these grants.
Did you ever raise those grants in China in the phone call you had later that day with all the scientists?
I don't believe I did. I might have, but I don't believe I did. The discussion, I was relatively silent in the discussion with the group of about a dozen people. They were all evolutionary virologists, and the nature of the discussion was back and forth about the likelihood or not of there being a manipulation. No, I don't recall bringing this up. In fact, what I did have heard in statements from people who were on the call that I was, quite open and let people talk and decide what they wanted to do, because that's not my field, evolutionary virology.
Do you remember saying anything at all on that call?
I may have said a few things, but I was relatively silent on that call.
Do you know what they were?
What were?
The things that you may have said.
No, I don't recall. But I certainly was not one of the people actively engaged in the discussion. I was relatively quiet because I wanted to hear what they had to say.
Can you flip ahead in that document to 5 more pages from that 9th page that we were on, or 6 more pages from that 9th page we were on? There's a document with base number 2421 at the bottom.
2421?
Yeah. An email from you to Lawrence Tabak. You found that? Yeah. Who's Lawrence Tabak or Tabak?
Lawrence Tabak is at the time, was the deputy director of the National Institutes of Health. He is currently the acting director of the National Institutes of Health.
Do you see, did you forward him the same article at 1:13 in the morning?
Objection mischaracterizes the time.
Or was that done at a different time?
Just for the clarity of the record, Counsel, it says 1319.
Sorry, at 1:19 in the morning.
In the morning or afternoon?
Was it in the morning or the afternoon? Do you remember?
13 is, I believe, the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me ask this: later that day, then on
Yeah.
Saturday, February 1st, did you forward Lawrence Tabak the same Nature Medicine article that you'd sent to Hugh?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't recall why, but likely I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of what the discussions were. Francis Collins, the director at the time of the NIH, was on that phone call in the morning of February 1st.
Did that phone call happen in the morning, to your recollection?
I believe it was in the morning.
Are you sure it wasn't at 2 p.m.?
I don't recall.
If your official calendar reflects a call with Jeremy Farrar at 2 p.m. that day, that Saturday, would you dispute that?
I don't recall when it was. If my calendar says it was at 2 p.m., then likely it was at 2 p.m. I don't recall.
Was Mr. Tabak on that call?
I don't believe so. I know that Francis Collins was. I don't believe that Larry was, but he could have been.
Were you sending it to him so that he could give it to Francis Collins?
I don't recall. That is a possibility that I would have done that.
Had you discussed with Francis Collins that day this concern? Had you discussed with Francis Collins that day the possibility that NIAID had funded research in China?
I don't believe so. I mean, that we funded research in China? Well, everybody knows we fund research in China.
More specifically, had you discussed with Francis Collins that day the issue that that NIAID may have funded coronavirus-related research in China?
You know, I'm not sure exactly the point you're making.
Just asking if you discussed that issue with Francis Collins.
I don't recall,
Okay.
to be honest with you.
That's all right. Can you turn to the next page? Do you see this email exchange between you and Hugh Auchincloss?
Yeah?
Okay. What's the time of this email? 17:51. Is that 5:51 in the afternoon where you sent
Yep.
it? And then you responded to an email that he sent you at 11:47 a.m. that morning. Is that correct?
Counsel, I would ask if you give Dr. Fauci a moment to familiarize himself with this document prior to asking questions.
Okay, the paper you sent me says the experiments were performed before the gain-of-function pause, but have since been reviewed and approved by NIH. Not sure what that means, since Emily is sure that no coronavirus work had gone through the P3 framework. She would.
Fauci, I need you to speak up.
Okay, I'm reading from an email from Hugh Auchincloss to me at 11:47 a.m. on February 1st, 2020. And
I'm not asking you to read the email. I'm just asking you.
Okay, but she asked me to. So.
I'm asking you to identify what time that email from Hugh was sent to you.
Was it?
And counsel, I'm asking you to give the witness an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
And that's what I was reading when you're telling me to read it out loud. So let's get together here.
If you read on the record, I need you to speak up. So that
Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut and read it silently so it's not on the record. Okay, what's the question, sir?
Hugh emailed you saying the paper you sent me says the experiments were performed before the gain-of-function pause, but have since been reviewed and approved by the NIH. Do you know what he was referring to when he said that?
I don't know exactly, but I'm assuming, and I think correctly, apropos of what I've been telling you for the last several minutes, is that I wanted to get a feel of the scope of what we were doing. And I had mentioned to Hugh, I'm sure, Hugh, I want to know everything that's going on because I want to make sure that I understand all of what our involvement is in funding research in China. And Hugh's response was he looked at it and he said, everything has been reviewed and approved by NIH. And Emily, who is Emily Erbelding, is the director of the Division of Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, and she would have been the one who was closest to the ground in understanding what we were doing in funding China. And it says Emily is sure that no coronavirus work had gone through the P3 framework, which means it did not rise to the level of concern to get the extra approval of P3CO. She will try to determine if we have any distant ties to this work and above. All of these sentences and statements are compatible with what I mentioned to you a couple of times now, is that this being the first time I had heard of this, I wanted to be briefed as to the extent of our involvement with funding in China.
Did you raise a specific concern with Hugh about the possibility that the 2015 research paper had been inconsistent with the gain-of-function moratorium that was put in place in 2014?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
Again, I'm sorry,
Did you raise a specific concern with Hugh that the research reflected in the Barrick-Shee Nature Medicine paper may have been inconsistent with the pause on gain-of-function funding research?
That is possible. As I said, again, very consistent with what I've been saying. I wanted to make sure I had a good feel for the scope of what we were doing regarding research that we fund in China, since that was not something that was on my radar screen. And I will say, so that you understand, this is a $120,000 a year grant in a $6.3 billion portfolio. So
Above that on the email, you respond to Hugh, okay, stay tuned. Do you see that?
yes,
We stay tuned. Did you have any follow-up communications with him about this?
I don't recall.
Do you remember talking to Emily Erbelding about it at all?
I don't recall. I might have. I believe certainly that Hugh did. He said he did on the email. He said Emily is sure that no coronavirus work has gone through the P3 framework. Whether I specifically spoke to Emily, I don't recall, but Hugh certainly did.
And Emily works for NIAID.
Emily is the director of the Division of Microbiology and Infectious Diseases at NIAID.
Can you turn the page, one page in this document?
Yeah.
You see in the bottom part of this page, there's an email from Jeremy Farrar, dated February 1st, 2020 at 15:34.
Yep.
Again, counsel, I would ask you to give Dr. Fauci an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
You see immediately below that where he says 1st February, 2nd Feb for Eddie.
Yes.
Is Eddie Holmes? I think he said he works in
I
Australia.
believe it is. He's in Australia.
So he'd be in a different date than everyone else.
Right.
And then he says, information and discussion is shared in total confidence and not to be shared until agreement on next steps. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you remember any discussions with Jeremy Farrar about having this call be kept in total confidence?
I don't recall discussion about confidentiality or not, but I would imagine that Jeremy, and again, this is speculation, I would imagine that Jeremy wanted to make sure when you have something that obviously has a degree of sensitivity to it, that he didn't want people just blathering about it without proper discussion first. And I think that's what he meant, but that's speculation on my part.
You remember Jeremy saying anything about that? About keeping it in confidence at any time?
I don't recall, but it is certainly possible that he said that. It's understandable why he would say that.
Did you ever say anything about keeping it in confidence, to your recollection?
I may have, I don't recall.
Counsel, I would remind you to slow down, please.
Can you just turn one page further? Do you see it there, the last text on that page? He's got a list of participants in the call.
Yes, I see that.
Do you know how these participants were selected?
It was predominantly, to my recollection, it was predominantly Christian and Jeremy who made the selection of these people.
Do you know, did you have any role in picking who would participate in the call?
I don't believe I did. I felt that Francis Collins should be on the call since he's the director of NIH.
And did you loop him in later?
I believe I did. I believe I sent him an email or somehow connected him with the pending phone call.
Who's Patrick Valence at the bottom of the list, or Valence?
Patrick Valence is Sir Patrick Valence, who is the chief scientific or medical. I believe it's either one or the other. I believe it's the chief scientific officer who reports to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Is there anyone else on this list who's affiliated with a government as opposed to being an independent scientific researcher?
You know, I don't know, because many scientists internationally have an affiliation with a government, but looking at these names, I don't see anybody there on this list that is known to me to be affiliated with any government.
What is Jeremy Farrar's role?
Jeremy, at the time, and I believe he still is the director or CEO or head, I'm not sure what the title is, but he is the chief person at the Wellcome Trust in the United Kingdom.
Does the Wellcome Trust award grants for funding scientific research?
Yes, they do.
About how much do they award per year, do you know?
I do not know.
Is it a significant amount?
I guess so. I don't know for sure. I would imagine it is. It's a predominant organization in the UK.
Counsel, we've been going for close to an hour and a half. How much longer on this line of questioning?
Well, why don't we finish this document?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, do you know how much longer with this
Not
document?
long. You testified earlier that on this call, I take it this call actually occurred, didn't it?
The call on Saturday, I believe it was February 1st, did occur.
And you testified earlier there was scientific back and forth
Right.
among some of the participants.
Right.
And they were discussing and debating, whether or not the virus may have originated from a laboratory as opposed to in nature, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what anybody said on the call? Do you remember anything that anybody said on the call?
No, the only thing I do remember is that there was what appeared to me to be good faith discussion back and forth between people who knew each other, people who had interacted with each other, so they had mutual respect for each other's opinion. I got that impression in listening, and I was in a total listening mode because, as I mentioned, these were evolutionary virologists who were talking about the specifics of what detail made them suspicious that it could have been a manipulation, and the other side would counter and show that this is compatible with a natural evolution. And they were going back and forth. The tenure of it ended that we need more time, and I believe that in one of the emails that you asked me about a little bit ago, that they said we need some time to more carefully look at this to see if we can come to a sound conclusion based on further examination of the sequences.
Was there concern expressed in the call that people might, express in the media or social media, conspiracy theories or anything like that?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
If you recall.
I don't recall whether that was discussed. I believe there was some concern after that, just the mention of something being manipulated could create a lot of buzz on discussion. But I don't really recall specifically anything that was said during the call about this.
Do you remember any discussion of people having concerns that expressions on social media that the virus was originated in a lab might discredit scientific funding projects?
I don't recall anything from that phone call.
How about in this time period? Is that something you ever discussed with Jeremy Farrar?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
I'm not sure if I discussed it with Jeremy Farrar. I have a vague recollection that there was concern about I don't think it had anything to do with social media, but it was a concern of diverting attention from the real task of pursuing what needs to be pursued with this outbreak for the better good of the public health, a distraction of some sort.
So specifically, would the theory that the virus escaped from the lab might be a distraction from the response to the virus's spread?
No, I think the general feeling among the participants in the call is that they wanted to get down to the truth and not wild speculation about things. They are scientists, highly regarded, qualified evolutionary virologists, and they make as their mantra always sticking with evidence and sticking with data. And I believe there's always a concern that when you throw speculations in that are not based on data and evidence, that that's a diversion from more proper things that should be done. I don't think there was any other concern than sticking with the truth and sticking with data. And part of the data would be to carefully look at the virus in a careful, measured way and to determine whether or not the initial concern about the molecular makeup, upon further examination, either validated that concern or made it clear that that concern was somewhat unwarranted, if not completely unwarranted. That was the nature of the discussion.
Was the consensus on the call, I think you said earlier, that they needed more time to investigate this possibility? Right. And was the plan at the end of the call to take more time to investigate that possibility?
The plan was to go and spend more time carefully looking at it. That was the sort of end conclusion, that let's take a closer look at this. And on taking a closer look, perhaps we can, come to a more evidence and fact-based conclusion.
Did they in fact do that? Did they take more time and come to an evidence and fact-based conclusion, to your knowledge?
Oh, I believe that a few of Christian and a few of the others carefully got together and looked at it and examined the pros and the cons and the ups and downs, and came to the conclusion that their initial concern about the molecular basis of the concern was unwarranted, and that what they saw was quite compatible, in fact suggestive of a natural evolution.
Did you have any further involvement after the phone call? Like, did you talk to people on this call later, or were you included in emails about it after that?
Well, after that, I believe at some time later, a group of them, I don't remember all of them, but Christian was certainly one of them, put out a preprint, I believe, with that statement that was subsequently followed by a manuscript in which they laid out the molecular basis of why they felt this was more likely to be compatible with a natural evolution.
During that time period, did you have any other involvement in this issue? Did you have any other communications related to it with any of these people?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
When you say involvement, could you be more specific?
Well, let me ask you this, did you have any communications after the Saturday, February 1st phone call that you've just described, from that time period until a preprint was published of their study? Did you have any other discussions or communications with any of the people on the call about this issue of the virus's origins?
I had not recalled that until, I believe, in questions that were asked in letters that came in from Congress and others, that they may have, and I believe they did, send Francis Collins and I a preprint of the article that came to the conclusion that the molecular configuration of the virus was clearly compatible with a natural occurrence.
Do you recall any communications with Jeremy Farrar after that phone call?
I don't. It is certainly possible, but I don't specifically remember any communications with Jeremy about that. But, Jeremy and I know each other reasonably well. I would not be surprised if we did, but I don't specifically recall a communication related to the subject at question.
That's my last question on this exhibit. Do you want to take a pause now?
Yes, it's 9:37. If that works for Dr. Fauci.
Take a short break. I'm good.
Time is 9:38 a.m. and we're going off the record. The time is 9:50 a.m. and we're back on the record.
Dr. Fauci, you're being handed Exhibit 7. Which is a collection of emails that were produced pursuant to FOIA. On the front page here, just at the very top, there's an email from you to Jeremy and Kristen Anderson, correct?
Correct.
And it says Jeremy : and then there's a huge redaction of everything you said. Best regards, Tony. You see that?
I do.
Do you have any recollection of what you were talking about in this email?
No, I don't. I don't recall.
Can you flip ahead to the 4th page? So turn 3 pages. There's an email from Jeremy Farrar to you on January 30th saying, Tony, perfect timing, thank you, great to catch up, correct?
Yeah, the January 30th, 7:13 a.m.
Right.
Yeah, Tony, perfect timing, thank you, great to catch up.
And you responded, thanks, Jeremy, great chatting with you and Patrick. We'll stay in close touch, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, and I guess this would be 2 days before that Saturday conference call we talked about.
Yeah.
Did you have a phone call with Patrick Valance and Jeremy Farrar on that day?
Well, I don't recall it, but it says here in an email from me to Jeremy on January 30th, great chatting with you and Patrick, so I assume I did, but I don't recall that.
Do you know why you said we'll stay in close touch?
No, I don't recall.
Do you remember what you, Jeremy, and Patrick may have said to each other on that phone call?
No, I really don't recall that. I mean, it obviously happened because I've referred to it in the email, but I don't recall that call.
Can you flip ahead? So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more pages to a page that has an email from Jeremy to you on February 1st saying, could you join at the top? Correct?
Yes, I see that.
And is this Jeremy inviting you to the conference call that would happen later that day?
Objection, speculative.
If you recall.
Yeah, it looks that way. I mean, I know we had a conference call on February the 1st, and Jeremy in this email is saying, can you join? And the names on the list are the names that were on the call, so I would imagine it's quite reasonable to assume that this is the invitation to join the call.
Lower down in Jeremy's email, close to the bottom, about 4 lines up from the bottom, he says, my preference is to keep this a really tight group. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know why that was his preference?
Objection, speculative.
No. You know, I don't really know why. I could speculate as to why that when you have too large a group.
To be clear, I'm not asking you to speculate, I'm just asking if you know. For example, did he tell you why he wanted it to be really tight?
No, he didn't tell me why, but I can gather why if you're not interested in hearing it.
What
That's
do you
great.
gather? What do you gather?
Slow down, you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll slow down. I said,
What do you gather?
my knowledge of meetings of this sort is that when you want to get something done and you have a task to do, that if you have a really large group of people, like I've been on conference calls where there's 50 people on the call and nothing gets done, I believe, and I think it's a reasonable assumption, that if you want to have a working group to have a serious discussion, you don't want to have 100 people on the call. You want to make it, and I think that's what Jeremy was referring to, is he said, I want to make it a tight group.
And then 4 lines lower, he says, obviously ask everyone to treat in total confidence, correct?
Yes.
Do you know why it was obvious that it should be treated in total confidence?
Objection, asked and answered, also speculative.
If you know. Why is that obvious?
Well, my speculation is that what Jeremy meant is that when you're dealing with something in which there is a suspicion of something that would have great consequences, but there's no real evidence that it is, that you want to make sure that you don't all of a sudden have a lot of people talking about something based on no evidence. So I think that's what he meant, is until we can get together and seriously discuss it, let's not just make it widely disseminated. I
So he didn't want
I
Mr.
believe that's what he said, but I don't know.
Do you know if he wanted Dr. Anderson to not share his concerns about the origins of the virus potentially being from a lab with anyone else?
Objection, speculative, vague.
No. I believe based on what the purpose of the call was, to rather than be at the level of speculation about something that may or may not have been engineered, that we first get a group of highly qualified international evolutionary virologists to discuss it first before people on the outside who have no knowledge of evolutionary biology start wildly speculating about things.
Can you flip ahead a few pages? So the page you're on, we're going to go ahead 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that 6th page. An email at the top from Jeremy Farrar to you and Francis Collins. Do you see that?
The one on, I think, are you on the page that the top line says from Jeremy Farrar, sent Saturday, 1st of February at 13:27?
Correct.
Yeah.
I apologize. I'm not on the right page then. Okay, I see it.
You got it.
And it says, re-teleconference. Farrar has responded excellent to an email from you where you said, Jeremy, Francis will be on the call. He is trying to phone you. Do you see
Counsel,
that?
I think we're on two different pages. Dr. Fauci referred to a page with the subject line re-conference details, and that you're referring
Can you
to
turn 2 more pages?
Two more
Doctor?
forward?
Yeah.
2 more forward?
Yeah,
Teleconference, RE teleconference.
correct.
Okay.
Jeremy responded excellent to your email saying, Jeremy, Francis will be on the call. He is trying to phone you.
Right.
Correct.
Correct.
Do you recall discussing, talking to Francis Collins about getting involved in the conference call?
I don't specifically recall, but certainly it was my intention of making sure that the director of NIH was on the call, and given what I said in the email at 15:48 to Jeremy, I said, Francis will be on the call. He's trying to call you. He's trying to phone you. I mean, obviously that is totally consistent with my having spoken to Francis and saying, Francis, you should be on a call. Why don't you check with Jeremy to get some feel about what the call is going to be about?
Do you know if they talked to each other?
I don't know for sure whether they did.
Can you start with that page you're on and flip ahead a few pages? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you're on the 10th page.
And what's the top line?
At
in
the top, it should say from Fauci Anthony, sent Saturday, 1 February 2020 at 20:03.
Yeah. And the subject is teleconference?
Correct.
All right.
And there's immediately below your email saying yes. There's an email from Jeremy Farrar sent to you, Francis Collins, Patrick Valance, and Mike Ferguson, correct?
Yes.
Who's Mike Ferguson?
You know, I should know. I don't know. I've heard that name before, but I don't know who he is. He was one of the, I believe he was one of the people on the call. The name is familiar, but, you know, I probably should know who he is, but I don't.
Okay, so Jeremy emailed to that smaller group of people, can I suggest we shut down the call and then redial in just for 5 to 10 minutes, correct?
Yes.
And you responded yes, correct?
Yeah.
Did that happen? Did Jeremy shut down the call?
You know, I don't recall.
Do you know why Jeremy was wanting to have the call paused for a minute and floated it only to a small group of the participants in the call?
Objection, speculative.
No, I just don't remember that. I don't remember that shutting down a call, actually.
Do you remember Jeremy talking separately to you and Dr. Collins during the course of that call?
No, I don't recall that.
Can you flip ahead? So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, for 5 more pages.
The top is Jeremy Farrar,
Right.
2020-1909.
Yes.
Okay.
And you see it's the same list of participants: Francis Collins, you, Patrick Valance, and Mike Ferguson, correct?
I apologize. I'm lost myself on this. What's the top email?
The top email is Jeremy Farrar, Saturday, 1st of February, 2020, 1909.
I'm not on that one. Mine is 2013. Can you turn 2 more pages, please?
Two more forward?
Yeah.
I would just ask counsel to identify the time when referring
Sure.
to.
Okay, the one that says Jeremy Farrar, teleconference 2013.
Do you remember if Francis Collins responded to that email about shutting down the conference call?
No, I do not recall. I just don't recall anything about shutting down a conference call.
Okay. Can you turn 3 more pages to one email at 220626?
Yeah?
And this is an email chain between you, Jeremy, and Francis Collins, correct?
Yes.
Counsel, I would please ask if you could let Dr. Fauci familiarize himself with the document as you're asking questions.
If he knows, he can answer the questions.
Okay.
If he wants time to familiarize, he can ask for it. If you go halfway down the page, there's an email from Francis Collins to you and Jeremy, correct?
Let me look at it.
Labeled at 2050.
Right. Yes, I see that.
It says, "Hi, Jeremy. I can make myself available at any time, 24/7, for the call with Tedros." Correct?
Correct.
Do you know who Tedros is?
That's Tedros is the Director General of the World Health Organization.
So there was a plan to have a call with the Director General of the World Health Organization at this time.
Correct.
Do you remember that plan?
What I do recall from the discussion on the call was that we needed to notify various relevant people as to the fact that this was being looked into. One of the obvious relevant people would be the director of the World Health Organization.
Do you specifically remember a plan between you, Francis, and Jeremy to contact Dr. Tedros?
Objection mischaracterizes evidence and speculative.
I know that there was a discussion about contacting Tedros. That responsibility was not put on me. I believe it was predominantly, I'm not 100% certain, but I think with some degree of, I wouldn't say certainty, but I tend to believe it was Jeremy's responsibility to be the one to contact and reach out to Tedros and explain to him what these deliberations were.
I'm going to give you another document marked Exhibit 8.
Counsel, do you have copies for us?
Oh. Do you recall communicating, before you look at the document, do you recall having any communication with Dr. Tedros about the concerns that were raised in the February call?
I don't recall having any communications directly or even indirectly with Tedros.
Did you have any input on, having the World Health Organization get involved in this issue of any kind?
I don't specifically recall, but one of the theme and the spirit of the discussion on the phone call on February 9th, either before or after or during the phone call, was that it would be important to alert or let in, at least to the discussions important individuals, including the Director General of WHO.
Can you look at this Exhibit 8 that's in front of you? And with this one, can we start at the back? Starting at the last page, can you turn one page forward to the second to last page?
Again, as I've objected beforehand, I would please let the witness have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document prior to asking questions.
So I'm looking at something that says von an. This is, I guess, a German to and from. Is
Are
that
you
on
in
that?
the? I think so. Are you in the second to last page of the document?
Yeah, the one that has von,
Yes.
Jeremy Farrar, and on, Fauci, Valence, CC, Dorsten, Koopmans.
Those are the participants in the call there in the CC line, right? Down there, second to last paragraph, there's a one-sentence paragraph there that begins in Jeremy's email. I do know there are papers being prepared. Do you see that?
I know there are papers being prepared. There will be media interest, and there already is chat on Twitter, WeChat.
And Twitter and WeChat are social media platforms, correct?
Yes, I guess so. I don't know about WeChat, but I
Do you
know
remember?
Twitter is.
Sorry, you don't know what WeChat is?
I've heard of it. I don't do social media, so I'm not familiar with these.
Is that a Chinese-based social media platform?
I don't know.
Do you remember Jeremy raising concerns about chat on Twitter, WeChat, or other social media platforms about the virus's origins?
MC said I'm
No, I'm not. This is not ringing a bell with me.
Okay, can you flip ahead? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever have concerns of what people might be saying on social media about the virus's origins?
Objection ambiguous.
You know, I'm so dissociated from social media. I don't have a Twitter account. I don't do Facebook. I don't do any of that. So I'm not familiar with that. I've never gotten involved in that.
Do you know anyone who works for a social media platform?
Do I know somebody who works for a social media platform, who like works now for a social media platform?
Or at this time?
Well, I've had communications with Mark Zuckerberg in the past, who was, I've done, I believe, 3 outward FaceTime discussions encouraging people to get vaccinated.
Do you know anyone else who works for a social media platform other than Mark Zuckerberg?
When you say, do I know somebody who works?
Like, do you have acquaintances, people that you know who work at social media platforms?
Well, a person who used to work as a software engineer for Twitter was my daughter.
Oh, your daughter worked for Twitter?
She used to, yes.
Did you ever, when she was working at Twitter, did you ever discuss with her the content of stuff posted on social media platforms?
No.
Did you ever discuss with her the origins of the virus or concerns about the origins of the virus?
No, she has no interest in that.
What was her role in Twitter?
I believe she was a software engineer.
Does she still work at Twitter?
No,
When did she stop?
over a year ago.
Do you know anyone else who works at a social media platform
No.
other than Mark Zuckerberg and your daughter?
Do I know anyone else who works at a social media platform? To my knowledge, no. I have done a number of podcasts and interviews on Instagram, but I don't think those people work for a social media platform. I mean, I've done Instagrams with Steph Curry. I don't think he works for a media. He's a basketball player, but he uses his Instagram account to get me to talk with him about encouraging people to get vaccinated.
Can you go back to that exhibit in front of you, Exhibit 8? We're on the second to last page. Can you flip forward 2 pages? And on the top there's another email from Jeremy Farrar beginning, "My view is completely neutral on this." Do you see this?
I think it's Dr. Fauci. I think it's the page before.
This one?
No, I think you jumped too much.
I jumped too much.
It's this page, I think. Oh, no, that was wrong. Sorry.
I'm sorry, just hold on for a second, Mr. Sauer.
Maybe it's the page after.
My view is completely, yeah, I got it. I'm on the right page.
In that next line below that, do you see where Jeremy says, "I do know these questions are being asked by politicians, starting in the scientific literature, and certainly on social and mainstream media"? Do you see that?
Yeah, if and if there's speculative pressure and tensions rise, I fear these questions will get louder and more polarized, and people start to look at who to blame.
Do you see that?
Let me finish reading it 1 second. But who's the email to? I'm sorry, is this...
I'm just curious if you remember Jeremy raising concerns about expressions on social media about the origins of the virus in this time frame.
I don't recall anything about social media. I think Jeremy, and I believe he says it really very well here, that what he was afraid of, that people would be speculating and blaming people, blaming the Chinese, and that only will increase tensions and reduce cooperation, which is necessary to really continue to pursue what actually happened in order to prepare for and prevent similar things from happening in the future. And I think if you look at the email, he says a respected body convening a group now to consider the evolutionary origins with an open mind, neutral, and in a transparent way could prevent wild claims being made. I think it was Jeremy trying to be the honest broker and saying, let's do this properly.
And he was concerned about wild claims being made on traditional and social media. Is that how you read it?
Well, I guess so. I mean, let me see if he says social media here. Like I said, I'm kind of dissociated from social media. I don't know even how to access a tweet.
Were you ever concerned about what people would be saying on social media about the origins of the virus?
I'm concerned about, there being misinformation and disinformation that would interfere with our trying to save the lives of people throughout the world, which happens when people spread false things. So.
Including about the origins of the virus specifically?
I mean, I think that there's a lot of discussions about the origins of the virus, and we've got to keep an open mind about that.
You mentioned that you're concerned about misinformation and disinformation about the virus spreading.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
What'd you say?
I said misinformation and disinformation. And misinformation can be that Bill Gates and I put a chip in the vaccine which prevents people from getting vaccinated and perhaps leads to their losing their lives. That's what I get concerned about as a physician and a scientist, that misinformation and or disinformation can lead to loss of life. And I'm a physician, and that troubles me.
And it troubles you that those kinds of claims are being made on social media in particular?
I didn't mention social media.
Does it?
I mean, that's part of the way information is disseminated.
Can you take the page that's in front of you, and we're going to turn forward. Five more pages.
5, oh dear.
So we're really on the second page of the document now.
Second page, okay. Working forward.
On the middle of that page, do you see an email from you on Sunday, 2nd February 2020 at 15:30?
Jeremy, sorry I took so long. Is that
That's
it?
the one, yeah. You say here, in that second sentence, like all of us, I do not know how this evolved.
Right.
Do you see that?
Where I say, and so many people in the threat of further distortions on social media. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you concerned about further distortions on social media the day after the conference call?
I guess I was. I said it here in the email that I was concerned about the further distortions.
What distortions on social media were you concerned about? Was that be people expressing?
Wild speculations and accusations, blaming the Chinese and talking about their deliberately or accidentally, which certainly is a possibility. There was no evidence of that at the time, and that's what I was concerned about. And I think we were all concerned about that, because if you put this email juxtaposed against the statement of Jeremy about wanting to have a situation where we get down to the truth and people in good faith trying to figure out what was going on, certainly there are distortions on social media. Social media says I put a chip into the vaccine so that I can monitor people. That's a distortion.
Yeah, in that same email, if you look down there, you go on to say, immediately after the reference to further distortions on social media, you say it's essential that we move quickly. You see that?
Right.
And then hopefully we can get the WHO to convene, correct?
Right.
Do you know what you were talking about there? What were you?
I'm talking about getting down to the facts, because when the facts come out, that counters distortions, wherever that distortion is, speaking here or on social media or anyway. And what I was referring to is that we've got to get WHO to convene a unbiased body of people to try and thoroughly examine the information so we can get to the truth. And when you get to the truth quickly, and I said it is essential that we move quickly,
that
when
happen?
The truth comes out quickly, then you can avert and avoid distortions when you don't have the information out.
Did that happen? Was there actually a group convened by the WHO?
I'm not sure where that went, quite frankly.
Did you have any further involvement in that suggestion?
I think we all felt we should get the WHO involved, since that's the natural organization when you have something that has international implications.
If you look in the email above, Jeremy's response to you and Francis Collins, it says Tedros and Bernard have apparently gone into conclave. Who's Tedros?
Tedros is the Director General of the WHO.
And who's Bernard?
I don't know his last name. I do know, but I keep forgetting. Bernard. It's a German last name. Bernard is one of the high-ranking officials at WHO, I believe, if it's the same Bernard that I'm thinking of. There is a Bernard, and I'm embarrassed that I forgot his last name, but if this is the Bernard who I think it is a close senior associate of Tedros.
What does it mean when they say they have gone into conclave? Does that mean they're unavailable?
Objection calls for speculation.
I have no idea I would never use a terminology, I'm going into conclave. I wouldn't know what that means.
Jeremy goes on to say they need to decide today, in my view. Do you know what are they supposed to decide that day?
I do not know what they were supposed to decide.
Can you, and then he goes on to say, if they do prevaricate, I would appreciate a call with you later tonight or tomorrow to think how we might take forward, correct?
Boy, Jeremy must have been having a bad day. He's using words like conclave and prevaricate. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Well, let me ask this. Was there a discussion of having a follow-up call with you and Jeremy and Francis Collins about what steps you would take if the WHO didn't convene a group to study the virus's origins?
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence and assumes evidence not in the record.
Was there such a call? Was there any follow-up call between you, Jeremy, and Francis Collins?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I know that my feeling at the time was that Jeremy was going to take the ball and run with it regarding getting the WHO involved, and my my involvement or input into the WHO, I think, diminished, if not stopped, at that time. So I really would doubt that there was any further communication between me and the WHO about this. This was fundamentally Jeremy's lane, if you want to call it that.
Can you turn to the first page of this document? Another email from Jeremy. This one copies you, Dr. Tedros, Francis Collins, and Bernard Schwartlander.
That's him, Schwartlander. We got it.
Down in, you see there's a list of bullet points in this email from Jeremy.
Yes.
Okay, and about halfway down, there's a bullet point that says gathering interest evident in the science literature and in mainstream and social media to the question of the origins of the virus. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you aware of Jeremy discussing with the WHO the concern that there'd be social media discussion of the origins of the virus?
I have no recollection or information about Jeremy's discussions with the WHO involving anything, including social media. I see this here in an email, but I really have no additional or further information about Jeremy's gathering interest evident in the science literature regarding the origin. No.
You're being handed another document marked Exhibit 9. Do you see the second page of this document?
Yes.
You've got an email there at the top to Francis Collins and Jeremy Farrar where you say, agree, very thoughtful summary and analysis. We really need to get a WHO moving on getting the convening started, correct?
Right.
Were you, why'd you say that to Jeremy and Francis Collins?
Objection. I again would ask Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
Well, I'm looking at this email, and it says, agree, very thoughtful summary and analysis, and I don't recall what that summary and analysis was. I get hundreds, if not thousands, of documents thrown in front of me. I don't recall, so I said, I agree, very thoughtful summary analysis, but I don't recall today what that summary and analysis was.
Can you look at the page before, the first page of the document?
Yes.
Here's an email from Eddie Holmes to Jeremy Farrar, correct?
Right.
And it says, here's our summary so far, will be edited further, correct?
Right.
Was this a summary of the paper they were drafting as a result of that conference call?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
If you know.
I do not know what the summary was for, whether it was a summary of the discussion at the meeting, or whether it was the summary of what the deliberations were following the meeting. I really don't know.
He goes on to say in the next line, it's fundamental science and completely neutral as written, correct?
That's what it says.
And then he says, did not mention other anomalies as this will make us look like loons. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you know what he's referring to?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do not know what he's referring to.
Were anomalies in the virus discussed on that call that you participated in on February 1st?
You know, I'm not really sure what you mean by the word anomalies. It could mean a number of things. Unusual observations about the virus. I'm not really sure. I really don't understand very well what Eddie was referring to when he wrote this email to Jeremy.
Were you
So
emailed drafts of a paper that Eddie prepared as a result of that meeting?
I was, Francis and I got, I believe, I'm trying to recall accurately, but I think this is the case, I'm not 100% sure, that we were given copies of a draft of a manuscript at some point that was very fundamentally evolutionary virology, which is not my lane. So I remember getting a paper, looking at it. I don't believe I had any substantive comments on it, just by reading it, because that's not my lane, evolutionary virology.
Can you look at this next document, which we marked Exhibit 10?
I just want to make a standing objection that these documents that are being marked as exhibits are merging a lot of documents together, and we have, I object to the extent that this is mischaracterizing the record by putting documents together that may or may not be together, and I just want to say that there's been several exhibits along these lines, including Exhibit 10.
Can you look at the second page of Exhibit 10, Dr. Fauci?
Yeah.
And this is an email chain on Tuesday, February 4th, between you, Francis Collins, and Jeremy Farrar, correct?
Yes.
At the bottom, the email of this page, the email from you says, serial passage in ACE2 transgenic mice. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Again, I asked to give Dr. Fauci an opportunity to familiarize himself with this
I'm
document.
not sure. There's so many different things going here. I'm not sure what anybody's referring to here.
Do you know what you're referring to? Do you remember referring to serial passage in ACE2 transgenic mice in connection with that call?
No.
Do you know what that phrase means?
Serial passage means you sequentially passage a virus in mice, right?
In other words, is that a way of having the virus gain function?
It's possible. You could decrease function, you could gain function, you could do any of a number of things. And I don't recall or remember why or to what I was even referring when I said question mark, serial passage in ACE2 transgenic mice.
And then
I don't recall that at all.
Jeremy responded exactly. And then further up, Francis Collins says, surely that wouldn't be done in a BSL-2 lab, ? Do you see that?
Right.
Do you know why Francis Collins raised that issue?
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know why he did it, because I don't know the context in which they're talking. I would imagine that what Francis was saying, that if you are going to do in vivo studies with a virus that might have some danger to it, that you would want to do it in a higher level of containment. But I have to say, I don't know what they're talking about on these emails, and it doesn't ring a bell with me at all.
Do you know whether whether the research that was done by Peter Daszak and Shi Zhongli in the Wuhan Institute of Virology was done at a BSL-2 safety level?
When you're dealing with pseudoviruses and in vitro things, it is generally done in a BSL-2.
So is serial passage in ACE2 transgenic mice generally done at BSL-2?
It depends. Each different country, I believe, has their own level of restrictions about where, at what level of restriction a particular experiment is done. In general, and again, I'm hesitant to go there because that's not my area of expertise, but in general, when you're dealing with the situation where you need to take extra precautions in an in vivo experiment, that you would do it in a BSL-3. But again, having said that, I am not sure of what the connection between these different emails are referring to.
Above that, it says Wild West, and that's from email from Jeremy in response to Francis, correct?
Right.
Did Jeremy have an understanding that to do the kind of research being referred to at BSL2 safety conditions would be the Wild West?
Objection.
Yeah.
If you know.
Calls for speculation.
I actually don't know what Jeremy is referring to when he says Wild West.
Do you have concerns about performing gain-of-function research on viruses in BSL2 conditions?
Objection. Ambiguous.
No, you're using the term gain of function, which, as I mentioned earlier in the discussion, has such a broad range of interpretation that you'd have to specifically tell me what experiment you're referring to.
How about the experiment set forth in, I think it was Exhibit 2, the 2015 Shi and Barrick paper? Would those experiments be the sort would be appropriate to perform in BSL2 functions? Sorry,
I have
BSL2
not
conditions.
familiarized myself with that paper. I don't know if I ever even read it carefully. It would take me probably an hour to read through the paper to make a determination of what particular level of level of restriction it would be. So I don't think I could answer that question right now.
I'm handing you an Exhibit 11. Do you see that?
I don't have anything in front of me yet.
Counsel, can I have a copy?
Oh, yeah. Can you turn to the second page of this document? And is this an email on February 7th of 2020 from Jeremy to you and Francis Collins with the subject line revised draft?
Yeah.
And it says attachment summary Feb 7 PDF, right?
Right.
Is this, did Jeremy send you a draft of a paper that Eddie Holmes was working on that arose from the February 1st conference call?
You know, I don't recall. I believe, and again, this is vague, that a draft of a summary of something was sent to me. My recollection is I really didn't have any meaningful comments on it because it is, again, if it is a draft of what it might have been, it would be involved in a lot of complicated evolutionary virology that is not my lane.
Turn to the next page, the actual attachment. You see where it says overview at the very top?
Yes.
Counsel, you say this is the actual attachment. I want to just point out that is your characterization of it. There's nothing indicating that it is necessarily the attachment.
This is produced by NIH in response to FOIA requests.
I understand, but there's, I'm not saying that it's, I'm just saying for the record, it's not clear.
Under overview, do you see the third sentence is bolded? Beginning analysis of the virus.
Yes.
That bolded sentence says analysis of the virus genome sequences clearly demonstrates that the virus is not a laboratory construct or experimentally manipulated virus, correct?
Correct.
Was that a conclusion that you and Jeremy and Francis Collins discussed in this time frame?
As I mentioned before, I am not qualified, since I am not an evolutionary virologist, to make any kind of definitive determination about whether a genome could or could not be a laboratory construct or experimentally manipulated. I have relied, as anyone would, with highly qualified, respected evolutionary virologists to come to that conclusion or not.
Were you involved in the response to the various FOIA requests for your emails from NIAID and NIH?
I don't understand what you mean. Was I involved in them? A FOIA request does not come to me and I look through my emails and give the emails that they ask for. We have a system at the NIH where FOIA requests come in and a different component of the institute tap into the emails and provide the emails that are requested. I don't decide which emails go and don't go.
Do you approve redactions to them?
I
To your
never
own emails?
redact. I don't redact things.
So you don't have any involvement in deciding what gets redacted and
I
what
have
doesn't?
no involvement in what gets redacted. It gets redacted at multiple levels beyond me.
I'm handing you Exhibit 12. If you look at the first page of this document,
Yes.
and that's an email, again, chain on February 4th between Jeremy Farrar, you, and Francis Collins, right?
Yes, I see that.
And the attachment's called summary.docx, right?
Right.
And he says, please treat in confidence a very rough first draft from Eddie and team. They will send out an edited, cleaner version later today, correct?
Correct.
So you testified earlier that the consensus of the call on September 1st was that they needed to take more time to consider the arguments back and forth, correct?
Wasn't September.
I'm sorry, January.
Yes.
Okay, and then February 4th, the following Tuesday, after that Saturday call, you had received a rough first draft of a paper to be published as a result, or to be authored as a result of that, correct?
It says, please treat confidence a very rough draft. So it looks like they did send it to me. Right.
So that, do you remember getting that draft?
I don't recall specifically getting it, but as I mentioned, if I did, I wouldn't have much input into it since it's a draft, I'm sure, that involves very complicated evolutionary virology, of which I'm not an expert.
And Jeremy had forwarded to you, lower down on that page, the same email we looked at a moment ago, where Eddie Holmes says, did not mention other anomalies as this will make us look like loons, correct?
Right.
Do you recall reviewing this draft?
I might have looked at it, but I certainly didn't make any meaningful comments since it's outside of my lane of expertise.
Can you turn to the next page? Or actually, stay on that page for a minute. Jeremy says pushing WHO again today. There in the top, near the top of the page. You see where that is?
I'm sorry, the top of the first page?
Yeah.
And what are you referring to?
Second paragraph of Jeremy's email at the top of the page to you and Francis Collins says pushing WHO again today,
Yes.
correct? Were you involved in any communications with the WHO at that time to try to get them to act on this project?
Objection asked and answered.
To my recollection, I didn't have direct involvement with the WHO, not to my recollection.
Next page, second page of this document's another email from you we've seen before, right? Where you say we really need to get WHO moving.
Right.
Does this jog your memory at all? Do you remember being involved in trying to get the WHO to act?
The context of this exchange and the theme of the discussion, although I myself did not directly get involved in interactions with WHO on this, was that we all felt that given the convening power and the status of WHO, that we wanted to get them involved because we wanted to make sure that this was a open and transparent discussion that involved international global health authorities. So it is perfectly consistent and compatible that I would say we really need to get WHO moving on getting the convening involved, because we wanted an open convening so that evidence and data could be openly discussed. That was the theme of everything that was going on at the time.
Can you turn ahead to the second to last page of this document?
Yes.
And this is an email on Tuesday, February 4th from Jeremy to you and Francis Collins with an attachment called summary.pdf, right?
Correct.
And this says, it just says tidied up, correct?
Yes.
Did he send you a second draft that same day, the 4th, that was, quote, tidied up?
I don't recall.
You don't know if he sent you a second draft? Does his email jog your recollection?
The email does very little to jog my recollection. Again, I had very little input or even interpretation of the information, because it was in an area that is not my area of expertise. I don't know what he means by tidied up. Usually,
can you turn to the next? I'm not asking about that. Can you turn to the next page, please?
Counsel, please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt the witness. He's.
I'm going to ask you to listen to questions that I'm asking
I'm
and
listening.
answer the question that I'm asking without going on long tangents. Can you do that, please?
I'd be happy to. I don't think I'm going on long tangents, but
can
I'm
you
trying to
turn
put things into appropriate context.
Can you turn to the next page of the document?
Yes.
This is the last page. This is a February 5th email from Jeremy to you and Francis. Correct?
It says Tony and Francis, the revised draft Ameti copied here.
And so he sent you a third draft on February 5th,
Right.
2 drafts on the 4th, and a third draft on the 5th, correct?
I'm not keeping up with the different ones, so I can't say correct because you're going really fast.
And you recall from the prior exhibit that there was another draft that was sent to you on February 7th, correct?
It appears that there were a couple of drafts that were sent back and forth.
And those were, when you say a couple, it's about 4 so far, correct?
I can't say at least a couple. I don't know exactly how many.
Were you aware that during the same time frame that Peter Daszak was organizing a statement for The Lancet
Objection.
about the origins of the virus?
Objection is speculative, also vague.
I don't recall.
Are you aware that a letter was published in The Lancet in February of 2020 organized by Peter Daszak?
You know, I really don't recall. There's, again, getting to my statement about context, you're talking about a period of time when thousands of things come across my desk, so I don't recall anything specific about something that Peter Daszak may or may not have written for Lancet. If I saw it, perhaps, not guaranteed, it might jog my memory, but I don't recall that right now.
I'm handing you Exhibit 13.
May I ask the witness if he needs a break or if he's going okay?
I'm good.
Can you turn to the third page of this document?
Third page.
The top half of this page, there's a email from Jeremy to that begins Francis and Tony, correct? Do you see that email?
I'm reading it.
Yeah. And that third bullet point in his email, his email is talking about contact with the WHO again, correct?
Correct.
And there's been a number of emails, we've talked about that already, correct?
Yeah.
Third bullet point in his email, he says, we can have a call this week with a core group of that to frame the work of the group, including if you could join.
Right.
And I take it he's inviting you and Francis Collins to join a call to discuss framing the work of the WHO convened group.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
Did you have that call?
I don't recall. Like I said before, this was mostly a Jeremy-led thing, and I don't recall having a call with WHO. It's possible that we did, but I don't recall.
Two bullet points down, it says, with names to be put forward into the group from us and pressure on this group from your and our teams next week, correct?
That's what it says.
First half of that line, it talks about names put forward into the group from us. Did you put forward names for this group, for the WHO? Or do you recall doing that?
I think if you go back, and when you say recall, I recall because the first page of the cluster of emails that you just sent me is an email from Jeremy to me and Francis saying, "Thank you, Pardis is great, respected by everyone." He's referring to Pardis Sabeti. And as the email jogs my memory, I believe I made the suggestion that if you want to have another expert on coronavirus evolution for the working group that I assume is the group in the second bullet of the email from Jeremy to Francis and I, where he says they have asked for names to sit on that group. Please do send any names. And I believe that in response, not I believe, it looks clearly obvious that in response to that email request from Jeremy, I said I left out an important name for the group, Pardis Sabeti at the Broad Institute of MIT and Harvard. And Jeremy writes back, "Thank you, Pardis is great, respected by everyone."
On the second page there, you had provided, in the top half of the second page of the document, you had provided a list to Jeremy of
Right.
people to include in the WHO's working group, correct? How did you come up with these names? Did you talk to any of these people before you proposed them to Jeremy?
I don't believe I did. I just, I may have, but I don't recall. It's unlikely because these are people, some of whom I know well, and I probably asked around my institute for other people who are fluent in molecular virology.
How about Joseph DeRisi, third name on the list at the Chan Zuckerberg Biohub? What's the Chan Zuckerberg Biohub?
I haven't referred it as a biohub, but the Chan Zuckerberg has supported research institutions at the University of California in San Francisco. That might be what he's referring to, because
Now, this is you, right? This is your email.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
are you
again,
referring to it?
these are names that were given, I believe, even though the email is from me to Jeremy. Several of these names I almost certainly got by asking members of my institute, such as people in the Division of Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, for some names of people who might actually be able to be contributory to the working group. Let me give you some examples so you can be clarified. Harold Varmus, I know very well, former Nobel Prize winner and former director of the NIH.
I'm really not asking you to go through the whole list. I just want to focus on
Well, I want
Joseph
to
DeRisi.
put it into the context.
I'm going to
because
ask you
I
to
think
listen to
it's
the
important.
question that I'm asking and answer that question. This is an extremely long answer that is absolutely non-responsive. I'm just asking about Joseph DeRisi. Did you originate that name?
And I will say before Dr. Fauci responds, if he has to provide proper context, he provides proper context. You can ask your question, and Dr. Fauci will provide his response.
Yeah, it's very important for me to provide the context because there are certain names on this list that I don't even recognize.
How about Joseph DeRisi?
I don't recognize that name. It was almost certainly given to me by someone in my institute, and the reason.
How about the name immediately below Don?
I'm
Gannon?
sorry, I got to finish because
ahead.
this is context, sir. I don't recognize Joseph DeRisi. I may have heard of him. I know Harold Varmus well. I know Dan Gannon well. I don't know Eugene Koonin well. So the point that I'm putting into context is that it is highly likely that these names were given to me in part by others. So you're asking about Joseph DeRisi, and Joseph DeRisi's name does not ring a bell.
How about Pardis Sabeti on the page before?
Pardis Sabeti does. She's a well-known virologist.
Did you talk to her before you sent her email to Jeremy for inclusion in the WHO group?
Unlikely that I called Pardis. I likely just know her well enough that I would have put her name in, but perhaps I did call her. But unlikely that I did. She's such a well-known figure in molecular virology that it is not unusual for me to just say, of course, include Pardis Sabeti.
How about Don Gannon?
Don Gannon is a well-known person.
Did you talk to him before you put his name on this list?
I
to
don't
Jeremy?
believe I did. I don't believe I spoke to anyone on this list. I just pulled the names out, some of which I knew, like Varmus and Nabel, and some of which were very likely given to me by my staff.
Turn back to the third page of the document, Jeremy's email to you and Francis. In that third bullet point we talked about earlier, it talks about having a call to, quote, frame the work of the group. Do you know what he was referring to when he was asking you, or he wanted to frame the work of the group?
I can't say exactly that I know what he means by frame the work of the group, but in experience in dealing with a number of working groups, when you frame the work of a group, you usually start off by saying, okay, what is the theme and what is the question we're asking? Let's frame the discussion. What's the issue at hand?
Do you recall any discussions of wanting to frame the work of the WHO group?
I don't recall anything about framing it, but
2 bullet points lower down, you see there's a bullet point about the WHO. Jeremy says, he refers to pressure on this group from your and our teams next week. Do you know what pressure he's referring to?
Objection mischaracterizes the record.
I don't know what Jeremy's referring to when he says pressure on this group. I don't.
Do you recall any discussion of having anybody pressure the WHO in its work related to this origins of the virus investigation?
I don't have any inkling at all of pressuring them. The one thing that's clear from the emails and my recollection is that everyone wanted the WHO to get involved because of their convening power and their credibility. We all wanted to make this an open discussion, and the WHO was the most appropriate forum for an open discussion. So I don't think it had anything to do with pressuring the WHO to do anything, merely to get them to meet. You're sniffling. You sure you don't have a cold?
Exhibit 14.
Council, can I have a copy?
Can you, during this same time frame we've been talking about, was there also a discussion of having the WHO sponsor a trip to China to investigate the virus?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
You know, I don't recall, you're asking, Mr. Sauer, about during this discussion, was there discussion about WHO going to China? Well, I know now, memory-wise, that WHO did send a group to China.
Did that group include Cliff Lane of your staff?
But let me answer the question. The question is, did I know about it then? And I'm saying right now, I don't recall at this particular time whether they were talking about a group going to China. I do know that they wanted to put together a WHO group, and they may have, and they likely did, ask HHS, who asked NIH, who would be a good person to go to China to see, to get some information about exactly what evolved in China.
Did you make a recommendation about who would be a good person to go to China around February 9th, 2020?
I believe that I recommended Dr. Clifford Lane. Either I recommended or it was obvious because he's a very well-known, competent person who works directly for me. So it is highly likely that I recommended him, though I don't specifically remember. It would be very compatible with the process that I would recommend him.
Do you remember why you were sent an email that says WHO advanced team on coronavirus on way to China, Tedros tweet?
No idea.
You believe you may have recommended Cliff Lane for that trip, but you don't know for sure.
It's highly likely that I recommended him. If anyone asked me who would go on an international trip, Dr. Lane has extensive experience in dealing at the international level with a number of countries, including the work he did in Africa with Ebola and in Southeast Asia. So he's a very experienced person at the international level. It's entirely likely, if not very likely, that I would have recommended him.
Did he actually attend that trip?
Yes, he did.
During February of 2020, the kind of month we've been talking about, did you make any public statements about the origins of the virus?
That's a very broad question. I don't recall if I did.
Well, do you have any contact with Peter Daszak or conversations with him about the origins of the virus?
I don't recall. I may have, but I don't recall.
You testified earlier that you don't really know Peter Daszak, is that right?
I don't know him very well at all.
Have you ever done a joint podcast with him?
That was broad. It was interesting. I think someone recently, I don't know when, whether it was our discussion or not, I don't remember, brought up that I did do some sort of an interview with him, but if it had not been brought to my attention, I would not have remembered it. I've done several hundred podcasts, maybe several hundred podcasts.
Him handing you Exhibit 15. Does this document jog your memory of doing a podcast with Newt Gingrich and Peter Daszak on February 9th, 2020?
Well, there's an advertisement that said that I'm Newt Gingrich's guest. If you had not put this in front of me, I likely would not have remembered it. Like I said, I've done at least several hundred podcasts over the last couple of years.
Do you remember this one in particular now that you see this? Do you remember doing that podcast?
I don't remember it specifically, but since the email indicates that the podcast occurred, I don't even say I vaguely remember that podcast. Like I said, I've done many podcasts.
At the top, you say definitely for the director's page. What are you referring to? What's the director's page?
Whenever we do a media thing or a podcast or a paper that comes out, that the people who are interested in the goings-on of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, we sometimes put it on the director's page, which is a link. When you go to nih.gov and then niaid.gov, you get the director's page, and on that are various links for people to access things that we may have done.
I'm handing you a document that's marked Exhibit 16. And this is an informal transcription of some of your remarks in that podcast. Do you see at the top there, it says there's a timestamp, 1848 Newt. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it quotes Newt Gingrich as saying, I don't know if you had access to enough information from the Chinese, but as you know, there is sort of an urban legend that there is a biological warfare center in Wuhan and that the coronavirus escaped from that. Do you have any sense where it probably came from, correct?
Right.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that what it says?
You just read it correctly, yes?
And then the transcript reports you as responding at 1906. Well, I think ultimately we know that these things come from an animal reservoir. I heard these conspiracy theories, and like all conspiracy theories, Newt, they just conspiracy theories. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall making that comment on Newt Gingrich's podcast?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't recall making it, but if this is a correct transcript, then it's clear that I made that statement, but I don't recall making that statement.
Do you recall thinking on February 9th, 2020, that it was, quote, or that we know these things come from an animal reservoir?
The background of saying that we know things come from an animal reservoir because the history of the evolution of new microbes from an animal reservoir to a human is very clear. I could give you a number of examples, but one in particular, to save time, is that SARS-CoV-1, very similar circumstances to SARS-CoV-2, was for a while not knowing what it evolved, but it became clear that it went from a bat to a civet cat to a human.
Can I direct your attention lower on the page, if I may?
Yeah.
3430, Newt says, you see halfway down, second bullet point.
Counsel, I would ask for you not to interrupt the witness.
He was giving a completely non-responsive answer. I'm just asking.
No, actually, I was responding to the issue of what you mean by coming from an animal reservoir. And what I was saying is that my statement that things, and I'll quote the exact words, these things come from an animal reservoir. And the context of that is there's ample historical experience that these things overwhelmingly come from an animal reservoir. I was putting it into context.
Thank you for that. Can I direct your attention now to the second bullet point beginning 3430? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Where Newt says the coronavirus probably came from one of the food market, although there is a secondary rumor that there is a biological weapons laboratory in Wuhan.
I'm sorry, can you slow down?
There is a secondary rumor that there is a biological weapons laboratory in Wuhan, and it may have come from there. Is it your sense that it's almost certain that it came from an animal to human transmission? Do you see that?
I do.
And then the transcript quotes Dasek saying, all the evidence says that is what happened. Is that right?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
That's what it says. It says, Dasek, quote, All the evidence say that is what happened.
Do you recall Dasick saying that?
Again, objection, lack of foundation.
I don't recall hardly anything about this interview since, as I mentioned, I give hundreds of podcasts, so I cannot say that I recall Dasick making that statement, though if this transcript is correct, it appears that he has made the statement.
Does this jog your recollection of having any communications with Dasick about the origins of the virus in February of 2020? Do you remember any such communications?
I told you before that I did not remember any direct conversations with him about the origin, and I said I very well might have had conversations, but I don't specifically remember conversations. If you are implying, understandably, that being on a podcast with Dr. Dasick in which the origins were discussed, if that constitutes a discussion with him about it, I guess I had a discussion, but at the time you asked the question, I did not recall having a discussion with him about the origins.
How about Dr. Ralph Barrick? We talked about him earlier. Did you say you knew him or not?
I know of him. I wouldn't say I know him. I'm not sure. I may have met him at a meeting or not. I certainly know who he is. He's a well-established scientist. I cannot say for certain if I've ever met him.
Okay. Did you ever, so you don't recall ever having a one-on-one meeting with him of any kind?
I don't recall. It's possible. I have meetings with hundreds, if not thousands, of scientists over the years that I've been at this position.
I'm handing you Exhibit 17.
Counsel, I would like to take a break soon. Are we kind of finishing up a line of questioning, or?
Yeah, we can do that after this exhibit if that's what you want.
Can I have the exhibit myself?
So was this 17?
This is.
Yes. You see this exhibit as a page from your official Outlook calendar dated February 11th, 2020.
Right.
And then if you look at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon that day, there's a meeting marked that says, hold, meeting with Dr. Ralph Barrick. Do you see that?
I do.
And indicated on it is that the invitation came from Emily Erbelding, correct?
Correct.
Did that meeting occur? Did you and Emily have a meeting with Dr. Ralph Barrick on February 11th, 2020?
Objection, speculative.
You know, I don't recall the meeting, but it's on my calendar. And as I mentioned a moment ago, I might have had a meeting with him. I don't recall. Getting into context, it says 7A18, which is our conference room. Mm-hmm. If one goes back and looks, I have literally hundreds of meetings in 7A18 with scientists who we fund, who we don't fund, who come in and visit the NIH.
What did you discuss in this meeting, if you remember?
I don't recall the discussion that we had at 2:30 on February the 11th, 2020. I just don't recall it.
We can take a break there if you want.
Sure.
Okay, stand by. The time is 11:09 a.m. and we're going off the record. The time is 11:21 a.m. and we're back on the record.
Dr. Fauci, I want to circle back to something you said a little while ago before I forget. You said that misinformation and disinformation can lead to loss of life, correct?
Right.
And I think that was in the context of talking about misinformation and disinformation on social media, among other places, correct?
However it's disseminated, it could lead to loss of life.
Is it your view that misinformation and disinformation on social media can lead to loss of life?
What's the matter? You're shaking your head.
I need counsel to slow down.
Is it your view that misinformation and disinformation on social media can lead to loss of life?
I think in any situation where egregious misinformation such as some of the ones I referred to before, such as information that would discourage people from getting vaccinated, that, in my mind, would be a way that life that could otherwise have been saved would be lost if people were persuaded not to pursue a life-saving intervention.
Do you think that there should be steps taken to curb the spread of misinformation and disinformation?
You know, that's not my area. I'm very well aware of the concept of freedom of speech. The area of curtailment of that is something that is not in my area of expertise. Those are legal and other things, and I really don't have any opinion on that.
Have you ever contacted a social media company and asked them to remove misinformation from one of their platforms?
No, I have not.
Is that something you ever discussed with Mark Zuckerberg?
To my knowledge, no, we have not. My discussions with Mark Zuckerberg were very clearly directed at getting me on some Facebook podcasts with him to encourage people to get vaccinated. That was the extent of our conversations.
Has anyone on your staff, at NIAID, ever reached out to a social media platform to ask them to take content down or to block content in any way?
Objection, speculative.
If you know.
To my knowledge, no, but again, I don't know everything that goes on, but certainly nothing that I was made aware of that they were doing that.
Let me give you Exhibit 18. Do you see this short email from Ian Lipkin dated February 11th, 2020?
Objection, lack of foundation.
To whom was the email written to?
Do you know if you were copied on this email?
Well, let me read it first and I'll see. Is this an email from Ian to me?
That's my question. Do you know if this is an email from Ian to you?
I can't say for sure. Again, just in the spirit of the context that I've been trying to establish here, I average a couple of thousand emails a day. So this
Do you have any
could have
recollection
been.
of this one?
I don't have a recollection of it. It's entirely possible that Ian wrote this to me. Ian communicates with me. I wouldn't say a lot, but enough to recognize an email when he, will send it. I'll read it, but I don't recognize this particular email.
Can I direct your attention to the last sentence where Ian says, given the scale of the bat-CO research pursued there, that is to say at the Institute in Wuhan, and the site of emergence of the first human cases, we have a nightmare of circumstantial evidence to assess. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Objection, speculative.
If you know.
I am not certain of what he's referring to. I could surmise what he's referring to is that, and I think it has to do with circumstantial evidence, is that whenever you have a situation when research is being done and you might have an outbreak, then there will be always people who immediately jump on and saying, well, it could have had to do with the research.
Did you think it was a nightmare of circumstantial evidence, these factors he's referring to, given that there's a lot of bat coronavirus research pursued at the Institute in Wuhan and that the first human cases emerged in Wuhan? Do you view that as a nightmare of circumstantial evidence?
Objection, vague, ambiguous compound.
I don't, at least that's not my style to thinking in terms of nightmare of circumstantial evidence. I think anyone who is involved in a field knows that when there is an outbreak, there's always a concern of how did it happen, what happened, and when you have an element that there is a research institution involved, there is always speculation that it has something to do with research institution. I mean, we have been in situations where people question what's going on up in Frederick, Maryland, even though there's nothing going on in Frederick, Maryland, to my knowledge, that is of any concern, that people always refer to, there's that kind of research going on.
Would it be a nightmare if it turned out, in fact, that the virus had accidentally escaped from a lab in Wuhan?
You know, again, you're using a word nightmare. That's sort of a vague things that mean different things to different people.
How would you describe it?
I mean, if, and I have to emphasize if, and I believe the evidence weighs much more towards a natural occurrence, even though you always keep an open mind as to what the origin and etiology is. Certainly, if that happened, then the purpose of knowing that is to try and make sure, looking forward, that those things don't happen again. The purpose of trying to determine the origin of an outbreak is to see what you can do looking forward to prevent it from happening again. And it goes both ways. If it's a natural occurrence, then you want to make sure that you get good animal-human interface surveillance.
How about if it was not a natural occurrence on the hypothetical, and it did in fact accidentally escape from the lab, and in fact the research that had created the virus was partly funded by NIAID? Would that be a nightmare scenario?
Well,
can you pick a word that would describe that scenario to your mind?
I'm going to go to context, because you're asking a question that I think needs to be explained. If you look at the molecular makeup of SARS-CoV-2, and you look at the viruses that were studied under the auspices and funding of the subaward to the Wuhan Institute, those bad viruses, evaluated by anyone with even a reasonable acquaintance with evolutionary virology, would tell you that given those viruses that they worked on, reported on, and published on, were so far removed from SARS-CoV-2 that it would be molecularly impossible, even if people tried to manipulate them to become SARS-CoV-2, they wouldn't become SARS-CoV-2. So the idea of conflating research that's funded by NIH to look at, in a surveillance way, the bat viruses that were circulating in that area, you can talk to any unbiased molecular virologist and you would say that the evolutionary difference between those viruses and SARS-CoV-2 would make it essentially impossible to have this turn into this. And what happens is, when you talk about laboratory leaks and the things you're referring to here, people inappropriately conflate that with research funded by the NIH. And it's apples and oranges. Could something have, quote, leaked out of a Chinese lab? I have always kept an open mind that that is possible. Could it have happened by the experiments that were done and reported, that were funded by the NIH? Getting back to what I said a moment ago, molecularly, that could not have happened.
What about experiments that were done but weren't reported? For example, are you aware that a large number of genomic sequences were pulled down in September of 2019 from the Wuhan Institute of Virology's website? Are you aware of that? It's yes or no question.
Just a lack of foundation.
Tell me what you're referring to.
Well, are you aware that genomic sequences of viruses were removed from a publicly available database in September of 2019 at the Wuhan Institute of Virology? Is that something you're aware of?
I am aware of that context. Those sequences were also, even though they were removed, from a bank that has nothing to do with my institute. Those sequences were published in the literature, so it isn't as if they were unknown.
Let me ask you this. Actually, let me give you another exhibit. I'm handing you Exhibit 20.
20 or 19? I have.
You're right, it's 19.
Okay.
Do you recognize this as the preprint version of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2, dated February 17th, 2020?
Yeah, this looks like the preprint that antedated the full papers that were published in the peer-reviewed literature. This is a preprint.
Did you review the preprint when it came out? Did anyone send it to you? Do you know?
Objection asked and answered.
Do you know?
Again, a lot of things get sent to me. It likely is that they probably sent a copy of this to Dr. Collins and I, though I don't specifically recall it.
Do you know if you reviewed it when the preprint came out?
Objection asked and answered.
It depends. I think I answered that question before, did I not?
I'm just asking you again. I don't remember what you said.
Well, let me try and remember to make sure that it's both true and consistent. That it is likely that this was sent to me. When you say review a paper, review means different things to different people. Did I look through it? Yes. Did I fully understand the molecular virology of it? Unlikely, because I'm not an evolutionary virologist. Did I make any substantive comments on it? Unlikely, because that would not be my position since I'm not an evolutionary virologist.
Now, you'd been copied on 4 drafts of this paper prior to this on
Right.
February 4th, 5th, and 7th, correct?
Correct.
And those drafts were sent to you by Jeremy Farrar as written up by Eddie Holmes. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure if it was written up by Eddie Holmes, but it was sent to me, I believe.
And
You showed me a lot of emails and papers before. I don't have an exact recollection of the name of the person who sent it versus the one who was referred to, but the names of Eddie Holmes and Jeremy Farrar are certainly associated with the paper.
And in fact, if you look at the author line, there's 5 authors associated with it, correct?
Yes.
And all of those people were on that February 1st call at 2 p.m. Organized by Jeremy Farrar, correct?
I believe so. I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. Was Ian Lipkin on the call? He might have been. I know that the others very likely were on the call.
Is that Ian Lipkin who 1 week or 6 days earlier had sent an email saying that we have a nightmare of circumstantial evidence to address?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that the same human?
Well, Ian Lipkin is Ian Lipkin. There aren't a lot of Ian Lipkins that I know.
Can you turn to the second page of the document? Second paragraph. Last sentence. It says, importantly, this analysis provides evidence that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct nor a purposefully manipulated virus, correct?
Correct.
Did you have any discussions with any of these authors about that conclusion?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't recall whether I had a discussion with the authors about that last statement. When I looked at the paper, the things that you understand are clear sentences like that, and not necessarily things like figure 1, which go into the mutations and contact residues, etc. So I am certain that having looked at it, I was aware of what their conclusion was. I don't recall discussing specifically that conclusion with them.
How about with Francis Collins? Did you discuss it with him?
It's possible. I mean, Francis and I know each other very well. He's the director of NIH. I would not be surprised if I had in a discussion a mention of and perhaps discussion of the conclusion of that paper.
How about with Jeremy Farrar? Do you have any discussions with him of the conclusion?
I don't recall. I would not be surprised if I did, but I don't specifically recall. It would be much more likely that I had a conversation of that type with Dr. Collins, possibly with Dr. Farrar, but I don't know for sure.
I'm handing you Exhibit 20. Do you see this article from the NIH Record entitled NIAID's Lane discusses WHO COVID-19 mission to China?
And what's the question, sir? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, do you see this?
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And if you look at the first paragraph, it's talking about Dr. Cliff Lane's participation in that WHO mission we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
Can you turn to the 5th page of the document? Bottom paragraph, there's a quote from Mr. Lane. Do you see that?
Objection. I would ask that Dr. Fauci has an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
I'm just asking if he sees that quote on the bottom of page 5.
Is it the last paragraph?
Yeah, beginning the Chinese were managing.
Yes.
And Mr. Lane, after returning from the trip, said the Chinese were managing this in a very structured, organized way, correct?
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Is that what it says?
That's what the sentence says on this report on page 5. That's what the NIH record report says, yes.
And the quote goes on to quote Mr. Lane as saying, when we got there, the outbreak was already coming under control in China. The measures they put in place appeared to be working. I think that they felt there were lessons learned they wanted to share with the rest of the world, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss Mr. Lane's experience on the trip with him when he got back from the WHO trip?
The answer is I did, and it relates really a lot to what he said. Dr. Lane was very impressed about how, from a clinical public health standpoint, the Chinese were handling the isolation, the contact tracing, the building of facilities to take care of people. And that's what I believe he meant when he said we're managing this in a very structured, organized way.
And he goes on in that last sentence on that page to say, from what I saw in China, we may have to go to as extreme a degree of social distancing to help bring our outbreak under control, correct?
Correct.
So he drew the conclusion that there might have to be extreme, in his word, measures to mandate social distancing to bring the outbreak under control, correct?
That's what this is implying, yes.
Did he discuss that with you when he came back from the trip? That
He
there
might
be-
have. I don't recall the exact sentence, but he did discuss with me that the Chinese had a very organized way of trying to contain the spread in Wuhan and elsewhere. He didn't get a chance to go to Wuhan, but he was in Beijing and I believe other cities, at least Beijing. And he mentioned that they had a very organized, well-regimented way of handling the outbreak.
And so he had a kind of positive reaction to that. There might be lessons to be learned for the United States in its response to the outbreak, correct?
Objection. Vague, ambiguous.
Correct?
I believe Dr. Lane came to the conclusion that when you have a widespread respiratory disease, that a very common and effective way to curtail the rapid spread of a disease is by implementing social distancing measures.
Did you agree with that conclusion when you discussed it with him when he came back?
I wasn't there and I didn't see it, but Dr. Lane is a very astute clinician, and I have every reason to believe that his evaluation of the situation was accurate and correct.
Do you know if he communicated with Chinese officials when he was on that trip?
I don't know for sure whether he communicated with Chinese officials on the trip.
And so would you know the identities of any Chinese officials he may have communicated with?
Objection, speculative.
I don't recall discussions about, he may have, again, this was a few years ago, he may have had discussions with them. I don't know if he did or not.
Can I give you another exhibit, 21? Just real briefly, you see this is an email from Cliff Lane dated 22nd February 2020, correct?
Correct.
And in the first line of the email, he said, China has demonstrated this infection can be controlled, albeit at great cost, correct?
Right.
In your discussions with him, did he discuss controlling the infection at great cost?
Again, I don't recall the precise nature of the conversation that I had with Dr. Lane, but I believe what he was referring to is that that you can control it, and by great cost, I believe he was referring to extreme methods, and the Chinese indeed went to extreme methods to do that.
And those extreme methods include very aggressive lockdowns, for example.
Yeah, but the lockdowns were the types of lockdowns that were really quite extreme. They would essentially lock people in their homes, which is extreme to do that.
Did you come to believe that extreme measures would be required to control the spread of the virus?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
When you're talking about the virus here in the United States,
Correct.
it was my opinion that social distancing would be very important when you have a respiratory virus that is spreading widely through a community, causing an extraordinary amount of suffering and death. Getting to context, I refer specifically that early on in the epidemic, when New York got hit very badly, there were freezer and cooler trucks that were loaded with dead bodies from the hospital. That is an unprecedented, extreme issue that we all felt strongly, those of us involved in the discussions and the public health recommendations, that social distancing was imperative so that our hospitals would not be overrun, and that we would be in a situation where we would have to almost triage the decision of who would live and who would die. When you get to that extreme, social distancing, even by somewhat difficult means, is warranted to save lives.
Did you think that social distancing, I'm talking about this time frame of around February of 2020, did you think that social distancing would have to include only high-risk individuals, or would it apply to society as a whole?
Objection, vague.
Yeah. When you're dealing with a respiratory illness that has the potential to kill a lot of people, we've lost over 1 million people in this country. In order to have an effective interruption, which would almost certainly be on a temporary basis, but to interrupt this enormous explosion of infections that we were seeing, you would have to involve essentially the entire community.
Let me hand you Exhibit 22. And this is an email chain involving you, Christian Anderson, Jeremy Farrar, Francis Collins, right?
Yeah.
And then it also includes the other authors of that Proximal Oranges of COVID-19 paper that we looked at earlier, correct? In the preprint version.
Yeah.
If you look at that just a little way down, the March 6, 2020, 4:23 p.m. email from Anderson, you see that?
Right.
He says, "Dear Jeremy, Tony, and Francis, thank you again for your advice and leadership as we have been working through the SARS-CoV-2 origins paper," correct?
Correct.
And Jeremy is Jeremy Farrar, correct?
Correct.
Tony's you.
Yep.
And Francis is Francis Collins, right?
Correct.
What advice and leadership did you provide, if any, on the preparation of that paper, do you believe?
Very little.
So you don't know what he's talking about when he's thanking you
No,
for...
I think that Jeremy is being courteous, as he is wont to be. I mean, advice could be, and leadership could be, we really got to get information out. Thank you for the effort you've put into it. Advice and leadership, to my recollection, had very little to do with substantive input into the paper.
In that second...
And we did not have substantive input into the paper.
Below that, it says, "Please let me know if you have any comments, suggestions, or questions about the paper or the press release," correct?
Correct.
So he invited you to have comments on the paper because we're still waiting for proofs.
Right.
So there was still time to make changes to it, correct?
Yeah, and there were no, to my recollection, any substantive input into the paper.
Do you recall making comments on it of any kind in any of the drafts?
Objection asked and answered.
Do you?
I don't recall making any substantive comments on the paper. I may have made a comment that, "Nice job," which is very courteous, but that doesn't mean that I had a substantive input into the paper. I did not.
Exhibit 23. The first page of this document is an email to you from Mark Zuckerberg, correct?
Yeah, and the reason I'm smiling, we're jumping around here, but that's okay. We're good. Looks fake left, go right. All right, let's go.
It's an email to you from Mark Zuckerberg, correct?
Correct.
The top one's dated February 27, 2020, correct?
Right.
And he writes to you, "Tony, I was glad to hear your statement about the COVID-19 vaccine," and so forth, right?
Right.
Were you already on a first-name basis with Mark Zuckerberg on February 27th?
You know, a lot of people call me Tony who has never even met me before.
Had you met him before this email was sent?
I don't recall what the first time I've met Mark Zuckerberg. I actually don't think, maybe not. Again, context, I meet thousands of people. I'm not so sure I've ever met him in person. Mm-hmm. I've been on Zooms and Facebook things with him, but it would not be at all unusual. It happens every day that people who have never met me refer to me as Tony. I'm a rather informal person.
Do you have relationships with researchers at the Chan Zuckerberg Institute?
If the Chan Zuckerberg Institute that you're referring to is the San Francisco General Hospital?
The one you described in an earlier email as the CZ BioHub.
Yeah, there was that's the thing, Mr. Sauer, I'm not clear on, I'm not really quite sure what the BioHub is. I do know that Chan Zuckerberg support the San Francisco General Hospital, and I know Chan Zuckerberg in the context of the University of California, San Francisco General Hospital.
And do you have relationship with researchers at that hospital?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
If I can finish the
Again,
question.
I'm not sure what you mean by relationship. I know to varying degrees of familiarity, ranging from knowing who they are to being able to recognize them at a meeting and say hello, to knowing them over the years in our interactions in the medical and scientific community. But the answer to your question is, I can't pull out people. I mean, I know researchers who are at the San Francisco General Hospital for sure. I've dealt with, our institute deals with them regularly.
Remember the first time you met Mark Zuckerberg?
I don't remember it specifically, but I believe it was on a Zoom call. I don't believe I have ever I may have, could be. I don't know for sure, but I don't think I've physically interacted with him. I believe I've seen him on multiple times that we've interacted on Facebook, Zoom-type podcasts.
Did any of those Zooms predate the outbreak of COVID-19?
I don't think so. I mean, I've heard of Mark Zuckerberg. Obviously, he's a famous person, but I don't recall. Again, I could have run into him prior to the outbreak, but I don't specifically recall running into Mark Zuckerberg before. It's possible.
Can you turn to the third page of this document? There's another email from Mark Zuckerberg dated March 15th of 2020. Do you see that?
The page before.
No, the one in the middle of the page.
No, I think it's the
Third page of the document.
Third page of the document, yes.
Again, I would ask for Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this email prior to asking any questions.
I just want to ask a quick question about the paragraph that begins, I'm also doing a series of live streamed Q&As. Do you see that paragraph?
Yeah, I see it. Just let me read it. Yeah.
Did you in fact do a live stream Q&A with Mark Zuckerberg as he invites you to do on this one, or in this paragraph?
I believe I did. I did three, I believe three. I think three is correct. 3 live stream Facebook type Q&As where he would ask me important questions. You know, why is it important to be careful with, you know, public health measures, and tell us the truth. You know, what is the virus? What do you mean? How does it spread? Things like that.
Next paragraph down that begins, finally, we've allocated technical resources and millions of dollars of free ad credits for the U.S. government to use for PSAs to get its message out over the platform, correct?
That's what he says, right?
And the platform refers to Facebook, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
Did you accept that offer that Facebook would donate millions of dollars of free ad credits?
No, I don't have the authority to accept outside money like that. It would have to go through a different channel, and I don't believe, though I'm not 100% certain, I don't believe that there was any money that was given from the Zuckerberg to the United States government to do PSAs. It's possible, but it certainly didn't happen to my knowledge. I don't recall money being given for PSAs. I recall the offer to help get information out, but I don't recall. Again, could have happened, possible, but I don't recall it.
Exhibit 24.
Counsel, before we go to Exhibit 24, I've noticed on this exhibit there looks like a phone number that I want to make sure is redacted if this were to become a public record. That looks like a personal cell phone for Mark Zuckerberg.
This is the document as we received it from the government.
And it's marked confidential, but I just want to make sure that
we have no objection to that.
Okay.
Exhibit 24. Is this the actual published version of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2?
I don't have anything in front of me.
Oops, sorry. Is this the published version of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 that was published online on March 17th of 2020?
Objection mischaracterizes testimony. I mean, the evidence. Just to make the record clear, you say March 17th.
If you look at the last page in the far right column at the very top, it says published online 17 March 2020. Do you see that?
Okay, I see that. Thank you.
Yeah, this appears to be the Nature Medicine. It says Nature Medicine, Volume 26, April 2020, on the bottom of the paper. So I would imagine this is the original published, peer-reviewed article that appeared in Nature Medicine.
So this is the published version of the one that Dr. Anderson had sent you the preprint version of a few days earlier, correct?
Well, I can't say exactly that it is. I do know that it would be standard to have a preprint, usually in medRxiv, and it had the same title, The Proximate Origin of SARS-CoV-2, and the authors appear to be the same, so I would make a reasonable assumption that Exhibit 24 is the peer-reviewed version of the preprint that you showed me before.
And the first page, second paragraph,
Yes?
last sentence, our analyses clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposely manipulated virus, correct?
That's what it says.
Did you have any input in formulating that conclusion between the time you got the preprint version from Dr. Anderson on March 8th and then the publication of this online on March 17th?
This is a conclusion of the authors. I'm not really sure of what you're saying, that I have any input. I don't recall conversations that we had, and as I mentioned before, my input into the formulation of this was minimal, if at all. I remember reading through it, and I'm not quite sure what you mean that I have substantial input into that conclusion. That conclusion was based on the analysis by the authors of this paper.
Did you have any communications at all about that? About that conclusion in that time frame, from March 8th to March 17th?
Conversations with whom?
With anybody.
You know, I don't recall specific conversations, but we read the preprint, and therefore we knew what the conclusion was, and I'm sure that that conclusion was discussed. So I would not be surprised at all, following the initial preprint, that I discussed the conclusion of these authors that this is not a laboratory construct or a purposely manipulated virus. I wouldn't be surprised if I did discuss this with people, since it already was out in public knowledge in a preprint. So the question, did I discuss this between the preprint and now? I would not be surprised if I did.
Do you know anyone you discussed it with? Can you remember?
I can't specifically remember anyone I discussed it with, but as I said, given the fact that it was out in the preprint literature, it is likely, and I'm not surprised if I did discuss it. It was being discussed widely.
I'm handing you Exhibit 26.
Is it 20? I think we're on 25.
Oh, sorry. Is that what it is? 25? Is this a copy of a blog that Francis Collins, the NIH director, published on March 26, 2020?
Objection, speculative.
Is that what it appears to be on the cover?
The cover states it was a NIH director's blog posted on March 26, 2020 by Dr. Francis Collins, so I have no reason to believe that that's not what actually occurred, that this blog was put up on his director's page.
Can you look at the second page of the document, the beginning of the blog?
Yes.
You see where Director Collins says some folks are even making outrageous claims that the new coronavirus causing the pandemic was engineered in a lab.
I'm sorry, where are we?
Second page,
This here?
first full paragraph.
Again, I would ask for Dr. Fauci
Yeah,
to have an opportunity
yeah,
to familiarize
let's
himself
read it.
with this document.
Yeah, let me read that paragraph, please. Yes, I've read the paragraph. What's the question?
You see where it says some folks are even making outrageous claims that the new coronavirus causing the pandemic was engineered in a lab.
Yes, I see that.
And he goes on to say a new study debunks such claims by providing scientific evidence that this novel coronavirus arose naturally, correct?
Correct.
In the immediate following paragraph, he describes that as reassuring findings and refers to the Nature Medicine article we just looked at, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Francis Collins was publishing a blog addressing the Nature Medicine article, Proximal Origins of COVID-19?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Were you aware?
Was I aware that he was preparing it? I don't think so. I might have been, but I doubt it. Someone likely would have brought this to my attention. I don't recall reading this. I don't read every NIH director's blog. It is conceivable, maybe likely that I did read it, but I was not, to my knowledge. Maybe he mentioned something to me that I forgot, that he was going to write a blog, but it doesn't ring a bell in my mind that he was planning to write a blog. But, you know, Francis writes a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if he mentioned he was going to do a blog, but this does not ring a bell. It's clear that he did it, and if he did it, I likely saw it.
You don't recall discussing with him beforehand in any way, before he published it?
You know, again, I might have discussed it with him, but I don't recall specifically discussing it with him.
I'm handing you Exhibit 26. Were you aware of media coverage of the article when it came out?
Can you please wait till Dr. Fauci has the exhibit in front of him? Also, I only have one version. Okay, fine. What exhibit number is this?
26.
I apologize, Mr. Sauer, but can you, once Dr. Fauci has the exhibit, can you restate the question?
So this is, I have two things here. Is this?
One, you can have one copy.
This has got nothing written on it. Okay.
Do you see this ABC News article designated at the top of the page entitled, "Sorry Conspiracy Theorists, Study Concludes COVID-19 is not a laboratory construct"? You see that?
I see it, yes.
And then it's dated March 27, 2020, the day after the NIH director's blog that we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
Did you communicate with the media about the Nature Medicine article when it came out at all?
You know, I don't recall communicating with the media about that. I might have, but I don't specifically recall communicating with the media about it.
Do you know if Dr. Collins communicated with the media about it?
I don't know if he did.
Do you know if anyone in the NIH staff, the staff that you oversee, communicated with the media about it?
I don't recall if they did or did not. They might have, but I don't recall.
Did Dr. Collins ever contact you about the Nature Medicine article after this, his March 26th blog?
Objection, vague, ambiguous, lack of foundation.
You're asking if he contacted me about the Nature Medicine article. I don't remember a specific contact, but since it's a published article, I wouldn't be surprised if somehow or other Dr. Collins commented to me about it or I commented to him about it, but I don't specifically recall any significant discussion. Again, we might have. That would not be surprising to me.
We're handing you Exhibit 26.
I have Exhibit 26.
Sorry,
You're talking
27,
about 27.
You're right.
Francis Collins to me with CC.
Do you recognize this email?
Objection. I would
have
ask
to
for
read it.
Dr. Fauci to have an
to
opportunity to
read it.
familiarize himself with this document.
Yes, I've read it.
Do you recall getting this email from Dr. Collins on April 14th, 2020 at 5:02 p.m.?
Again, I'm very sorry, but you're talking about emails several years ago. I don't recall specifically this email. You're putting an email in front of me that's from Francis to me, and I'm reading what it says. I don't recall seeing this, but I know that Francis clearly was concerned that there would be misinformation out, and he wanted, and that's where he asks, any more we can do, ask the National Academy to weigh in.
In particular, in the first paragraph there, he says to you, wondering if there is something NIH can do to help us put down this very destructive conspiracy with what seems to be growing momentum, correct?
Right.
Had he ever described the lab leak theory of the origins of COVID as a very destructive conspiracy to you?
Specifically to me, I mean, it's here in the email, but I just think that might little bit of a hyperbole on his part about, using words like destructive conspiracy. I think Francis felt, and you'll have to ask Francis about that, but I believe he felt that the data, and he'd go to the third paragraph in that email, he said, I hoped that the Nature Medicine article on the genomic sequence would settle this. So what I believe was Francis was saying, that the scientific data strongly point to a natural occurrence, and there's a lot of, discussion by some that this is clearly a deliberate development of a virus that could harm people. And Francis, in the email, appears to be disturbed, saying the scientific data as shown in Nature Medicine, we hoped would settle this. And that's why he's concerned. The words that he used, I don't recall him using those words in public, in person to person to me, but he clearly used those words in this email.
You said a few things there. To understand what Dr. Collins meant when he sent this email and the various other emails, you said we'd really have to ask Dr. Collins, correct?
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Objection, mischaracterizes evidence, and also...
No, I mean, you're asking me about something he said, and I think the natural thing is, why don't you ask the guy who said it?
Fair enough. And then if you look there to the link, he's got a link there to a Brett Baer report that's entitled Sources Increasingly Confident Coronavirus Outbreak Started in a Wuhan Lab, correct?
I'm sorry, what is this the
First page?
I can't read it.
Yeah, directly.
I can see Brett Baer. I can't read the rest of it. It's very blurry.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Dr. Collins, at the end of it, says, anything more we can do, ask the National Academy to weigh in, correct?
Right.
So he's asking you if there's anything more that you and he and Cliff Lane and the others copied can do to try and put this destructive conspiracy, in his words, to rest, correct?
I think if you look at, I mean, I'm not sure exactly. I don't recall this email, so I'm not sure what he was implying. But reading it now, I concentrate on the next to last paragraph, what he said, I had hoped the Nature Medicine article on the genomic sequence would settle this, but it probably didn't get much visibility. And it is conceivable that what he's saying is that this is a scientific, peer-reviewed article. It's not surmising, it's not extrapolation, it's just a peer-reviewed scientific article that he feels didn't get a proper amount of visibility. And in the next sentence he says, how can we get it to get more visibility? Perhaps ask the National Academy to weigh in and review the evidence to give the evidence more visibility. I think this is typical Francis, who's a very solid scientist, wanting to stick with the scientific data as opposed to discussions of hypotheses with no basis.
Did you take any steps to increase the visibility of the article after this?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think so. I was busy with a lot of other things.
I'm sure you were very busy. Did you respond to the email?
I don't recall if I did. You're probably going to show me an email where I did.
Can you look at the next page?
Yeah.
Page 2.
Okay.
Next day, April 17th, 2022, you responded to that email saying, quote, I would not do anything about this right now. It is a shiny object that will go away in times, correct?
Right.
What did you mean when you said I would not do anything about this right now? Were you saying you don't want to take any steps to increase the visibility of that article?
No, I was saying I think we should let the Nature Medicine article speak for itself, is what I meant.
And you say it is a shiny object that will go away in times. What did you mean about that?
By shiny object, I mean something that people tend to really get excited about. It's very exciting to say, well, this thing was manufactured by the Chinese and they threw it out into the world. That's a shiny object. If you say that, it gets discussed all over the world. That's a shiny object. And I was referring to the fact that I stick, as a scientist, with the science. And invariably, the science prevails. So what I was referring to is that I don't think you should do anything about it right now. Let the Nature Medicine and the data essentially prevail. And this issue of, with no proof at all, people stating this is likely manufactured by the Chinese and released, that's what I meant by a shiny object. It's something with no evidence, but a lot of pizzazz to it if you say it. That's what I was referring to.
Tying back to your earlier comments, do you think that that theory was a form of misinformation or disinformation that could lead to loss of life?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
No, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't know if there's an answer to that.
Well, Dr. Collins described it as a very destructive conspiracy, correct? And I take it that's the destructive conspiracy theory that the virus originated from a lab, correct?
Right.
Did you view that theory as a form of misinformation or disinformation that could lead to loss of lives?
It could be misinformation. Remember, misinformation are things that are untrue, not necessarily deliberately, propagated as untrue, whereas disinformation is when you know it's wrong and you still spread it. So this very well might be, at least at the time, there was no indication that this was correct information. So let me categorize it that way. So for someone or anyone to be going around spreading that this clearly is something that was made by the Chinese and released in society and killed a lot of people, that would be misinformation because there's no evidence that that's the case. And the second part of your question was that could then lead to a number of other things. When you pursue misinformation and disinformation, often you take away from the effort of pursuing something that is in the line of correct information.
Did you take any further steps after that email to increase the visibility or the public awareness of the Nature Medicine article?
Objection asked and answered.
Again, I'm not really sure what you mean. I mean, when the paper came out, it was a peer-reviewed scientific analysis that came to a conclusion that we've already discussed. Did I discuss this with people since this was a topic of considerable concern? Likely I did. If you're asking, did I do anything to promote the dissemination of that? I don't think I went out of my way. As I mentioned, and you agreed, I'm a really busy person. I have a lot of other things to do. I don't think I made this something that was a high level of priority for me.
You don't think you made, let me ask you this, you knew what Nature Medicine article he was talking about, right?
Yeah.
And in particular, this is the article has Christian Andersen as the corresponding author. This is the, correct?
Correct.
This is the article where he, you'd been sent at least 4 drafts of it based on the emails we saw previously, correct?
That's the same one, of which I had very little input into.
And this is the article that Christian Andersen had sent you a preprint and said, thanked you for your advice and leadership about the article, correct?
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
Correct.
It's the article that we discussed before.
Proximal origins of COVID-19. Yes, okay. Exhibit 28. And this is a excerpt from the transcript of the coronavirus task force press briefing in the White House dated April 17th, 2020, correct?
Objection
That's what it says on the top of the piece of paper of Exhibit 28. It says remarks by President Trump, Vice President Pence, and members of the coronavirus task force.
At that time, you were a member of the coronavirus task force, correct?
That is correct.
And you participated in this briefing with the president and the vice president, correct?
Objection, I would ask Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
I'm looking at the document now, and as I scan, I see on page 44 of 48 that it says Dr. Fauci, and says something that looks like I said at the press. If this looks like a transcript, which it looks like it is, then clearly I participated in that because my name is here.
And if you look a little bit above that on that second page, there's a question from a member of the media saying, Mr. President, I wanted to ask Dr. Fauci, could you address these suggestions or concerns that the virus was somehow man-made, possibly came out of a laboratory in China, correct?
That's what it says.
And the president said, do you want to go, correct?
That's what the president said.
And then the reporter repeated, addressing you, you studied this virus. What are the prospects of that, right?
That's what the question said.
And your response to that was, there was a study recently that we can make available to you where a group of highly qualified evolutionary virologists looked at the sequences there and the sequences in bats as they evolve and the mutations that it took to get to the point where it is now is totally consistent with the jump of a species from an animal to a human, correct?
That's what it says.
Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall. I was at, as you probably know, multiple White House press conferences. I have no reason to doubt that the transcript is not accurate, and it looks like that's what I said, so I would imagine I said it.
And this is April 17th, which is the same day that you had emailed Dr. Collins in the last exhibit saying this theory is a shiny toy that will go away in times, correct?
Shiny object.
Shiny object that will go away in times, correct?
Objection,
Is it the
lack
same
of
day?
foundation.
You know, I'll have to go back and look where, what you're asking me if it was the same date, and I have to look here. The date on the Exhibit 27 is 17th of April, and this is the date of the press conference. Yes, so it's the same date. Yeah.
And I've watched the video of this particular comment,
Yeah.
and I noted in watching the video that when you said that sentence about totally consistent, you paused and used that phrase totally consistent with great emphasis.
Right.
Do you remember doing that?
I don't remember doing that.
You don't
Like
remember
I said,
saying-
It's one of many, many, many press conferences, so I don't remember a pause of a statement I made in one of dozens and dozens and dozens of press conferences.
And either you have given many, to be sure, but do you remember saying, you know, the mutations that it took to get to the point where it is now, pause for emphasis, is totally consistent with a jump from a species from animal to human? You don't remember that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't remember pauses in the hundreds of conferences that I've been at.
You went on to say to this reporter, so I mean the paper will be available. I don't have the authors right now, but we can make that available to you, correct?
Right.
This is the same paper that on the same day you had been emailing with Dr. Collins about in the previous exhibit, correct?
I'm a little bit confused with your question. I'm not sure what you mean.
Is this the
paper will be-
What paper are you referring to here in your comments from the White House podium at the task force briefing on April 17th? Do you know?
I don't know. I assume it was the Nature Medicine paper, or I don't know. I think it was.
Did you make the paper available to any reporters after this press conference?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Sauer, how long do you want to go before lunch?
Why don't we do one more exhibit?
Okay.
Exhibit 29. If you look at the bottom of this page, did you receive an email on April 19th, 2020, from a reporter at the Washington Times asking, Dr. Fauci on Friday said he would share a scientific paper with the press on the origin of the coronavirus. Can you please help me get a copy of that paper? Do you recall that?
This is Bill Gert's email to Katie. I don't recall it, but I'm looking up ahead, and I guess this is Katie Miller, if I'm not mistaken, who's the vice president's press person. I think that's probably who it was. It doesn't say who it's to or from. And then up above, I sent the link. So that may be the papers we're talking about.
Did you send the link to Bill there in the first line of the email, directly to Bill?
Yeah, he asked for the scientific paper in the press briefing that you asked for. That may have been the press person that asked the question, and it looks like Katie Miller, who is the press person for the Vice President Pence, probably contacted me. I don't see a connecting email here, but she probably contacted me and said, would you send the links to the paper to Bill Gertz? And it looks like I did. It says here, Bill, here are the links to the scientific papers and a commentary about the paper. So there are two aspects here. There's the original paper that came online, but I believe was not yet out, or maybe just did come out, and a commentary on it in the journal Cell. Yes.
And the first paper is, in fact, the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2,
Right.
the Nature Medicine paper we were talking about.
It looks, yes, it says here Nature Medicine, April 2020. That is the paper that is the peer-reviewed version of the original preprint that came out earlier.
And then the other two citations are both authored by Eddie Holmes, who was involved in drafting that paper, correct?
Right.
Let's take a break there.
Okay. Time is 12:27 p.m. and we're going off the record. The time is 1:19 p.m. and we're back on the record.
Dr. Fauci, I'm handing you Exhibit 30. You see, this is an email at the top from you to Peter Daszak, dated April 19th, 2020.
Yes.
And you're responding to an email from him the day before, April 18th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And his email was the day after that coronavirus task force press conference that we looked at in the previous exhibit, correct?
Right.
And he said, Tony, CCing David so that you might pass this on to Tony once he has a spare second, correct?
Correct.
Is David a reference to David Morans?
That's true, yes.
Who's David Morans?
David Morans is a person who works at NIAID, is a scientist, been with us for a very long time.
Does he know Peter Daszak?
I believe he does.
Do you know Peter Daszak?
You know,
Objection asked and answered.
to the extent that I've answered that multiple times, I'm acquainted in the sense of I have seen him once or twice. I don't have a friendship or a relationship, if you want to call it that, with him. I'm just aware of him, and I have seen him a couple of times. I think I did a podcast once where he was another member of the podcast group.
And these other people he copies, Eric Stemme, Emily Erbelding, and Alexei Chimura, are they all people that work on your staff at NIAID?
Eric Stemme does for sure. Emily does for sure. I believe Alexei Kimura does also, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe that person does. I've seen his name circulated around in correspondence in our institute, but for sure Eric Stemme and Emily Erbelding work at NIAID.
Do you know how he got all your email addresses?
Objection calls for speculation.
For example, do you know how he got your email address?
How Peter Daszak got my email address?
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to get an email address. You just go onto the Global at NIH and you get it.
That's publicly available, your email address?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Even though it's redacted under B6 in this document?
Objection, argumentative.
You may answer.
I don't know what you're talking about. You don't redact a website. I mean, if you go on to the NIH Global, you can find my email address.
You responded to this the day after you received it, saying many thanks for your kind note, correct?
Right. That's a very typical response of mine. I can show you 45,000 emails that say thank you for your kind note.
Do you, you say you get about 2,000 emails a day?
I get, some days 1,000, 2,000, some days several hundred.
Do you respond to all of them like that?
No. The ones that are irrelevant and what's the right word for them? Ones that I don't really need to see.
Is that how you respond to them?
I don't respond. No, to this, no. I don't respond to every one of my emails. I get a lot of emails from a number of different sources that are completely distracting and irrelevant to me, but when an email comes through that people think I should see from a legitimate scientist, they let it through, and then I see it.
and that Peter Dasik's a legitimate scientist in that category. Fair to say.
Objection vague.
Peter Daszak is a grantee of NIAID, so it would be perfectly appropriate to let an email from a grantee of NIAID through to me.
Are you aware that generally that after your comments at the White House April 17th coronavirus task force briefing, speech about the lab leak hypothesis was censored on social media? Are you aware of that?
Objection, lack of foundation, vague.
I've asked him if he's aware of it. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of suppression of speech on social media, to my knowledge. If it was brought to my attention, it went. I don't recall being aware of suppression of anything.
Were you aware that Twitter, for example, removed content that suggested the virus may have escaped from a lab?
Objection, lack of foundation.
No.
If you know.
You know, I don't know for sure. I can say I am not aware of it. And maybe someone somehow sent me one of the thousands of emails and said, hey, this is happening. But I was not aware to the point of noting it in my memory that Twitter or any other social media was suppressing anything.
Exhibit 31. Here's a report in The Hill, if you see that at the top, headlined, Twitter suspends account of Chinese virologist who claimed coronavirus was made in the lab, correct?
That's what it says.
Does this incident ring a bell? Were you aware of an incident like this where Twitter removed...
Counsel, please slow down.
Were you aware of Twitter suspending the account of a Chinese virologist who claimed it was removed from a lab?
You know, Mr. Sauer, I might have been brought to my attention then. I don't recall this. If you show me this now and ask me the question, do you recall this? I'd have to say I don't recall. Is it possible that back then somebody said, hey, you know, Twitter suspended a Chinese virologist's account, and I would have went, okay, and move on to the other things I do in life. This is not something that would be catching my attention because, you know, the social media and Twitter, I told you, I don't have a Twitter account, I don't tweet, I don't do Facebook, I don't do anything. So social media stuff, I don't really pay that much attention to.
Exhibit 32. Is this a document from Meta entitled An Update on Our Work to Keep People Informed and Limit Misinformation about COVID-19?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
Is that what it says on the front of it?
The title says Meta, and it says an update on our work to keep people informed and limit misinformation about COVID-19.
Third page of this document. Can you turn to that?
Page 3, okay. All right.
It says at the top, at the very first line, most of the way across, we are expanding the list of false claims. We will remove to include additional debunked claims about.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where is it?
Top page is
we are
very top.
expanding. Okay, the middle of the sentence. I got it.
Okay. To remove, we will remove to include additional debunked claims about the coronavirus and vaccines, correct?
I object. Would like to have Dr. Fauci have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
So I'm not. What is this? What is Meta? Facebook?
Let me just cut past all that. If you look at the top of page 3, there's a reference to removing debunked claims in that first bullet point that COVID-19 is man-made or manufactured. Generally, were you aware that Meta, which controls Facebook and Instagram, changed its policies to say it would remove content alleging that COVID-19 is manufactured or man-made?
I don't recall being aware of this. Again, when you say, are you aware, you're talking a couple of years ago. Could someone have passed me in the hall and said, by the way, Meta did this? Would be one of 10,000 things that were said to me that day. I do not recall being aware of anything that Meta did. In fact, I didn't even know what Meta was.
You've heard of Facebook, right?
Yeah, I understand now. Somebody told me that they are part of Facebook or own Facebook or something like that.
Exhibit 33. Very briefly, oh, sorry. Very briefly, this article is headlined, Facebook Censors Award-Winning Journalist for Criticizing the WHO, correct?
That's what the title of this Exhibit 33 says.
And the article refers to a man named Ian Birrell, Birrel. Have you ever heard of him?
I don't recall of ever hearing of Ian Birrell. Maybe back then somebody said something about it, but right now I wouldn't know. It says here a multi-award winning investigative reporter, but if it hadn't said that, I wouldn't know who Ian Birrell is.
Did you ever have any communications with anybody about removing speech about the lab leak theory of the origins of COVID from social media platforms?
I don't recall ever having any conversation. But again, no, I mean, I would say it would be unlike me because I don't get involved in that sort of stuff. Like I said, my association with social media is almost zero. I don't have an account. I don't tweet. I don't pay attention to social media. I wouldn't know how to access a tweet if you paid me.
Exhibit 34. During 2020, was there a controversy about the effectiveness of hydroxychloroquine in treatment of COVID-19?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
There were claims that hydroxychloroquine was effective against coronavirus.
And did you disagree with those claims?
I did.
What was your basis for disagreeing with those claims?
Lack of any evidence whatsoever that hydroxychloroquine was effective against coronavirus, followed by clinical studies that showed that, in fact, was not effective against hydroxychloroquine. And statements by clinical trials guideline groups stating explicitly that there's no evidence whatsoever that hydroxychloroquine works against coronavirus.
You're referring to studies and so forth. Did you collect those studies yourself and review them, or did someone collect them for you?
Objection assumes evidence not on the record.
What studies are you referring to?
Well, I think you referred to studies about the efficacy.
Well, there were claims based on anecdotal data, and if you look at the record, it was clear that when people made definitive claims about efficacy based on anecdotal data that's not scientific, that does not indicate that a drug is effective. Subsequently, papers were published showing a lack of effect of hydroxychloroquine.
And my question is, did you do all this research yourself where you were getting all the studies, or did someone else do research
I don't
for you?
do research myself on efficacy of drugs. The research is performed by researchers who publish their data in peer-reviewed journals. And that's how you get information that's applicable to the real world.
Did you have discussions with others in NIAID about the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine?
The subject of hydroxychloroquine and the claims based on no data that hydroxychloroquine was effective against coronavirus was a topic of discussion on and off, both in NIAID and in the scientific community in general.
Who did you discuss it with at NIAID, to your recollection?
I'm sure I discussed it with a number of people, probably Dr. Cliff Lane, who is the clinical director of my institute. It's likely that I discussed the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine with him.
Anyone else within IAID?
I would imagine there were other people. I don't specifically recall, but given the fact that Cliff Lane is one of the top infectious disease clinicians in the country and happens to be my clinical director and the director of my division of clinical research, it is highly likely that I had that discussion with him.
How about outside of NIAID? Anyone else within government that you discussed its efficacy with?
I can't say for sure. As I mentioned, it was a topic of considerable discussion, so I would not be surprised if somehow you pulled out a piece of paper where I spoke about it to someone. It was a very important topic because hydroxychloroquine can have some deleterious effects in people, and it was concern within the established medical community that based on claims, based on no data, anecdotal data at best, that hydroxychloroquine works, that people would be taking it in which it does not help but possibly harms them.
Is that one of the pieces of misinformation or disinformation that may cause loss of lives that you referred to earlier, in your view?
The claim, based on no data, juxtaposed on clear-cut clinical data showing that hydroxychloroquine does not work, if one propagates this concept that hydroxychloroquine is highly effective, and people take it based on that information, which is incorrect, yes, that would be misinformation or even disinformation that could lead people to take a drug that would not help them, that could possibly hurt them.
Did you make a series of public statements about the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine in the summer of 2020?
I don't know when I made it, whether it was the spring or the summer, but I definitely made public statements. I recall when people asked at a White House press conference whether hydroxychloroquine worked, and I said those data are anecdotal and there's not definitive proof that it works. So I have made public statements in places like a White House press conference.
Just looking at the exhibit in front of you, this is a Politico article entitled Fauci, Hydroxychloroquine Not Effective Against Coronavirus, correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
And then the second page of it gives a date of May 27, 2020, correct?
Correct.
In the second paragraph there, it quotes you as saying, the scientific data is really quite evident now about lack of efficacy, correct?
Correct.
And the next page, and so that when you said that, you're referring to hydroxychloroquine, correct?
I guess so. I guess if the topic of discussion was hydroxychloroquine, it isn't explicitly stated hydroxychloroquine, but in the antecedent paragraph, the author, Zachary Brennan, is referring to hydroxychloroquine, so I would imagine that I was also referring to hydroxychloroquine.
In the next page, third page, it says, Fauci's comments come days after The Lancet published a 96,000 patient.
You have respiratory illness? Because if you do in the era of COVID, I'm a little bit uncomfortable sitting down.
Should we go off the record?
Next to you. I'm sorry, off the record, please.
Time is 1:37 p.m.
Yeah.
and we're going off the record. Time is 1:38 p.m. and we're back on the record.
Turning your attention to the third page there, it says Fauci's comments come days after The Lancet published a 96,000 patient observational study that concluded that hydroxychloroquine had no effect on COVID-19 and may have even caused some harm, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It says that. Was that in fact the basis for your statement that the scientific data is really now quite evident about lack of efficacy?
That could be. Again, you're going back a couple of years. It is quite consistent with that. I can't say definitively that that was the specific study that I was referring to. There was information coming from a number of studies, some of which were negative studies that showed that it did not work, and others were positive studies to show that it did not work. So this could have been the study I was referring to. I'm not 100% certain.
In this time frame, was there discussion of, or was there a situation where the FDA, first in March of 2020, issued an EUA as to hydroxychloroquine? Did that occur? Do you recall?
I don't recall exactly when, but I believe, and again, you're going back, and they may have, I think they did, but I'm not 100% sure, that they did issue an EUA for the emergency use of hydroxychloroquine, but I believe that that EUA was subsequently pulled back.
Would that have been in June of 2020, to your recollection?
Could possibly have been. I don't recall precisely.
Were you consulted in that process by the FDA? Like, did you have any input on the decision of the FDA to revoke the EUA?
I don't recall. It is possible that I was, but I don't recall.
Do you have any recollection of why that EUA was revoked?
I don't have any recollection now of why it was revoked then, but I would imagine as the data accumulated that clinical trials showed a lack of efficacy, the criteria for an emergency use authorization, that a drug that has not been proven to be effective, that the potential benefit of the drug might outweigh the risk. If data comes in to show that there's no benefit for the drug, then that would be a basis for pulling back on the EUA.
Next exhibit, 35. Is this the Lancet study that was referred to in the Politico article that we just discussed, to your knowledge?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you know.
I don't know if it's the same article, to be honest with you.
If you look on the front page of this exhibit on the right,
Yeah.
do you see where it says at the top, the very top, published online, May 22nd, 2020?
Where?
The word may is under the D and retracted. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And that's 5 days before that Politico article dated May 27th.
Right.
And the Politico article referred to a study in the Lancet that surveyed 96,000 patients, correct?
That's what the Politico article says.
And you got the third paragraph here in the summary, very beginning of it. It says findings, 96,032 patients
Right.
are discussed. Then this study was later retracted, correct?
Well, it says retracted across the front. I don't recall it being retracted, but if it says retracted.
Were you aware that it was retracted at the time? Do you have any recollection of that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you know.
I don't recall it being retracted. I might have at the time heard that it was retracted, but it wasn't the only paper that was on hydroxychloroquine.
Was your opinion based on other papers as well?
I'm thinking back then, my opinion of the effect of hydroxychloroquine was based on accumulating data from a number of studies. I don't recall specifically what those studies are now. Obviously not every doctor agreed with your views on hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Not every doctor agrees. I don't think every doctor in the world agrees on everything, but I'm sure there were some doctors who disagreed with it, despite the fact that the evidence was ample, accumulating, and continued to accumulate, that hydroxychloroquine was not effective.
Were you aware that there were doctors who continued to prescribe it for their patients with COVID?
I heard that doctors were continuing to prescribe it.
If a doctor makes that clinical judgment with respect to their patient, are you qualified to second guess that clinical judgment?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. Am I qualified to? What do you mean by qualified to question?
Well, do you have qualifications?
There's no. You mean like a written statement that says you are qualified to? I'm not sure what you mean. Am I qualified to?
What is your qualification to second guess a decision that's made between a doctor and their individual patient about the prescription of hydroxychloroquine to treat COVID?
Well, I mean, you're using the word second guess. If a physician is prescribing a medication that has no benefit and can clearly cause harm, that would make me pause as to whether or not that was an appropriate thing. When you say second guess, I'm wondering what you mean. Second guess, go out and demonstrate in front of his or her office? No. That's not it, but I can certainly have an opinion that if a physician prescribes a medication with no proven efficacy and clear-cut potential toxicity, that I would be concerned about that, because as a physician, I never want to see a patient harmed by an intervention that has no benefit to begin with.
Were you aware, or do you recall, that in July of 2020, a couple months after your statement that from Politico we talked about, there were a group of doctors who had posted a video in front of the Supreme Court touting what they perceived as the benefits of hydroxychloroquine?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't recall. I do vaguely recall a group of doctors, I forgot who they called themselves, got up and were talking about a bunch of things regarding COVID. I don't precisely recall what they were saying. I think at the time I knew what they were saying, but quite frankly, I've forgotten what they were saying.
Exhibit 36. Do you recall appearing on Good Morning America around July 27th or 28th of 2020?
No, I don't recall. Do you know how many times I've appeared on television?
Just asking if you remember this particular one, sir.
Well, I don't recall.
Can you turn to the fifth page of this document?
What's the top of the page, Mr. Sauer?
There's white space, and then it says responding to questions about an anti-malarial drug.
I would ask for Dr. Fauci to have a time to familiarize himself with this document.
Why is your question about here? Yes. What about it?
Sorry, that quote on page 5, you said on Good Morning America, the overwhelming prevailing clinical trials that have looked at the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine have indicated that it is not effective in coronavirus disease, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall those comments being made in response to a video of doctors, they calling themselves America's frontline doctors, appearing on the steps of the Supreme Court, in touting the perceived benefits of that drug?
Right.
Do you remember that?
Let's make sure we get the connections right. I do recall a group of doctors that were in front of the Supreme Court. I guess there were 6 or 7 of them. One, I believe, was an African-American woman, female physician, if I'm not mistaken. Could be. I think that's the group that we were referring to, who were in front of the Supreme Court making a bit of statements. I don't precisely recall what they were talking about, but I know that in general the people who were watching that were concerned about the truth of what they were saying. They were making a bunch of, I don't recall specifically what they were saying, but there was some concern about the accuracy of what they were saying.
Exhibit 37.
Sir, Mr. Sauer, I have one version of this. Do you
You may
have two
have
versions of that?
to.
I got this.
It's fine. What number are we on?
Yeah, is this a Breitbart article with the headline "Fauci on censored hydroxychloroquine video"? Bunch of people spouting something that isn't true.
That's what it says.
And the next, look at the second page. Just look at the first paragraph of this this report. It quotes you appearing on MSNBC's Andrea Mitchell reports, saying that a video retweeted by President Trump that featured doctors at a press conference touting hydroxychloroquine as a coronavirus treatment was, quote, people spouting that something that isn't true, correct?
That's what it says here.
Do you recall saying that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
You know, I certainly may have said that. Yes, I think the general impression that if one looked at the video, I recall, I don't know exactly, but it was pretty clear among physicians and those involved that what was being said on the steps in many respects didn't make much medical sense.
In your view, what was being said, was that misinformation or disinformation that could lead to loss of lives?
It's possible. I don't recall exactly. If you want to play the tape for me and we can go over it and I can then properly answer your question. I just know that there was a lot of negative response on the overwhelming representation of the medical community that was said on that press conference on the steps, I believe, of the Supreme Court. Was really quite unorthodox.
I'm sorry, I didn't really follow what you just said. You said there was an overwhelming medical response.
In general, if you were to take a poll of physicians in established medical centers throughout the country and have them look at the tape of what was being said at that time, I believe, I've been proven, but I believe you would find that the overwhelming majority would find that what was said there really didn't make much medical sense.
Did you take such a poll at the time?
I did not, but I know my community, and everyone who's ever looked at that just raised their eyebrows and said, what the heck are they talking about?
You say you know your community. Who in your community did you discuss the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine with?
We've discussed the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine with a number of people in the community.
Can you name one?
Yeah, I can name a whole group.
Please do.
We have a clinical trials. I want to get the correct name of it. It's the NIH Treatment Guidelines Panel. The Treatment Guidelines Panel is made up of, I would say a total, mostly physicians and healthcare providers, of about 40 plus individuals who are representative of the infectious diseases community throughout the country. Most of them are the chiefs of infectious diseases throughout the medical centers in the country. Harvard, Cornell, San Francisco, all of the ones. These are the real leaders in infectious disease in the country. They came to a determination based on an examination of all the literature that hydroxychloroquine had no evidence at all of efficacy.
When was that determination made?
I don't know the exact date, but it is a group that can easily be asked about when that occurred, and you could find out on the record. But it was very, very clear that that was the case, that they felt that way. They kept an open mind, but they looked at the literature and said that they really felt that there was no evidence at all that hydroxy, and it isn't an individual person, it's a treatment guidelines panels that represents the leadership of infectious diseases in the entire country.
Let me give you Exhibit 38. You see this Breitbart report that says Facebook, Google, YouTube, Twitter censor viral video of doctors Capitol Hill coronavirus press conference.
Yes, I see that. Another Breitbart statement.
And then can you turn to the third page of this? Actually, can you see what the date of this report was?
The date, let me see.
Actually, if you turn to the third page there at the top, is the date July 27th, 2020.
Correct.
This is within a day of the comments, your comments to Good Morning America and Andrea Mitchell that we just talked about, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that correct?
I'm getting confused about dates here, so let's go back. And what's the date of the Andrea Mitchell thing?
Was that July 20? Sorry, if you look at the last two exhibits, July 28th was your comment on Good Morning America, or the 27th?
Tuesday. Well, the news article here says updated July 28th. That's, I assume that the statement was either July 28th or it was reported on July 28th and the statement was July 27th. I can't tell from this exhibit.
So it'd be within a day of this article we're looking at now that's
Right.
dated July 27th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, staying on that third page, the report says Facebook has removed a video posted by Breitbart News earlier today, which was the top performing Facebook post in the world Monday afternoon of a press conference in D.C. held by the group America's Frontline Doctors. You see that?
I see that, yes.
And that group in press conference is the same group in press conference that you were disagreeing with in your two prior statements, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
Or your two prior comments to Andrea Mitchell and to Good Morning America, correct?
Again, objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
It likely was that. I can't say absolutely for sure, but if you were talking about a press conference by a group of doctors on the steps of wherever the Capitol or the Supreme Court, and I was referring to that, it is likely that that's what I was referring to, but I can't say for sure. I don't have a precise recollection of that.
Looking down on this page, do you see under that big paragraph there's smaller print that says the video accumulated over 17 million views during the 8 hours it was hosted on Facebook, correct?
Correct.
Does the widespread dissemination of this video touting the benefits of hydroxychloroquine, would that trouble you as a doctor who is concerned about misinformation and disinformation being disseminated?
Objection, lack of foundation.
You know, I don't really pay much attention to the quantity. Like I said, I've said this maybe now the 9th, 10th time. I don't get involved in social media stuff. I don't follow. I wouldn't even know how to access how many views something has. So
if you were aware that the video did have 17 million views, would that bother you as a doctor who's concerned about the dissemination
Objection.
of misinformation and disinformation about COVID treatments?
Objection.
I don't know what 17 million views means. What's the denominator? Is 17 million a large amount? Is it a small amount? Is it a medium amount? I don't go on social media, so I don't know what 17 million views mean.
So that doesn't bother you, or you have no opinion one way or the other on that question, fair to say?
Well, I don't know how to quantitate the number of views with whatever it is, the point you're trying to make.
Suppose 17 million people watch that video where those doctors stood on the steps of the Supreme Court and touted the benefits of hydroxychloroquine, would that bother you?
Would likely bother me if a very large number of people were given information that was not only based on no data, but in which data actually showed that those statements were untrue. As a physician who takes care of patients and cares about the health of patients, I think that information that spreads false, not based on data, as a physician would be troublesome to me. What does troublesome mean? Would I do anything about it? Not necessarily at all. But I don't like false information that hurts patients.
Can you turn 2 pages forward in that document, please?
When you say 2 pages forward, you mean page 5 of 19?
Correct.
Okay, what do you want me to look at?
4th paragraph down, there's a quote from a Facebook company spokesman, Andy Stone, stating, "We removed the video for sharing false information about cures and treatment for COVID-19, correct?"
That's what it says.
Lack of foundation.
Are you aware of anyone communicating with Facebook about that decision to remove the video?
I don't recall or remember anyone communicating with them about that. Could have been, but I don't recall anybody communicating with social media people.
Do you recall anyone at NIAID communicating with social media people?
To my recollection, I don't recall. But I don't know everything that everybody does, but I don't recall anybody communicating with social media.
Were you aware of anyone associated with the federal government communicating with Facebook about that decision?
I don't recall anyone in the federal government that I know. They might have, possible, but I don't recall specifically anyone in the federal government communicating with them. Like I said, I don't pay attention to those types of things. I have a really important day job that I work at. So,
how about on any other topic? Setting aside this America's Frontline Doctors video, are you aware of anyone in the federal government communicating with social media platforms about what can and can't be posted on their platforms?
You know, I have to say I don't recall any of that. I mean, could be back then someone did and brought it to my attention, but I don't recall any federal official or anybody communicating directly with social media. It doesn't ring a bell for me now. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened. It just doesn't ring a bell to me right now.
Can you turn 1 page forward in this exhibit to page 6 of 19? Do you see there in that first full paragraph that goes all the way across the page, Facebook's decision to censor the live stream was quickly followed by YouTube, the Google-owned video sharing platform.
Yeah, I see that.
Were you, at the time, were you aware of Google or YouTube pulling down this video about hydroxychloroquine?
Right.
Objection asked and answered.
Were you aware?
Well, as I've said multiple times, I don't pay attention to what social media organizations like Google and YouTube and Twitter and all that, what they do, because I'm not involved in that. So was I aware? Could someone have cursorily mentioned to me that they did? Possibly, and it probably went over my head because that's not something that I pay attention to.
Next paragraph down, following Facebook and YouTube's removal of the video, Twitter followed suit, removing Breitbart News's Periscope live stream of the press conference, correct?
Where is that? What paragraph? I'm sorry.
Immediately below there's a 2-line paragraph about Facebook, and there's a...
Wait a minute, I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah, I
Page
think,
6
sorry, Dr. Fauci's on page 7 of 19. It's
You gotta turn back 1 page.
Page 6 of 19.
Okay. And what's the paragraph, Mr. Sauer, you're talking
Bottom
about?
paragraph on that page, beginning following Facebook and YouTube's.
Yes, Twitter followed suit, removing Breitbart's Periscope, whatever that is. Jack Dorsey's platform also then limited the Breitbart News official indicating tweets containing links. Yeah,
Same question. Were you aware at the time that Twitter followed suit with Facebook and YouTube and pulled this video down?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Were you aware?
Well, I was not aware, to my knowledge. And like I said, when you say aware, it's possible that somebody walking in the hall said, hey, did you hear this happen? Very likely, I would have paid no attention to that because, as I said, I do not get involved in any way with social media. I don't have an account, I don't tweet, I don't Facebook, and I don't pay attention to that. So you keep asking questions about, am I aware of what's going on with people putting things down? I don't pay attention what gets put up and puts down on social media.
Are you generally aware of the terms of service about content moderation for the social media platforms? Do you know anything about them?
Terms of service?
There are policies with respect to what people can and can't post on social media. Do you have any knowledge of what those policies say?
I'm not even knowing what you're talking about. Terms of, the answer would be, like I said, I'll repeat it again so that it's clear. I don't pay attention to social media issues. That's something that I don't do. I don't have an account. I don't follow it. I don't even know what the conditions are.
Never once.
Well, I can't say never, ever. I'm sure, there's, when you're in a place where there are thousands of people and you get thousands of emails, somebody somewhere is going to say something, and I'm going to say, oh, good. So if you're going to show me a one time when someone mentioned, good, show me.
Exhibit 39.
Yeah.
This is a report from the Washington Standard entitled America's Frontline Doctors Website Shut Down. Do you see that?
Yep.
And right there in the front page, it indicates that this is dated August 1st, 2020.
Right.
So this is just a couple days after the report about their video being pulled off Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here. So it says the Washington Standard American Frontline Doctors website shut down on the first page. Now, what's the next issue you were pointing out to me?
Is the date of it August 1st, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware of their website being taken down by their web hosting provider?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't recall that. I might have been aware. Someone may have pointed it out to me. But that's not something, as I say, that would normally attract my attention or my interest. I could have been aware, but again, I concentrate on other things besides this.
You testified about your views about the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine. Is that still your view today, that there's still no evidence of its efficacy?
Correct.
Are you aware of any meta-analysis of the studies that have been done on a global scale of the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine?
I'm not specifically aware of that, but there really are some real failings of meta-analyses, and when you get statisticians to look at them, they often debunk some of those meta-analyses.
Do you recall saying in connection with the discussion of hydroxychloroquine that a randomized, double-blind, placebo-based study is the gold standard?
That is the gold standard for everything. It isn't always needed, but for the most part, it's the gold standard.
Do you remember criticizing publicly a study done by a sort of real-time study done by practitioners at the Henry Ford Medical Center with about 1,000 participants that found an observational benefit to hydroxychloroquine?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Do you remember that?
I don't recall. It's possible. I see a lot of studies, hundreds and hundreds of studies that come across my desk, some that are put there, some that I find myself. So I can't say for sure what my opinion or comment was on any given study.
Exhibit 40. Here's this, the first page of a meta-analysis of the studies addressing the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine. Is that what it appears to be?
I don't know, this is confusing. Global HCQ, CQ studies. Let me read the paragraph first. I'm not sure what the summary is saying. Negative evaluations typically ignore treatment delay. Some in vitro evidence suggested therapeutic levels would not be reached. However, that was incorrect.
Let's just focus on that first sentence for a minute, would you? Where it says 449 HCQ COVID-19 studies, correct?
Right.
HCQ is a common a shorthand for hydroxychloroquine, correct?
Right.
And it indicates there's 351 of these 449 studies are peer-reviewed, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that what it says?
351 peer-reviewed. 371 comparing treatment and control groups. Late treatment and high dosages may be harmful, while early treatment consistently showed positive results.
Just focusing on that, comparing treatment and control groups, is that a description of a placebo-based double-blind study?
Well, if
Objection.
To your understanding.
To my-
Objection, speculative.
I'm not sure what they were referring to. There's a difference between a treatment and control group versus a randomized placebo control group. Lack of randomization very infrequently leads to confusing, if not inaccurate, results. It depends on what the control group was. If it was a historical control, you want to make sure that there were no confounding variables in the control group that could have skewed the data. And that's the reason why I said, if you look at the preponderance of evaluation of these studies by groups such as the NIH Clinical Trials Guideline Group, they come to the conclusion that the studies that claim efficacy are statistically not valid studies.
Would that apply to all 371 studies here that are reported to? If I may finish my question, please.
Oh, please go ahead.
371 comparing treatment and control groups, that indicates that early treatment, that is receiving hydroxychloroquine early within the course of infection with the virus, consistently shows positive results.
Yeah, that's what this says. I would have to go back, take a look at the study, and consult with our statisticians, who I believe were the ones that looked at this study and allowed the treatment guidelines panel, which, as I said, is comprised of anywhere from 30 to 40 of the top infectious disease physicians in the country, have still come to the conclusion that there is no evidence that hydroxychloroquine works and that, in fact, it can harm. So you can show me this study, and I don't see the study. It would probably take, when you talk about meta-analysis, a long period of time to look at each thing. What are they referring to as a control group? Is it randomized or is it not randomized? All of those factors play a major role in the validity or not of a study.
Are you familiar with the Great Barrington Declaration?
Yes, I am.
What's the Great Barrington Declaration?
It's a declaration signed by a number of people who propose letting the virus circulate in the community with the statement that you can protect vulnerable people, and if you let the virus circulate freely, that you would get what's called herd immunity, and then ultimately the virus would essentially go to such a low level because of herd immunity.
And you look at Exhibit 40 in front of you. Is that a copy of the Great Barrington Declaration?
I think, is this Exhibit 41 or 40?
Oh, 41, I apologize. Look at Exhibit 41 in front of you. Is that a copy of the Great Barrington Declaration?
Well, it says on the front page, Great Barrington Declaration. I'm not sure if it is. I have no reason to believe it isn't.
Did you have a review of the Great Barrington Declaration?
I have read it some time ago.
Flipping ahead to the third page where it says the Great Barrington Declaration at the top. Does that look like the Great Barrington Declaration?
Objection, lack of foundation.
What page are we on? 3 of 13?
Correct.
It says the Great Barrington Declaration.
And is this familiar to you? You said you've read it before.
I read it some time ago when it first came out.
At the end of the first paragraph there, that just talks about recommending an approach called focused protection, correct?
Right.
And is that what you described earlier as allowing the virus to
Right.
circulate among certain
Right.
populations while trying to provide targeted protection for more vulnerable populations?
I believe that's what they're referring to.
This was published on October 4th, 2020, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I don't know when it was published, to be honest with you.
Well, flip ahead to page 5 of 13 at the very top.
It says on October 4th, the declaration was authored and signed.
Okay, so that's when at least it purports to have been executed.
Right.
When did you become aware of it after it was published online?
I don't recall.
Would it have been soon after that, to your knowledge?
Possibly. I don't recall.
Do you know these three scientists who are listed as the leaders of it, or the authors of it? Dr. Martin Kulldorff, Dr. Sunetra Gupta, and Dr. Jay Bhattacharya.
Objection, vague.
Do you know them?
I don't know them. I know their names now because it's been kicked around a fair amount over the last period of time. I don't know them.
You did, and you didn't. Were you familiar with them or their reputations at the time that this was published?
I don't know them, so I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. Flipping ahead to page 8 of 13. There's a list in the list of joiners there, second from the bottom, it lists Dr. Michael Levitt at Stanford.
Yes.
And he was a Nobel Prize winner.
Correct.
Do you know him?
I don't know him. I've heard of him. I don't know him.
You said earlier, I think, that you don't recall how you first became aware of the Great Barrington Declaration.
I can't say the moment that I became aware of it. I don't recall. I became aware of it. I don't know precisely when I became aware of it.
Do you remember the context in which you became aware of it? Was it raised to you by a colleague or surfing the internet or something like that?
I don't recall how that occurred.
Exhibit 42.
I would like to, Mr. Sauer, take a break in the next 5 minutes. Do you want to take a break now, or do you want to take a break after the next exhibit?
Let's do it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Time is 2:17 p.m. and we're going off the record. The time is 2:28 p.m. and we're back on the record.
Exhibit 42. Dr. Fauci, do you recognize this email dated October 8th, 2020 at 2:31 p.m.?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Yeah.
Do you,
I don't recognize it like I remember it, but it's sitting right in front of me, and it's an email from Francis Collins to myself and Cliff Lane with a copy to Larry Tabak, so I'll read it and see what it says. Yes, I read it.
Do you remember getting this email?
Yeah, vaguely, yeah.
Dr. Collins sent it to you on October 4th, 4 days after the Great Barrington Declaration was authored, correct?
objection. It says October 8th on it.
Sorry. He sent it to you on October 8th, 4 days after the Great Barrington Declaration was authored on October 4th, correct?
Correct.
And he sent it to you and Cliff Lane, correct?
Correct.
And he says, "Hi, Tony and Cliff. See https gbdeclaration.org," correct?
Correct.
And is that a reference to the Great Barrington Declaration?
I believe so. I mean, I would imagine it's a link, and it says GB Declaration. So I would imagine it's it.
Did you read the Great Barrington Declaration for the first time when you got this email, or do you not know?
I don't recall.
Did you click on that link when you got the email?
I don't recall.
He goes on to say, this proposal from the 3 fringe epidemiologists who met with the secretary, right? Were you aware of those 3 authors of the Great Barrington Declaration meeting with the secretary?
I don't recall. This may have been my first awareness of it, or I could have been peripherally aware of it at the time. I can't say for sure.
So you don't know. When he refers to the 3 fringe epidemiologists, is he referring to a prior conversation or communication where you discussed them with him, if you know?
Objection speculative.
I don't know.
You don't remember?
Quite frankly, I don't remember. No.
Do you recall the Dr. Bhattacharya, Gupta, and Koldorf meeting with Secretary Azar?
You know, I don't. I think after the fact, I would have known because Francis said they did. It is very likely, although I am not 100% sure, that the meeting of the epidemiologist authors of the declaration with the secretary, this was very likely the first time it was brought to my attention, though I can't say for sure. I would imagine. Again, getting back to context, this is not something that I would have been paying a lot of attention to. I was knee-deep in trying to do things like develop a vaccine that wound up saving the lives of millions of people. That's what I was doing at the time. So an email like this may not necessarily have risen to the top of my awareness and interest.
It goes on to say, so you believe that this didn't catch your interest at the time you received it, fair to say?
Objection mischaracterizes testimony.
I don't know if it did or not. I wouldn't imagine that it would be overwhelmingly interested. I may have responded. I'm sure maybe you're going to pull an email out and show my response. But I don't recall this. This is an email from Francis just bringing it to Cliff and my attention. I don't recall what, if any, my response was to this.
It says it seems to be getting a lot of attention, and even a co-signature from Nobel Prize winner Mike Levitt at Stanford, correct?
Right.
And that was the person we referred to a minute ago.
Yes.
Then Dr. Collins goes on to say, there needs to be a quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. Do you know what he's referring to when he talks about a quick and devastating published takedown?
Objection speculative.
If you know.
I do not know what he was referring to. I would imagine I was thinking that someone would take the counter argument of what the premise was. And I believe, knowing now what's in the Declaration, the premise that you could actually selectively target susceptible people, protect them, and yet let the virus spread through society without doing considerable damage. I would imagine that is the premise that Dr. Collins felt was an invalid assumption.
And did you discuss this with him at the time? Did you talk to him about getting a quick and devastating published takedown of the Great Barrington Declaration?
I don't recall. A quick and devastating takedown. That doesn't sound like some terminologies that I would use. So I don't believe I had a conversation with him about that specific.
And so you don't know specifically what he meant?
I don't know specifically what he meant, but knowing Francis, he's a scholar. He likely was talking about writing a scholarly article to contest some of the premises. That's what I would imagine Francis was referring to. That would be his style. that if someone writes an article that he disagrees with, that he would write a counter-argument to challenge the premises. I don't know for sure, but knowing Francis, I believe that's what he means, to provide a counter-argument to that.
To know for sure, then, what he meant, well, we have to ask him,
Objection.
if you know.
Speculative.
Again, I'm not sure. Again, I said I'm not 100% sure. You never can be sure what is in someone's mind, but knowing Francis, he is a scholar, a fair person, highly respected in the community. When he talks about premises, just the way he would with a scientific article with scientific data, if he had an issue with it, he would write a scholarly article to try and challenge it. And I believe that's what he's referring to.
He goes on in the email to say, I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? You see that?
I see that.
Why would he think that you and Cliff Lane would know whether or not there was a swift and devastating takedown of this declaration underway?
Objection. Speculative.
Yeah, it's certainly speculative. I don't know what he meant. I just think he was speaking broadly. I haven't seen anything. Have you guys seen anything? I don't think he was specifically pointing to us to have known if there was something online. He scours the online better than we do. He's got an entire staff that does that. So I think it was just a casual comment. Hey guys, did you see anything online yet?
And he says not, is there something up there? He says, is it underway? Did he have any reason to think that you guys might be working on some kind
Absolutely
of refutation,
not.
if I may finish my question, some kind of refutation of the Great Barrington Declaration?
No. This is not something that I would be involved in. As I told you, I have a very important day job that is running a $6.4 billion institute. I would not be involved in examining this and doing something that would, quote, counter it.
Do you know why he copied Cliff Lane on this email with you?
Objection. Speculative.
I don't know why he copied Cliff, but as I mentioned, Cliff is the clinical director of the Institute, the deputy director for clinical research, and a highly, respected clinical scientist in the Institute. So it would not be unusual for Francis to send me an email and have Cliff Lane as my deputy director for clinical research be copied. That would not be surprising.
Is Cliff Lane the same one who went on the WHO-sponsored trip to China in February 2020 that we talked about this morning?
Objection asked and answered.
Is he? Is it the same guy?
Cliff Lane is the same person, and the same motivation that led to his going to China was probably the same motivation that Francis copied in the email, that he's highly respected and well thought of and a very knowledgeable physician scientist.
When he came back from China, he was the one who had reported about China's, I think he called them extreme lockdown measures being effective in controlling the spread of the virus. Do you recall that?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, I answered that question, but he was the one that said social distancing that they have done was in fact effective. He believes in curtailing the spread of the virus.
Do you recall any discussions between you, Francis Collins, and Cliff Lane in that time frame of him returning from the WHO-sponsored trip to China that related to the efficacy of extreme lockdown measures or extreme social distancing measures?
We're going back to the same question. I think I answered that.
I'm just asking if you had any discussions on that topic that I've just described. You, Cliff Lane, and Francis Collins, back when Cliff Lane returned from the trip to China.
Did we have any discussions about the efficacy of severe social distancing on shutting down the spread of virus? It's
Correct.
entirely possible that we had that conversation. I don't specifically recall that conversation, but it would not be unusual. Cliff went to China, and we wanted to find out what was going on there to see if there could be any lessons learned from what they were doing compared to what we're doing.
Exhibit 43. Do you recognize this email exchange, also dated October 8th, 2020? I'm sorry.
You know, you say, do I recognize it?
Do you remember it?
I don't remember it, but now that you put it in front of me, it's got my name on it next to from and Francis next to to. So I get back to my statement before. I receive literally thousands of emails, many of which get screened, so I generally wind up seeing only a few hundred. I don't remember this one specifically, but clearly it was sent by me to Francis.
And to the same list of recipients on his email to you. That was the previous exhibit, correct?
Right.
And you said to him, Francis, I'm pasting in below a piece from Wired that debunks this theory, correct?
That's what it says.
And if you look up at the top, the subject line is Great Barrington Declaration, correct?
Correct.
And Francis responds to you, excellent, correct?
That's what it says.
You've pasted in here a article from Wired magazine by Matt Reynolds, right?
Yes.
How'd you find that?
I don't recall.
Did someone find it for you, or did you Google yourself?
I don't recall.
Do you know this author, Matt Reynolds?
Doesn't ring a bell. I may have run into him or interacted with him in the past, but doesn't jump out of the page at me.
Did you have any communications with Mr. Reynolds before he published this article?
I don't recall.
Do you know of anyone at NIAID communicating with him about this article?
I don't recall.
Do you know Greg Gonsalves?
I do.
Who's he?
Greg Gonsalves is a person on the faculty of the Yale School of Public Health, I believe, certainly Yale University in New Haven, who formerly was a member of the AIDS activist group ACT UP, and then a member of the therapy group TAG, Treatment Action Group of ACT UP.
How long have you known him?
I've known Greg since the first decade of HIV, so I would imagine that would likely be sometime in late 1980s, early 1990.
Is he a friend of yours?
Well, it depends on what you mean by a friend. He's someone I know. He's an associate. I think he's a solid person. He cares deeply about public health. Again, it depends on definition of friend or not. He's somebody that's more than just hello. I mean, I've interacted with him a fair amount.
Exhibit 44. Another email chain between you, Francis Collins, and Cliff Lane regarding the Great Barrington Declaration, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
This is an email from me to Francis in which I forwarded to him a commentary, or a Twitter, I guess, a commentary by Greg Gonsalves concerning the idea of herd immunity and focused protection.
And you said above sending that, you said another refutation of the herd immunity approach, right?
Correct.
And this is also addressing essentially the approach, the herd immunity approach. Are you there referring to the approach espoused by the authors of the Great Barrington Declaration?
Could be. I would imagine it was, but since herd immunity was a significant component of the Declaration, I don't see specific reference to the Declaration here, but it is compatible with this being referring to the Declaration, though I don't see any specific indication of it.
Can you turn to the second page of this document? In the Gonsalves article, the second paragraph begins, however, after some acknowledgement. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you go about 5 lines down, there's a sentence beginning, fast forward to this week. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says, fast forward to this week, where one of the Harvard professors in question, Martin Kulldorff, along with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford University and Sunetra Gupta from the University of Oxford, were in D.C. meeting with Scott Atlas and Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar.
Yes.
And then it goes on to say they were promoting their new focus protection strategy, correct?
That's what it says.
And focus protection is the phrase used in the Great Barrington Declaration, correct?
That's correct.
Did you have any communications with Greg Gonsalves before he wrote this piece?
I don't recall. I might have. I don't recall specifically having any communications with Greg before he wrote this. I might have, but I don't know. It doesn't come out at me as something I remember having a communication with him.
Did you remember him consulting with you or anyone in NIAID's staff in any way about his piece on this?
I don't recall. It's possible, but I don't recall.
Do you know what Francis Collins was going to do with this information? You're sending him these articles refuting the Great Barrington Declaration. What was his plan to do with them?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know what his plan. I think he was getting back to a prior email that you showed me. He was wondering what the community in general's response was to the Great Barrington Declaration. And I believe, if I can recall from a few minutes ago, when he was talking, is anybody else refuting this premise? That's one of the things he asked in an email he sent to me. So I would imagine, I'm trying to piece it together, that the things that I forwarded to Francis were in response to his question, is anybody else refuting this premise? And looks like a refutation that I forwarded to him on October 8th, and then on that same day, what Greg Gonsalves tweeted.
Do you know if Francis Collins has any contacts or acquaintances who work for social media companies?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I don't know of Francis Collins's connection to any. I don't know of it. I mean, whether he does or not, I have no knowledge of that.
Does he have social media accounts?
His office does. I think he tweets. I've heard he tweets. Since I don't have a Twitter account, I don't see tweets.
Exhibit 45.
Yes.
Before we get to this exhibit, has Dr. Collins ever discussed with you the content of matters posted on social media? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, what's the question again?
Has Dr. Collins ever discussed with you the content of speech posted on social media?
Objection, ambiguous.
I'm not sure.
Has he ever discussed with you any communications that he or his staff have had with social media companies?
Not specifically that I can recall. He may have, but again, that's not something that rings a bell with me that I would remember.
Can you look briefly at the exhibit in front of you, Exhibit 45?
Right.
This is a Washington Post article dated October 14th, 2020.
Right.
And the headline is Proposal to Hasten Herd Immunity to the Coronavirus Grabs White House Attention but Appalls Top Scientists, correct?
Correct.
If you go to the fourth paragraph on the first page, is Dr. Collins quoted in this article?
Again, I would ask for Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
Just give me a second.
Do you see the fourth paragraph on the first page?
Yeah.
Where it says that a senior administration official told reporters in a background briefing call Monday that the proposed strategy, which has been denounced by other infectious disease experts and called, quote, fringe and, quote, dangerous by NIH Director Francis Collins. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you consult with Dr. Collins before he told the Washington Post that this was a fringe and dangerous idea?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the connections because it's saying here, which has been denounced by other infectious disease experts and called fringe and dangerous, whether Francis spoke to Joel directly and said it was fringe and dangerous, or whether Joel was reporting on statements that Francis Collins made, not directly to him, but he may have heard of statements that Francis made. So I'm...
Why don't you flip ahead to page 4 of this document, 4 of 5 in the bottom left corner.
Four or five.
Page 4 of 5.
Got it.
You see that third full paragraph. There's a quotation from Dr. Collins that says, what I worry about with this is it's being presented as if it's a major alternative view that's held by large numbers of experts in the scientific community. That is not true, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
That's what this says.
And then he goes on to say in the next paragraph, this is a fringe component of epidemiology. This is not mainstream science. It's dangerous, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Well, I'm reading the quote from Dr. Collins, and that's what the quote says.
Did he consult with you before he gave that quote or made those statements to the Washington Post?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I can't say for sure whether he consulted with me or spoke to me about it. It was clear how Dr. Collins felt about the premise of the declaration. He felt that it was, in fact, an ill-founded premise and that it would be dangerous because it would lead to the unnecessary infection, sickness, hospitalization, and death of larger numbers of people if you pulled back and let the virus freely circulate, even if you tried to protect targeted populations.
Did he think it would be dangerous if those communications were conducted on social media platforms?
Objection, speculative.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't see a connection here with what he's saying and things being spread on social media. But perhaps since a lot of things get spread on social media, I'm sure that could, I'm not sure, but that could have been something that he was concerned about.
Did you ever discuss that with him, his concerns about it circulating on social media?
Objection asked and answered.
You know, we've been down that question before, and I said I am not certain at all. I've had discussions with Dr. Collins a few years ago about these issues, and I don't know if we discussed the implications of social media with him on it.
Did you become aware, well, let's do the next exhibit, 46. On October 13th at 3:36 p.m., did Dr. Collins send you and some others a link to the Washington Post article that we just looked at?
The link on the bottom, is that the same article? I don't know if it is. Let me see if the link is the same. COVID herd immunity 2020. Yeah, it looks like it's the link to the article that we were referring to.
So this is on October 13th, which would be the day after, or no, strike that. So he emails you and others and says, my quotes in the article are accurate but will not be appreciated in the White House, correct?
It says here, my quotes are accurate but would not be appreciated in the White House.
Did he discuss with you whether the White House would approve the quotes he made about the Great Barrington Declaration?
I don't recall him discussing whether they would be appreciated or not, but he clearly states in the email to me, is it to me? Yes, to me and others, that his quotes are accurate, namely that he rejects the premise of herd immunity. But that will not be appreciated in the White House.
And you responded, they are too busy with other things to worry about this.
Right.
But you said it was entirely correct.
Right.
So was it your view at the time that the Great Barrington Declaration is a fringe and dangerous idea?
I'm not sure I would have categorized it like that. I would say that the premise, I believe, is invalid. And the invalid premise of essentially letting the virus freely circulate under the assumption, which has already been proven to be incorrect with the 1 million deaths that we've had in the country, that the premise of allowing the virus to freely circulate is a premise that is invalid because it is not possible to selectively protect all the vulnerable people.
Do you think?
So I agree that the premise of the Great Barrington Declaration is ill-founded and incorrect. And I'm joined by the overwhelming majority of physicians, public health officials, and epidemiologists.
Do you think it's nonsense?
You know, you're putting words, it could be nonsense. In fact, I believe that you're going to show me an email shortly in which I call it nonsense.
Why don't we go with that? Exhibit 47.
All right. Thank you.
So is this can you look at that?
I see it.
You see this is an NBC News article dated October 15th, 2020.
Correct.
And the headline says, Dr. Fauci says letting the coronavirus spread to achieve herd immunity is, quote, nonsense and, quote, dangerous. Correct?
That is correct.
Turn to the third page of the document in the first full paragraph.
Right.
You describe the view of letting everybody get infected and then we'll have herd immunity, and you say, quite frankly, that is nonsense, and anybody who knows anything about epidemiology will tell you that that is nonsense and very dangerous, correct?
That is correct.
Were those the statements you made at the time?
That's the quote there. I have no reason to believe that it's a misquote.
Do you still believe that?
Do I believe that the Barrington Declaration premise of letting the virus rip through society and infect people, leading to their illness, hospitalization, and death, is nonsense and dangerous? I still do.
Are you an epidemiologist?
I'm an infectious disease person with some pretty good experience in epidemiology.
Is Dr. Bhattacharya an epidemiologist?
I don't know. I guess you'll have to look up his credentials. I don't know precisely what his credentials are.
How about Dr. Koldorf?
Again, I'm not familiar offhand with their qualifications.
So your statement was made within 2 days of Dr. Collins' statement to the Washington Post, correct?
Right.
Did you guys coordinate on making those statements? Did you discuss it with each other that you're going to make these statements criticizing the Great Barrington Declaration, other than the emails you've already seen?
I don't believe so, but I'm not one. No, I don't. That's not our style to be coordinating things, but I don't know. It's possible we discussed it. Depends on what your definition of coordination is.
In the same time frame, did you become aware that the Great Barrington Declaration was being censored in social media?
I'm not aware of any censorship of anything. Like I said multiple times, and I'll repeat it again for the record, I don't follow what goes on social media, censoring or otherwise. That's not something that I pay attention to.
Can you look at Exhibit 48? And is this an article from the website Spiked entitled, "Why Has Google Censored the Great Barrington Declaration?"
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that what it says on the first page?
The first page says, "Why has Google censored the Great Barrington Declaration?"
You know, without going into details, without going through the details of the article, were you aware that there were reports that Google had deboosted the Great Barrington Declaration in its search results, so that if you searched for it on Google, the declaration itself would be buried deep in the results, and you would only get articles that were critical of it. Like, for example, the Washington Post article that quoted Francis Collins and the NBC News article that quoted you.
Objection, lack of foundation, compound, many compounds.
Did you know about that?
I mean, so could you repeat concisely the specific question that I know about what? That
Did you know about the fact that the Great Barrington Declaration had been deboosted in Google search results in this same time frame?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Did you know?
I believe not. It is possible that someone walking by the hall mentioned that to me, but as I mentioned to you, I don't pay much attention to what goes on in social media, and I certainly would not have had this plop up on my radar screen. So I would say, I can't say 100%, but it is highly unlikely that I was aware of, or if I was, I paid any attention to this thing of Google censoring the Great Barrington. I don't pay attention to that whole culture of social media censoring and not censoring. I've said that maybe 50 times today. That's not what I do.
Let me ask you a new question then.
Sure.
Are you familiar with the social media platform Reddit?
Reddit?
Reddit.
I've heard that. I didn't even know it was a social media platform. I've heard the word Reddit, but I'm not sure what it is.
Are you aware that Reddit also censored the Great Barrington Declaration along with Google?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you know.
Again, I'm not even sure what Reddit is, so I don't think I could be aware of its censoring. If I was aware at one time, I certainly didn't register it as something that I would want to remember.
Have you ever heard of YouTube?
Have I heard of YouTube? Yes, I have.
Okay.
There you go. I've heard of one thing. Yeah.
Were you aware that YouTube actually amended its terms of service in October of 2020 to clarify that it would remove content related to the Great Barrington Declaration?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Do you know?
I don't know for sure whether someone pointed that out to me, but again, with the repetitive theme that I keep saying, if I was aware of it, I would not have paid much attention to it.
Exhibit 49. This is a copy of YouTube's online fighting misinformation policy. Have you ever seen it before?
Not to my recollection, no.
And on the second page, there's a kind of rolling chronology. You see on the second page in the far left, it indicates 2020 in the middle.
Yeah.
And then there's various links. So if you go onto the third page, there's one from October of 2020 called Fighting Misinformation.
Yeah.
And that indicates in kind of one sentence that they have updated their COVID-19 medical misinformation policy in October of 2020, correct?
Correct. Looks that way.
Exhibit 50.
I'm sorry, what was the question? I didn't see any question.
I was going to give you what you get when you click through on that, if I may. That's Exhibit 50. Just a second, did I slide over an extra copy to you? Oh, no, here it is, sorry. I take it you've never seen this document before either, Exhibit 50, the sort of detailed version of the COVID-19 medical misinformation policy for YouTube.
No, I don't recall ever seeing this before.
Can you go to page 4 of 5? Fourth bullet point from the bottom on the list of items that YouTube does not allow on its platform, quote, claims that achieving herd immunity through natural infection is safer than vaccinating the population. Do you see that?
I see it, yes.
Is that a claim that paraphrases the recommendations of the Great Barrington Declaration?
Objection, speculative.
You know, I'm not sure. I know that the Great Barrington Declaration promotes the concept of herd immunity through natural infection. I am not certain. I don't recall if they specifically mention that it's safer than vaccinating the population. It might.
Did you have any knowledge of any update to YouTube's terms of service in October of 2020 to add that as a disfavored claim?
Objection, asked and answered.
Did you? Yes or no?
Not to my knowledge at all. It doesn't ring a bell.
Do you know of anyone who communicated with YouTube about that topic?
Not to my knowledge.
Exhibit 51. This is Meta's online misinformation policy, and I think we talked about earlier how Meta is the company that
Now I
owns
know what Meta is. We can proceed.
Facebook and Instagram.
Yes. Okay.
And the CEO of Meta is someone you're on a first-name basis with, a man called Mark Zuckerberg. Do you remember him?
Objection, mischaracterizes the evidence.
Right.
And you've
I'm
done,
on a first-name basis with a lot of people.
apparently, did you do some PSAs with Mark Zuckerberg back in March of 2015?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, March of 2020.
I'm not sure of the date, but I did some Facebook PSAs encouraging people to get vaccinated and answering questions about the virus.
And in your interrogatory responses, you identified 13 communications with Mark Zuckerberg consisting of both emails and phone calls. Do you recall that?
As interrogatory is when you and I were talking about what is he talking about?
Dr. Fauci, I would ask not to talk about our communications.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you mean by interrogatory. What is that?
Did you prepare information in response to written discovery requests in this case, identifying 13 communications with Mark Zuckerberg during 2020?
Mr. Sauer, if you have a document to show Dr. Fauci, I would asked for you to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Interrogatory about.
Do you dispute-
Show me something, and I'll tell you that.
Do you dispute that you had 13 conversations or communications with Mark Zuckerberg in 2020?
I don't know how many I had. I do know some time ago that of the many, many, many thousands of emails of mine that were FOIA'd, that someone mentioned that there were emails between Mark and I don't know how many there were, so I can't answer the question completely accurately.
Let me ask you this. Can you turn to page 4 of 12?
And remind me, what's this? This is the misinformation policy document of
Meta.
Meta, okay.
Page 4 of 12, under Roman 2, harmful health misinformation, there's a bullet in bold saying misinformation about vaccines, correct?
Right.
And it says, we remove misinformation primarily about vaccines when public health authorities conclude that the information is false and likely to directly contribute to imminent vaccine refusals, correct?
Correct.
Are you one of the public health authorities whose conclusions Meta relies on when they're deciding to remove information?
Objection, speculative.
I have no idea who the public health authorities.
Did you ever have a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg where he told you that you were a respected public health authority?
Did I ever have a conversation with Mark saying that I was a respected public health authority?
Or something like that?
My conversations with Mark are documented on the PSAs that we have. I'm not sure whether he said, now I'm going to introduce a public health authority. I'm not sure about that.
How about in the phone calls you had with him?
The phone calls, I believe, were related to saying, look forward to being on the PSA with you. You got any questions about the technical aspects of it, stuff like that. I don't think there was anything more substantive than that on the emails.
Did anyone ever say to you that you're a public health authority, that platforms like Meta and Facebook and so forth would rely on in,
Not to my knowledge.
if I may finish, may rely on in modulating content on their platforms?
No. To my knowledge, I've never had anyone mention me and my authority or my reputation that has anything to do with influencing social media platforms.
After the Great Barrington Declaration was published, did you ever communicate with anyone at Stanford about it?
I don't recall. It's possible. Like I say, I make thousands of phone calls and thousands of emails. I may have, but I doubt it.
Well, more generally, do you recall communicating with anyone outside of the government, and aside from the reporters that quoted you, about the Great Barrington Declaration and its approach?
Outside of government? I don't know. That's possible, but I don't recall.
How about, do you know a man named Dr. Phil Pizzo, or Pizzo, P-I-Z-Z-O?
I do.
Who's he?
Phil Pizzo is a pediatric infectious disease expert who used to be at the NIH, who then went on to become the dean of the School of Medicine at Stanford, who now I believe is either dean emeritus or professor emeritus at Stanford.
And did you know him from his time at the NIH?
I did.
So you've known him for decades then?
Yes.
Did you ever contact him to discuss the Great Barrington Declaration?
I don't recall. That's possible.
Is it possible you had a conversation with him about Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, also of Stanford?
I don't recall.
How about Lloyd Minor? Who's that? Someone named Dr. Lloyd Minor.
I've heard the
M-I-N-O-R.
name. It doesn't ring a bell of any connection.
How about Mark Tessier-Levine? Do you know him?
Mark is the current president of Stanford.
Did you ever have a conversation with him?
Objection, vague.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by a conversation with him. He used to be at the Rockefeller Institution. I had conversations, scientific conversations with him in I met him at meetings, so I'm not sure what you mean. I've had conversations with Mark, but I don't recall the content of the conversation.
Have you ever discussed the Great Barrington Declaration with him? Or
not to my knowledge.
how about the focus protection or herd immunity approaches?
I don't recall. These are possible, but I doubt if I did. It's not ringing a bell when you're asking that question.
How about any of the following names? Harry Greenberg, do you know him?
Harry Greenberg is a scientist who used to be at the NIH, who I believe is still now at Stanford.
Do you ever talk to him about focus protection or herd immunity?
I doubt it. I can't say 100%, but I doubt it. I don't recall discussing this issue with these people, but it's possible it came up in a discussion about something else, but I don't recall.
How about Jack Rowe, R-O-W-E? Do you know him?
I know Jack. I don't know him well. He used to be the CEO of a medical center, maybe in New York. I'm not sure.
Do you know a scientist with the last name of Ioannidis?
I've heard of him. I don't know him. I've heard the name Ioannidis, but I don't know him.
Are you familiar with a seroprevalence study of people in Santa Clara County from March of 2020 that was done by him and some others?
Objection, vague.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
So you don't remember there being a study of people studying the blood of people in Santa Clara County and early in the pandemic to assess how widespread the virus already was at that time?
I, again, get hundreds and hundreds of studies that come across my desk. It is possible that someone brought such a study to my attention, but I don't specifically recall it.
Exhibit.
How much time?
52.
Sorry, what time are we at?
5:41.
What exhibit number is this?
52. Is this an email from Greg Folkers to you dated November 2nd, 2020?
Me to Greg, November the 2nd. Greg to me, November the 1st.
Gotcha. So on November 1st, he sent you a list of articles and highlighted the 3 he found most useful.
Right.
Is there a question, Counsel?
Is that what he did in this email?
It appears in this email that he has sent me, it looks like links maybe, or at least titles of articles. Let me read them, see what connection there is to the article. Herd immunity, the false premise of herd immunity, a viral theory that justified from scientists. I'll tell you, Great Barrier is an ethical nightmare. Trump wants to try for herd immunity without a vaccine to kill millions. Yeah, there's a bunch of articles from different scientific and lay press.
And these are all articles that are critical of the herd immunity approach of the Great Barrington Declaration, correct?
Right?
Do you know why Greg sent you these?
I don't recall. Greg would probably send me something that I've asked for. So somehow back then, a couple of years ago, I asked for articles concerning herd immunity.
Did you forward these on to Francis Collins?
Let the witness.
Sorry, were you still talking?
Yeah, I mean, this looks, I don't know. I mean, Greg is, this would be something Greg would do if I ask him to get some articles for me, and it looks like I don't see the email requesting them. I either emailed him or called him up or walked in his office and said, get me some articles on the issue of herd immunity. Yes. Right. So,
Did you ever communicate with the authors of any of these articles about this topic?
I don't recall. I'm looking at the people here, and I don't recognize the names except for John Barry and Greg Gonzalez and Rochelle Wendell. Yeah, these some people I know, some people I've never heard of. I don't recall if I've communicated with any of them about these articles.
Which ones do you know? Do you know John Barry?
I know John Barry, yes.
And who else do you know?
All right, let's go through the list. See, who do I know? John Barry. I've been interviewed by Apurva Mandavili and Cheryl Stolberg, who are two reporters for the New York Times. I've met Mark Lipschitz. I don't know him well. I know Greg Gonzalez, Carlos Del Rio, and Rochelle Walensky well.
Did you communicate with any of those people about the Great Barrington Declaration in any connection?
I don't recall.
Did you ever take any steps to ensure there'd be a online criticism of the Great Barrington Declaration of any kind?
Objection asked and answered.
Right. I don't recall ever taking any steps to do anything online or influence online criticism of them. I just knew how I felt personally about the Great Barrington Declaration, and we've already discussed that. I felt that it was and is misguided and could lead to the unnecessary infection, hospitalization, and death of individuals if you follow the premise of the Great Barrington Declaration.
Did you share that view with people in the media other than the ones we've already talked about?
I don't necessarily recall what I said to people in the media, but my opinion of the nature of the premise of the Great Barrington Declaration, I believe, is reasonably well known and shared by a very large number of scientists throughout the country, as actually stated in some of these articles.
Are there large numbers of scientists who disagree with your view, who signed the Great Barrington Declaration?
Objection. Vague.
I haven't quantitated the number of people. I haven't done a quantitative study on the number of people who agree with it, but I can tell you I interact with a lot of scientists in the country, and overwhelmingly they disagree with it.
Does that include the 15,000 who signed it?
Objection. Argumentative.
Yeah.
does or does
I
not?
haven't even looked at the names of the 15,000 that signed it. A lot of people sign petitions and not fully aware of what the implications of those petitions are.
Exhibit 53. Can you turn to the second page of this email chain on the bottom half? Do you see there's an email from someone at Twitter to a Carol Crawford dated March 14th of 2020?
Right.
I would ask for Dr. Fauci to be able to familiarize himself with this
Yeah,
document.
I'm more confused because I don't recognize anything on this piece of paper. So.
Well, can you just point to then to the part that I'm pointing to, where there's an email from someone at Twitter to a Carol Crawford?
Right.
And the subject line is at Anthony Fauci _ account, correct?
Yes.
And the Twitter person says, "Hi, CDC team. A few folks have flagged this account to me, wondering if it was real or not. Is it a legitimate account?" You see that?
Yes.
And there's a reference to an Anthony Fauci Twitter account, correct?
Right.
And if you go up above, you see Carol Crawford on March 14th responds, Lauren, I'm adding someone at NIH and someone at HHS to verify that.
Right.
And then if you go further up on the page, the NIH person, Scott Prince, do you know him?
No, I mean, it says here Deputy Director for Public Information. I have about 6,000 employees work for me. I don't recognize this name.
Okay, but he works for the NIH. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he probably works in Building 1, which is the NIH Director's office. It doesn't say NIAID, which means he doesn't work for me.
And he emailed Twitter back and said, fake/imposter handle, and then in all caps, please remove ! Correct?
That's what it says right here.
Were you aware that staff of the NIH were communicating with Twitter about removing accounts from Twitter because they were impersonating you?
I kind of vaguely recall that there was a fake account of people using my name under false pretenses. I'm not 100% sure what they did about it. I'm sure that when they found out that it was a false account, that they would want it to be removed. I didn't say remove it, I don't believe. I have a communication staff that I'm sure if they found out it was a false and misleading account, that they would want it to be removed.
And would your communication staff contact the social media platforms to have that false and misleading content removed?
Objection, speculative.
I don't know how they would do it. Again, I said I don't pay attention to things related to social media accounts.
Who's in your communication staff?
A lot of people.
Can you name who's the leader of it?
Courtney Billett.
Okay. Did you ever tell Courtney Billett to communicate with the social media platform about taking down imposter accounts or fake accounts?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't recall doing it, but I assume that when Courtney found out that it was an imposter handle, that she would have asked to take it down herself, possibly without even telling me, except to say, there's an imposter account on you, we'll take care of it.
Do you remember her having that conversation with you?
I don't specifically remember it, but I vaguely remember somebody mentioning something about an imposter account. I didn't even know what an imposter account was, and I likely would have said, well, how can they do that? And I found out that people do imposter accounts, so I don't get involved in searching for them or for doing anything about them. We have an entire communication staff that worries about that.
Can you, to be clear, your entire communication staff worries about things like false and misleading accounts like this on social media?
Objection, mischaracterizes the evidence or testimony.
Yeah, my staff worries about me, not other people's accounts and what's spread on other people's. They don't worry about that. They work for me. They don't scour the social media looking for things that may or may not be true.
Do they scour social media looking for imposter accounts or parody accounts?
I don't think they spend time looking for them, but when someone like Lauren Duvall says, hey, we have an Anthony Fauci, and brings it to the attention of the NIH, then they would obviously be concerned about an imposter account.
Turn to the first page. The HHS official says, thanks, Lauren. Is there anything else you can do to block other variations of his name from impersonation so we don't have this occur again, correct?
Objection, speculative.
It says, thanks, Lauren. They're trying to make sure that other people don't impersonate me.
Correct.
Impersonating me is a bad thing, isn't it? I think so.
Perhaps. If you go further up, on March 14th, it says, the Twitter official responds, we'll freeze this at handle and some other variations so no one can hop on them, correct?
That's what it says.
So they would freeze a number of different account handles to make sure that no one uses them to impersonate you.
I don't know what this statement means. It always says we'll freeze the @ handle and some other variations of the @ handle. I don't know what they're referring to.
Let's do another exhibit.
I think what they're trying to say, possibly, is that someone is impersonating me, and that's a bad thing, and they're trying to stop it.
Correct. Specifically, they're trying to stop it by removing accounts from the social media platform Twitter, correct?
Objection, speculative.
I'm not sure where you're going with this, but I believe if someone is saying they're Fauci and they're not, that would be disturbing to my communication staff.
Exhibit 54. Can you look at the third page of this email chain? At the very bottom, there's an email from someone called Nicole Burkles, or Burkes. Do you see that?
Nicole Burkers, yes.
Yeah. Do you know who she is?
I don't recognize the name.
And if you look at this email, if you look up to the top of the email, it looks like she sent an email to an NIH.gov list.
Looks that way, yes.
Do you know what that list is?
Objection, sorry.
FCN@list.nih.gov.
No, I don't know what that is. I mean, it says NIH.gov, so it has something to do with the NIH, but I don't really know what FCN@list is.
Third paragraph down in her email there, she says, a reason for the request. I have come across a very misleading YouTube video titled How to Kill Coronavirus that, because of the unfortunate placement of the ad banner and the algorithm which chose my ad, makes it look like this is a CDC video on COVID-19. Correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, and I would ask for Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
Do you see that
let me
reference?
read it. Hold on. I don't know what this is. This looks like a CDC thing. Let me read it carefully so that I can answer your question.
556. Almost 6 hours.
Okay? So what's the question? I'm sorry.
Were you aware of someone, or do you see where she describes the content of the video she's looked at as incredibly dangerous information?
Yeah. And
then if you
I
look,
want to make sure I'm not confused. So she is an NIH. Who is she?
I think if you look at the next page, she's identified as a communications lead for the EPA. Do you see that?
Where's that next page?
The very next page, the one we're looking at.
This one? EPA.gov.
Yeah.
Environmental Protection Agency. Right?
Let me ask you this. Did you have any knowledge of someone from the EPA consulting with an NIH list to try and find a contact at social media to have dangerous information taken down?
I don't have any recollection of any of this.
Let's move on to another exhibit.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Here's an email chain from April of 2020. Can you turn to the second to last page, where there's an email from someone called Judith Lavelle of NIAID sent to Facebook.
Yeah.
And here, do you know who Judith Lavelle is?
It says NIAID, NIH, so I'm the director of NIAID, so she obviously works in my multi-thousand person institute, so maybe I've run into her, and I don't know exactly what she does.
And the next page, it indicates she's a technical writer, editor in her signature block. Do you see that?
Right.
Have
And
you heard
she's
it?
located at Fisher's Lane, which is not the building that you and I are now sitting in, so it is unlikely I would have run into her.
She's copied on this email someone called Jennifer Routh. That's the last CC. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who's Jennifer Routh?
Jennifer Routh is a member of my communications staff.
Is Judith Lavelle on your communication staff?
Let me look. It says Judith Lavelle, technical writer, editor, so that would probably put her in the communications staff.
Okay, so she is on the communications team.
Well, that's what technical writers generally fall under, the broad group of communications, all under Courtney Billett.
And she's emailed Facebook and said we wanted to flag a few more fake Dr. Fauci accounts on Facebook and Instagram for you. Do you see that?
Yes.
And she says he's also reported them from @NIAID in her personal Facebook account, correct?
Correct.
And there's a list of about 8 accounts there in the email.
Correct.
And then if you flip to the next page, there's another one called Dr. Fauci the Hero, where she says, I think this one may be fine as a fan page, but could use a reminder to be a bit more clear, correct?
That's what it says.
So earlier, were you aware that, in fact, your communication staff was flagging many fake accounts for Facebook to have them removed?
I was not aware that they were flagging many accounts, but from looking at this, they are trying to get rid of fake accounts, because fake accounts are bad things, I believe.
They are your communication staff, right? When you say they are working to remove fake accounts.
Well,
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying or what you're getting at, but I'm reading here that there are people that are using my name falsely and creating fake accounts, which people in the communications staff saying that this is troubling because they're doing things like selling masks and doing things like that. So I think that would be kind of appropriate for my communications staff to be concerned when people are falsely impersonating me.
Are some of them parody accounts?
Objection, speculative.
Parody, if I may finish the question. Are some of them parody accounts?
Objection, speculative.
What is a parody account?
Someone pretending to be you in a way that's ironic or making a point.
Again, objection, speculative.
I don't know what these are. I just got a bunch of links here. I'm not sure what they are.
Okay. And there's one more linked at the, she sent a second email flagging one more, apologies for one more in the middle of that page. You see that?
Apologies for one more, right.
And then directly above that, the Facebook person responds, hi all, flagged this for the fake accounts team, and they have confirmed that all but 2 accounts were removed for the impersonation of Dr. Fauci, correct?
Right. Right. Impersonations are bad things.
And bad things should be removed from social media on your communications team.
No, I mean, I
view.
think when someone says they're me and they're not me, I think someone should take a close look at that.
Should someone take a close look at other false statements on social media?
That's not my lane. I never get involved in that, nor do I concentrate on that. So I don't have an opinion on that. Like I told you, maybe now we'll repeat it for the 100th time. I really don't get involved in social media issues.
Do people in your communication staff get involved in social media issues regarding false information or misinformation?
Not to my knowledge.
If I may finish the question, other than impersonation accounts?
Objection, speculative.
Yeah. To my knowledge, they don't get involved in trying to influence social media in any way. But when someone impersonates me, I think it's totally appropriate for them to be concerned about that.
Exhibit 56.
And after this, can we take a break?
Why don't we do that now?
Okay.
Okay, the time is 3:40 p.m. and we're going off the record.
And what's our...
The time is 3:55 p.m. and we're back on the record.
Dr. Fauci, do you know Sylvia Burwell?
I do.
Who's that?
Sylvia Burwell is the former Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and the current president of American University.
Did she email you in February of 2020 asking whether she should wear a mask as she was traveling in the airport in the early stages of the pandemic?
Objection, speculative.
Sylvia has, over the past couple of years, asked me advice about personal safety during the COVID-19 pandemic.
And in particular, in February of 2020, did she email you and say, I am traveling to redacted. Folks are suggesting I take a mask for the airport. Is this something I should do?
Objection, lack of foundation.
You know, I don't recall specifically that. I do know that Sylvia has called me over the last couple of years asking me questions about health. I don't specifically recall that.
Do you recall writing this in response? Masks are really for infected people to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring infection. The typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus, which is small enough to pass through material. It might, however, provide some slight benefit in keep out gross droplets if someone coughs or sneezes on you. I do not recommend that you wear a mask, particularly since you're going to a low-risk location. Do you recall writing that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I vaguely recall talking to her about certain safety issues regarding masks.
Do you specifically recall recommending that she not wear a mask as she's traveling during that?
If that's an accurate, I mean, you're asking me if I recall.
Yeah.
I don't recall. I mean, these things, thousands of things happen. If you show me an email that has my name and proper identification, and I said that, I would not argue with you. It would not be out of the question that at that time in the outbreak, I would have said that.
In fact, you made several statements that are similar to that in that time frame, fair to say, saying that masks are not effective in keeping out the virus, and I don't recommend you wear masks in February of 2020.
Yeah, in the very early months prior to our understanding of the virus and its modality of transmission, I, the Surgeon General, and the CDC were not recommending masks for people for 3 reasons. I'd be happy to tell you those 3 reasons.
Please do.
The 3 reasons are as follows. There was this understanding and discussion that the best masks that were used in hospitals were in short supply, and if people did a run on masks and bought them all, that masks would not be available for the people in the medical community who needed them. Point number 1. Point number 2, there was no evidence at the time or any studies that showed outside of the medical environment, i.e. in a hospital or in an ICU, that masks actually worked in protecting transmission or acquisition. At the time, there were no studies. And thirdly, we were not aware at the time that 50 to 60% of the transmission occur from someone who is without symptoms, either someone who never will develop symptoms or someone who is in the pre-symptomatic stage. So based on those 3 considerations, both myself, the Surgeon General, and the CDC were saying, you really don't need to wear masks. Then things changed. 3 things changed. A, it was clear that there was not a shortage and that if people wore masks, they would not be taking masks away from the medical community. 2, it became clear that there was a asymptomatic spread of virus, where people who could walking around not knowing they're infected were spreading virus. And then 3, it became clear, let me see, what was 3? There was asymptomatic spread. Evidence began accumulating that masks actually work in preventing acquisition and transmission. So the 3 reasons that I might have said and did say, if that is correct, that you don't need to wear a mask now, particularly in a low-risk situation, the basis for those statements dramatically changed over a period of time, which then made me be a very vocal proponent of wearing masks.
And now you became a vocal proponent as soon as April 3rd of 2020, correct? When you joined a universal recommendation, or a recommendation for universal masking, correct?
I'm not sure of the dates. Why?
How many studies were done between February of 2020 when you emailed Ms. Burwell and told her that the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus, which is small enough to pass through the material? Between when you said that and April 3rd of 2020, what studies were done of the efficacy of masks in preventing the spread of COVID-19?
Objection, speculative.
I could find those and get them for you, but I don't have them in my fingertips right now.
Who'd you consult with about the efficacy of masks during that time period? Who'd you talk to in the government about it?
I don't recall who I spoke to.
Did your opinion on masking change based on new information and new scientific evidence that came forward?
I believe it did, yes.
Was there disputes about the efficacy of masking at that time?
Objection, vague.
For example, on March 31st, 2020, where you forwarded a study showing that masking is ineffective, a review of masking on March 31st, 2020, that said there was no evidence that masks worked.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Yeah, I don't recall that, so I'm not able to answer that accurately, I believe.
Is it important for that kind of development of your view that you had access to both sides of that debate?
Objection, lack of foundation, vague.
You always have access to both sides of the debate.
Do you? In science, do you always have access to both sides of the debate?
Most of the time.
Is that important for people to have access to both sides of the debate?
Yeah, and then you make a decision based on your judgment of the preponderance of the correct data.
Right, and so you look at the studies that come one way and look at, or the opinions one way, and look at the studies that go the other way.
Yeah, but often there are studies that when you subject them to proper statistical analysis, that the conclusions don't hold up. That happens often. So you've got to be careful when you're looking at one study versus another, that it goes through the proper statistical analysis and this proper design.
Part of the reason that you recommended against masking in February was to avoid too many people going out and buying masks to ensure that they were available for...
that was one of the reasons, yes.
To be available for healthcare providers, right. Correct?
That was one of the reasons, is that we were told multiple times at the coronavirus task force meeting that there is a shortage of masks, and that if in fact there was a run on the purchase of masks, that could potentially lead to a shortage for the healthcare providers that really needed them.
So the recommendation you gave as to masks was motivated in part by not wanting people to go out and buy a bunch of masks so that the people who really needed them wouldn't have them.
That was one of the considerations that was discussed at the coronavirus task force, that there was a shortage of masks, which led to a lot of activities of trying to increase the supply of masks, either by importing them, because many of the masks were made outside of the United States, increasing production of masks, or using alternative masks such as cloth masks. So the discussion, the dialogue, the discussion at the time was that there is a shortage of masks. We were trying desperately to get masks as well as other personal protective equipment into the country, and there was a concern that there was a shortage of them. That was one of the considerations which went into a lack of promoting go out and buy masks and wear masks.
Were there placebo-based, randomized, double-blind studies of the efficacy of masking that were done between February and April of 2020?
I don't recall. I'd have to go back and take a close look at the literature. I don't recall.
Have you seen any studies that contradict the efficacy of masking?
There were some studies early on, I don't know the dates of them, that made this statement that masks were not effective. When those studies were subject to statistical scrutinization, they were felt to be not definitive. Subsequent to that time, there have been studies to indicate that in situations where masks wearing was compared to not mask wearing, that masks clearly have an effect.
In a situation like this, a debate about the efficacy of mask wearing, is it important for people to have access to both sides of the debate and to be exposed to the different viewpoints reflected in the debate?
Objection, argumentative.
Is it important?
Is it important for people? I think it's important for people to have all of the information that's available.
And so they can assess what's good information and what's bad information.
Yeah. Well, you know, it depends. If information is clearly inadequate and statistically not sound, there can be a danger in people who don't have the ability or the experience of being able to understand that it's a flawed study. That's when the literature is self-correcting. Science is self-correcting. So if you have something that makes a certain statement based on data that isn't statistically significant, that often there are studies that come out and examine that and do proper statistical analysis to try and get to the real truth of what the data are showing.
Can you give the witness Exhibit 56? That's right. We might do it before the break. Here's an email chain from October of 2020. Do you see that at the top?
October 30th, 2020, from Jen Roth.
Yeah, and she's on your communications team, is that right?
Correct.
She's emailing with people, some people with Google.com email addresses. In the line.
There's Google, yeah.
And then she's copying Courtney Billett, who's the head of your communications team, correct?
Correct.
And the second page of this email, can you turn to that? There's an email from, this chain begins with an email from a Sandra Sitar from NIAID, correct?
Right.
Do you know who she is?
It says Director of Communications Clinical Trials Program, VRC. I don't recognize the name, but the signature block indicates she is part of the Vaccine Research Center at NIAID.
And she's emailing Jennifer Routh saying, as I mentioned, Jan and the Google team are hoping to connect on vaccine communications, specifically misinformation. Do you see that? It's the second full paragraph on this page.
Objection, lack of foundation, mischaracterizes the evidence.
Do you see where Sandra writes that Jan and the Google team are hoping to connect on vaccine communications, specifically misinformation?
I'm reading it, yeah.
Did your communications team communicate with the Google YouTube team about vaccine misinformation?
Objection, speculative.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know if they did. I have no knowledge that they did.
Page before this, so to the first page. Emailing from the Google person says, "Hi, Sandra and Jen. Thank you so much for reaching out. It would be great to find a time early next week for a quick call on vaccine communications. Do you know if your team had that call in October 30th of 2020 or thereabouts with Google about vaccine communications?"
Objection, speculative.
Do you know?
Not to my knowledge. I don't recall that. No.
Did you authorize them to talk to Google about vaccine communications, including misinformation, or actually specifically misinformation?
That would be unlikely that I would authorize or not authorize someone to do that again.
You don't believe you authorized your communication team to communicate with Google about vaccine misinformation?
When you say authorize, I don't, that doesn't. It doesn't work that way in the institute. The communication team would. If they were going to do it, they would do it.
Okay, so they would just do this on their own to the extent they did it.
Yeah, I don't think that they would need my permission to communicate with people. That's their job.
And then Jen Routh then looped in Courtney Billett, who's the head of your communications team, correct? In the very top of the email.
Objection, speculative.
Where it says, "Hi, Jan, I'm adding Courtney Billett, Director of the Office of Communications and Government Relations at NIAID, to talk about vaccine communications." Courtney Billett is the director of your whole communications team, right?
Right. Yes,
And
she is.
You never discussed with her having communications with Google about vaccine misinformation?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't recall having specific conversations with Courtney about communicating with Google.
Exhibit 57. Just briefly, if you look at the second page of this exhibit, do you see an email from someone called Clark Humphrey?
Clark Humphrey, July 2021. Okay.
The second page. Do you know who Clark Humphrey is?
Clark, I believe, is one of the communications people at the White House.
And she emailed to Facebook in July of 2021 saying, "Hi there, any way we can get this pulled down. It is not actually one of ours," with a link to an Instagram account called Anthony Fauci Official, correct?
It says subject deactivating the fake Fauci IG, which I would imagine is Instagram. I don't know if that's what that is.
Were you aware that the White House was communicating with Facebook to have accounts with your name taken down?
The only thing I remember is someone mentioning that there's fake stuff impersonating me going on. I don't specifically recall who specifically was asked to address that problem of people impersonating me. But I know that there was some talk, someone mentioned to me in my group that there's an impersonation of you going on out there. I don't recall anything specific, except that they're obviously trying to do something about it.
And in fact, they succeeded, it looks like, where Carrie Adams says, "This account has been removed. Thank you for flagging," in the second email on the first page. You see that?
This account has been removed. Thank you for flagging. So they removed a spurious fake account, which I think was a good thing.
At the request
because those accounts are bad.
At the request of the White House.
Objection, speculative.
Or Clark Humphrey, the digital director for the White House. Is that your understanding of that email?
Objection, speculative.
I wasn't even know you were asking me questions. Clark Humphrey is at the White House, and there was communication that there was a fake impersonating Fauci Instagram that was deactivated.
Can you look at Exhibit 58?
Okay.
Here's an email chain between people at Google and people at the CDC that include Carol Crawford, correct?
Hold on. Carol Crawford of the CDC, right? So there's a bunch of emails here. So what do you want?
look at
Want me to
that.
read this and then you'll ask a question? Or?
No, I just want to ask you on the first page, do you see there's an email from Catherine Jamal of the CDC, right?
Right.
And she's sending it to two people at Facebook and copying Carol Crawford, correct?
Copy Carol Crawford, yes.
And it says the subject is ivermectin questions for the CDC, correct?
Correct.
And in that email, this Ms. Jamal gives Facebook the CDC's position on three claims. The claim that ivermectin is effective in treating COVID, with the answer that that is not accurate, correct? That's the first
That's
item.
item number one. That's what it says. Ivermectin is effective in treating COVID. And I believe, is this what the CDC said answer is not accurate? I would imagine that that's what they typed in.
Yeah, and if you look at each of those, what they're citing for their claim that the claim about ivermectin's effectiveness is not accurate is they link to something from the NIH, correct?
Objection, speculative.
I see a guideline that says practice guideline, COVID-19 guideline treatment management.
And do you see something before that, or immediately before that, where it says ivermectin, COVID-19 treatment guidelines, and then in parentheses, NIH.gov?
Yeah.
Were you aware that the CDC was citing NIH's provided information to debunk claims about the efficacy of ivermectin to Facebook?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Were you aware?
I was not aware of this, but it's not surprising. Just a second, someone will just. I was not aware, but it's not surprising that organizations, including the CDC, would use the treatment guidelines of the NIH, which is, as I mentioned before in a prior question you asked me, it's a group of up to 40 people who are infectious disease experts from throughout the country, usually the chiefs of infectious diseases at various medical centers throughout the country. So it's not at all surprising that when people want to find out what the latest documented information and clinical opinions among the top infectious disease people, that they would refer to or access the treatment guidelines.
Would it be surprising if the social media platforms also relied on the public statements of someone like yourself on matters of health policy for their own decisions?
Objection, speculative.
You just said it would not be surprising if they relied on the published NIH guidelines to debunk ivermectin claims. Would it be surprising if they relied on public statements by Dr. Fauci about the efficacy of ivermectin?
I don't think that would have as much weight as the measured scholarly analysis of hundreds of articles that the treatment guideline panel, so the weight of the opinion of 30 to 40 infectious diseases experts would likely carry considerably more weight than a statement by an individual physician or scientist.
Multiple times today, you've characterized your opinions as reflecting and reporting on the consensus of that 40 scholars. Right. And if you make a public statement, is it surprising if social media platforms take your public statement and view it as reflecting knowledge of that kind of consensus of government experts or public health authorities?
Objection, speculative, compound.
Yeah, I'm not, it's a convoluted question. I'm not sure really what the point you're making.
Exhibit 59.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of, sorry. Have you ever heard of Alex Berenson?
I've heard of him. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember what context, but now you put this in front of me, and it's the person who says that the White House demanded Twitter ban me months before the company did so. I had never heard of who Alex Berenson was before this, but I mean, not before this, but I had heard that there was an issue that he was complaining he was being banned. I don't even know who he is.
What issue did you hear about?
I think he was complaining that he was being muzzled or something, something like that. Again, I don't pay attention to these social media things of people getting banned or impeded or what have you. That's not an interest of mine.
Can you look at the second paragraph of this document, Exhibit 59?
Yes.
See how it says, in this Substack post by Alex Berenson, he says, in a White House meeting in April 2021, 4 months before Twitter suspended my account, the company faced one really tough question about why Alex Berenson hasn't been kicked off the platform. Do you recall, you were the White House chief medical advisor in April of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall any communications or discussion of Alex Berenson as a vaccine critic being on Twitter or being booted off Twitter?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you remember, were you aware of any meeting between, do you know who Andy Slavitt is, or Slavitt?
Andy Slavitt, for a relatively small period of time, was part of the coronavirus team. He was at the White House a fair amount, and then he left, and I forgot where he went, but he was with the group at the White House for a few months.
How about Rob Flaherty? Do you know who that is?
No, I know Andy Slavitt. I don't know Rob Flaherty.
Do you know who the digital director is at the White House coronavirus response team?
Digital, I thought that was Clark, or maybe Clark reports to the director.
Let me ask you this. Were you aware of a meeting between Andy Slavitt, Rob Flaherty, and people at Twitter in April of 2021 to discuss vaccine misinformation?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Were you aware of it?
I don't recall. I mean, you're bringing that up. It doesn't ring a bell that I was aware of it.
Can you turn to the third page of this document? At the very bottom in the Twitter employee Slack message thread, it says, Andy Slavitt, it says they really wanted to know about Alex Berenson, the very bottom post. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it says, Andy Slavitt suggested they had seen data viz that had showed he was the epicenter of disinfo that radiated outwards to the persuadable public. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Were you aware of any discussions of someone on Twitter who was, an epicenter of disinformation radiating outward to the persuadable public about vaccines?
Objection, lack of foundation.
You're asking me if I was aware of, there was always talk about misinformation and disinformation. I'm not aware of any connection to my memory. Maybe someone casually mentioned it of, I didn't even know the connection, whether Ann Berenson was No, I mean, this does not ring a bell to me, to be honest with you.
Well, do you remember any discussions more generally of misinformation and disinformation on social media leading to vaccine hesitancy?
You know, there's a lot of different discussions about misinformation. You're making a connection between misinformation and something about social media. It's all one blob about misinformation.
Well, let's take the whole blob. What sort of discussions were there about misinformation? You say there's
Well, I'll give
discussions
you
about
an
the
example.
blob. Yeah, that'd be great.
The misinformation that Bill Gates and I put a chip in the vaccine to monitor people, and therefore people should not get vaccinated. I think that falls under the category of disinformation.
Or misinformation if people honestly believe
this because I didn't put a chip in. So
I
this
take it
is
they're
dis.
both false, right? Mis and dis are both incorrect under your definition you testified to earlier.
Yeah,
correct?
right. But the disinformation is when you deliberately propagate information that you know to be true. There's no evidence, because it isn't true, that I put a chip in the vaccine. So I think that qualifies as disinformation.
Were there discussions of that with your colleagues at the White House about that particular issue of trying to stop the spread of that kind of disinformation?
No, you just said something important. I never engaged in any discussion about stopping the spread. It just was being disconcerted that there's so much disinformation going on out there. I don't recall, to my knowledge, that I got involved in any discussions about stopping or blocking things.
So your testimony is that you were never involved in any discussions about stopping the spread of disinformation.
No.
If I may finish the question. So your recollection is that you have never been involved in any discussions about stopping the spread of disinformation, whether on social media or elsewhere?
I don't recall. Someone may have mentioned that we should be stopping misinformation, but I don't recall specifically that I was involved in interfering with the dissemination, not to my recollection. Like I said, someone may have made a mention of that, but I didn't put it squarely on my radar screen.
If you look at Exhibit 60, is this a report from The Hill dated July 11th of 2021?
Yes.
And if you turn to, it reports in some of your public comments on a Sunday talk show, correct? I think on CNN State of the Union.
I would ask for the witness to be able to familiarize
I have to read this before I make any comment, so I'm going to read the whole thing.
You see there at the top of the second page of the document where it says Fauci was responding to a clip of conservative author Alex Berenson, who spoke at CPAC on Saturday, correct?
Correct.
Does that jog your memory as to who Alex Berenson is?
It does jog my memory to who he is, because at that time they were talking about this CPAC where people were cheering on not taking a life-saving intervention. And it says in this Exhibit 60 Fauci was responding to a clip of conservative author Alex Berenson, who spoke at CPAC. So it looks like on the show, the Sunday show, that they showed me a clip of this person who I very likely had not heard of before, saying that, quote, they quote Berenson, the government was hoping that they could sort of sucker 90% of the population into getting vaccinated. And it isn't happening, he added, to applause.
And then you made a response to that on CNN's State of the Union, where you described it as horrifying, correct?
Yeah.
It quotes you as saying it's horrifying. Is that what you said?
Well, this is the quote that they're saying here. I don't recall saying it's horrifying, but I have no reason to believe that CNN would misquote me.
And they went on to, or The Hill, it goes on to say the next paragraph that Fauci said it was almost frightening for people to say they don't want health officials to save their lives, right?
That's what it says that I said. I have no reason to believe that's not what I said.
Were there any discussions before you made these comments on CNN's State of the Union in July of 2021? Were there any? Did you have any discussions with anyone in the government about making statements to criticize Alex Berenson in any way?
I don't recall. Again, the context of this, almost frightening for people to say. If one looks at the data, comparing the hospitalizations and deaths of vaccinated people and unvaccinated people, it is overwhelmingly weighted towards unvaccinated people. So someone cheering to the statement that you shouldn't be vaccinating people, I think is really very much contrary to the principles of good public health.
Before you made those comments, do you recall discussing Alex Berenson with anyone in the government?
I don't recall that. It is possible, but again, Alex Berenson rings the bell here when you show me this clip. But again, I don't recall any necessary discussions with him. They may have occurred, but I don't recall.
Exhibit 61. 5 days. Oh, sorry. You see, this is a New York Times report dated 5 days later on July 16th of 2021.
I don't see the date. Yeah, July 16th, 2021.
Just to clarify the record, it also says it was updated July 19th, 2021.
And the first line says, President Biden unleashed his growing frustration with social media on Friday, saying that platforms like Facebook were killing people by allowing disinformation about the coronavirus vaccine to spread online, correct?
That's what the first sentence says.
Do you recall the president saying that, that social media companies are, quote, killing people?
I don't recall him saying that, but this is reported by the New York Times, saying that that's what he said, so I have no reason to believe that he did not say that, but I don't specifically recall him saying that specific comment. I may have been aware of it when he said it, but I don't recall now that he said it, except when you put this statement in front of me.
Do you recall any discussions with anyone in the government of how disinformation or misinformation on social media platforms are killing people?
Well, it is very clear that, as I've said multiple times before, that misinformation and disinformation, particularly that encourages people to avoid life-saving interventions, can certainly result in the unnecessary death of people whose lives would have been saved. So when misinformation and disinformation leads people to avoid a life-saving intervention, that is equivalent to contributing to the death of that person.
My question was, do you recall discussing that with anyone in the government in this time frame?
Objection, lack of foundation.
You know,
Vague.
when you say anyone in the government, I have often said that misinformation and disinformation is the enemy of public health. Could I have said it to someone in the government? It is certainly possible that I did, because I do feel strongly that misinformation and disinformation, when it leads to people avoiding life-saving interventions, can be deadly.
Misinformation and disinformation are the enemy of public health, you said just now?
Yeah.
And is that true when they're propagated on social media platforms, on your view? Yes or no?
If social media is propagating disinformation that leads to the death of people by encouraging them to avoid life-saving interventions, I believe that's contrary to public health.
Can you look at Exhibit 62?
Have a copy, counsel. There sent me. I don't know what this is.
Oh. Do you know who Scott Gottlieb is?
I do.
Do you know him personally?
Well, I've met him. I don't socially interact with him. I know him because for a time he was the commissioner of the FDA, and currently he is frequently on CBS Sunday morning shows commenting on COVID-19 and other health matters.
In 2021, did you have any communications with him about vaccines or misinformation?
Objection, compound.
Do you recall communicating with him in any way in the summer of 2021?
You know, I may have, but I don't recall. I communicate with hundreds, if not many more people, so I don't recall specifically. But if you showed me a document of some sort that showed I communicated with him, I would not be surprised.
Why don't you look at the Exhibit 62 on the first page, in the middle of that page? Do you see there's you see this is another Substack post by Alex Berenson talking about how he was banned from Twitter, generally.
I'm sorry, what paragraph are you referring to?
I tell you, will you look at that kind of email that's pasted in the middle of page one of this document?
Oh, the pasted email.
The one that shows
Scott Gottlieb to someone that has been redacted.
Someone at Twitter.
Yeah.
And he's forwarded a posting by Alex Berenson that's critical of you, right? Quite frankly, said Alex Berenson, the arrogance of Anthony Fauci and what it means for the rest of us, correct?
So Berenson said the arrogance of Anthony Fauci and what it means for the rest of us?
And then Gottlieb forwarded that to someone at Twitter, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So this is a tweet from Bereson's calling me arrogant, and then it's Scott forwarding the tweet to Twitter saying this is what's promoted on Twitter and this is why Tony needs a security detail?
Correct, yeah. Tony's a reference to you, I presume.
Well, there's a lot of Tonys around, but I guess he's talking about me.
I mean, that's the one that's referred in the email. Right. Did you ever have a discussion with Scott Gottlieb about needing a security detail because of things that people post about you on the internet?
I don't recall having that discussion with him, but it is possible in a discussion I had with him that it's no secret that I have a security detail. My life has been threatened multiple times. So I might have discussed that I need a security detail with him, but that doesn't ring a bell as something, unless there was a reason for me to I don't usually talk to people about my security detail.
He refers to you as Tony in this email to
Everybody refers to me as Tony. We got that established before.
Is there somebody at Twitter who is on a first name basis with you? I would refer to you as Dr. Fauci if I was sending it to someone who didn't know you. Is there someone who works for Twitter who you're on a first name basis with?
Scott refers to me as Tony, but I don't see anybody on Twitter referring to me as Tony.
He's referring you to some unidentified person.
But he's using his own...
If I may finish the question.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
He's referring to you as Tony to some unidentified person at Twitter.
Right.
Are you on a first name basis with anyone who works at Twitter? Yes or no?
Am I on a first name basis of anyone who works at Twitter?
Correct. That's my question.
Well, right now, no. But when my daughter worked at Twitter, I was on a first name basis with her.
Did she work at Twitter in August 24th of 2021?
I don't recall. She may have already left then.
Did anyone else, have you ever been on a first name basis with anyone else who worked at Twitter?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I mean, I'm trying to think of people that I know at Twitter, and the only person I've really known that works at Twitter, I believe, is my daughter. Did
you have any communications with, at this time, Scott Gottlieb was on the board of Pfizer, is that right?
He might. I know he's on, I believe he's on the board of Pfizer. I don't know if he was on the board of Pfizer at this time.
Did you have any communications with him in connection with the development of the vaccines that you talked about earlier?
You know, I don't know. I mean, we talk about the development of vaccines all the time. Vaccines was a big subject of discussion from the time we began developing the vaccine, right in a few weeks into January, we began developing the vaccine. So we spoke about vaccine development a lot. Would I have mentioned vaccine development to Scott? I don't see any reason why I would not, but I don't specifically recall discussing vaccine development with Scott.
How about discussing any speech on the internet that would lead to vaccine hesitancy? Did you discuss that with him?
Objection, vague.
You know, again, I don't recall specific conversations with Scott about hardly anything.
How about Alex Berenson? Did you ever discuss Alex Berenson with Scott Gottlieb?
You know, again, you had mentioned before, Alex Berenson doesn't ring a bell. It's possible associated with some of the things you showed me before, but I don't recall discussing Alex Berenson with Scott Gottlieb.
Exhibit 63. Who is Ezekiel J. Emanuel?
Ezekiel J., better known as Zeke Emanuel, is a vice provost at the University of Pennsylvania and was, at a time, and might still be, the director of the division or program of medical ethics.
At the university?
At the University of Pennsylvania.
In this email chain, he says to you on the second to last page, I'm a bit perplexed by your seeming strong endorsement of remdesivir. Was it just a bit forced? My reading was the data were weak and in normal times for normal disease. It is not enough to approve and very likely to really impact COVID-19 disease pattern regardless of supply issues. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And what was he talking about there?
Objection again, and asks for Dr. Fauci to have an opportunity to familiarize himself with this document.
So, there was a clinical trial that showed a modest effect, but nonetheless a clear but modest effect of remdesivir, which is an antiviral drug used for the treatment of COVID-19. And when the announcement came out of the clinical trial, I believe I said this is a good thing that we have a drug when we had no other drugs. This is well before Paxlovid, so we had no good drugs for COVID. And when the study came out, I was pleased that we had a drug that at least had a modest effect. Zeke, who is a good person, said my reading of the data were weak and normal times for normal disease not enough to approve, yada yada. And I write back and say, Zeke, I did not strongly endorse it. I specifically said that it was not a knockout drug, but was only a baby step in the development, in the direction of developing more and better drugs. I said it was important because it proved in a well-powered, which it was, randomized, which it was, placebo-controlled trial, that one can suppress the virus enough to see a clinical effect as modest as that effect was.
If I may,
I do
right
not
there,
think I forced anything.
Dr. Thank you. Why don't we go off the record now?
Time is 4:46 p.m. and we're going off the record.
Why don't we take...
Time is 4:55 p.m. and we're back on the record.
Dr. Fauci, we've discussed a lot of opinions today about COVID and treatments for COVID and related things. For example, we talked about hydroxychloroquine. We talked about masks for a while and whether they're effective. We talked about the origins of COVID, whether it came out of a lab. We talked about vaccines and the efficacy of vaccines. We talked about herd immunity. And you've made some pretty strong statements in media about a lot of these issues. Is that fair to say? Using strong language to disagree with opinions that you disagree with?
Objection, vague.
You know, I'm not sure what you mean by strong language. Most of the time it was measured language. I think you pointed out at one point when I was talking about the premise of herd immunity that I believe I said it was nonsense, which is, I think, if you want to call that strong language, I believe it resulted in the deaths of unnecessary deaths of individuals.
And people have disagreed with you in strong language as well. For example, Alex Berenson calling the arrogance of Dr. Fauci and so forth. Do you think people should be able to post their opinions on social media, for example, about the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine, even if you disagree with them?
Objection, compound.
You know, I'm not an expert on what should or should not be on social media. I believe that people certainly can express their opinions. I'm not an expert. I've said that multiple times during the deposition. I'm not a social media person.
Do you have an opinion about whether people should be allowed to post on social media opinions that you think, for example, are dangerous and might lead to loss of life? What's your view on that?
Again, you say allowed. I don't know what the legal or other First Amendment issues are associated with that. That's not my lane or my area of expertise. As a physician and a scientist and a public health person, I'm very sensitive to the fact that disinformation, including some of the disinformation that we discussed, that, for example, has people avoid life-saving interventions, is dangerous to health. How you counter that, I think, is open to question. My way of countering false information, and I've been on the record multiple times as saying that, is that my approach is to try and flood the system with the correct information as opposed to interfering with other people's ability to say what they want to say. And I've said that. I think if you in your investigations and your discovery, you looked into how many times I've often said the best way to counter misinformation and disinformation is to flood the system with correct information.
Do you think social media platforms have a responsibility to take down dangerous misinformation that gets posted on their platforms?
You know, I'm not an expert in the legal and other aspects of that to make an informed comment. I would leave that to experts. I told you I'm not someone fluent in the ins and outs of what could or should be on social media, so I don't really have any comment on that because that's not an area that I've seriously thought about and analyzed about the pros and the cons of that.
Do you think that allowing both sides to openly debate their positions on hotly contested issues like the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine or where the COVID-19 virus came from, do you think it's important to allow both sides to freely debate those issues?
Objection, argumentative.
You know, when you say allowed to debate, I think honest debate is important. But when it goes beyond debate and leads people who are unwitting about these things to do things that are clearly detrimental to their life and their safety, I find that disturbing. How you mitigate against that, I would leave to other people. That's not in my lane.
Have you taken steps to mitigate against it in the last 2.5 years?
As I said, the theme that I've gone by is that the best way to counter misinformation and disinformation is to flood the system with correct information. That's the reason why I very often am involved with the media, with writing, with interviewing, but podcast to get people to get vaccinated. The most recent of which was yesterday, I believe, when I was, or the day before, when I made my final press conference at the White House, and my message was, please go out for your own safety, the safety of your community and your family, to go out and get the updated booster. That's how I counter misinformation and disinformation.
That is it. That's 7 hours.
Very well. Two things. One, first, we have no questions for the witness. And second of all, we want to reserve the right to read and sign.
Okay, if there's no further statements for the record, we'll be going off. The time is 5:01 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022. We are going off the record, completing today's video recorded session.